Chapter 36. The big wooden box was pushed by Li Yi and Li Chengqi to the riverside. Yao Chong followed behind them on the ground. He was too embarrassed to stand on top of it and be pushed. The palace mate Datang came over and shared an umbrella with Yao Chong. She could ignore other people, but she couldn't allow the prime minister to catch a cold. What other good things does Li Yi have? Yao Chong took the opportunity to ask the palace maid. Datang shook her head. Prime Minister Yao, don't ask. I won't tell you. Why? Yao Chong felt hurt. How dare a palace maid talk to me like this? General Gao won't allow it. Prime Minister Yao Chong also knows that His Majesty values Li Dongzhu. Datang secretly threatened Yao Chong. Yao Chong felt even more hurt. How come when it came to Li Yi Zhuangzi, everyone dared to talk back to him? When they reached the riverside, the rain was still heavy. The water wheel by the riverside turned leisurely. The harvested wheat was put on the threshing machine to be threshed. A dozen water droplets splashed, and the rainwater mixed with the wheat grains went down. It was the first time Yao Chong saw a water-powered threshing machine. It was indeed much faster than walking in the palace. Someone on the side prepared a pole and a pole. There were earth baskets on both sides of the pole. The wheat grains that were threshed were immediately put into the baskets and carried to Li Yi Zhuangzi. Below the pole was a big basket. The basket was loaded and carried by one person at the front and back. Brother Yi, how do we deliver things to Zhuangzi? Li Chengqi was curious. Yao Chong stood on the box again and listened. He also didn't know how to deal with the wheat that was wet from the rain. Li Yi looked at everyone working and explained. There are kilns in the manor. Some of the kilns are specially used to braise charcoal. After braising the charcoal, there will be ash. There are also stoves that burn firewood. Not all stoves burn charcoal. The charcoal ash will be kept in the manor and used to make fertilizer. There are also dry wheat straws that have been shelled to feed the animals. Take the wheat grains, put the ash at the bottom and the wheat straws at the top. Mix the wheat grains with salt first and then spread them on top. This way it won't get moldy for a few days. Li Yi almost blurted out the matter of using plant ashes to make soap. What about the salt? Li Chengqi asked the question that Yao Chong wanted to ask. It's gone with one sieve, Li Yi replied. Can we still eat salt? Li Chengqi was concerned about this. You can eat it if you want. Li Yi nodded. In fact, he did not plan to eat the salt at all. After the saponification of plant ash and oil, the soap would become soft and less foamy. At this time, salt would be added, and the effect would be different. With glycerin, there was still some salt left. Otherwise, the soap produced by boiling the pancreas and plant ashes would be soft. After drying, it would be harder. However, there would not be many bubbles when washing it, so it would not be fun. Some of the salt was sifted out to make soap, while the rest was on the wheat straw. Don't worry about it. Feed the wheat straw to the cows and horses, and the cows and horses also eat salt. How much salt is appropriate? Yao Chong was concerned about the ratio. Since the salt could still be eaten, he thought that more people would use this method to preserve the wet wheat. 200 for common wheat and 3 for salt. Li Yi gave the ratio of 200 to 3. Yao Chong noted it down secretly. So that's how it is. What I'm talking about is that there is no water on the wheat. If there is water, you need to empty it first and use other things to absorb it, such as grainless wheat straw and plant ashes. Li Yi saw that the old man wanted to learn, but he was afraid that the old man would make a mistake and turn the water into salt water. Pickling wheat? Yao Chong nodded his head and noted it down again. He planned to wander around the agriculture temple one day and ask others about it. Then, he would give them some pointers and show them his capability. Apparently, Li Chengqi had guessed Yao Chong's plan, so he gave him a contemptuous look. When the sky turned dark, the rain did not seem to stop at all. After all the wheat was harvested, the grains were removed from those that were drenched by the rain, while the grains in front were covered with a thatch. They continued to dig the drainage ditch. Someone went to Zhuangzi to deliver food to the elders of the Zhang family's village, and told them that everyone was fine. The others were taken to Zhuangzi to take a hot bath and eat. Li Yi changed 100 thermometers, the kind that could be clipped under the armpit. He spent 50 hours of his lifespan to teach everyone how to use it and take their temperature. He did not care about the 50 hours of lifespan because today's work had increased his lifespan by 320 hours. Whenever someone's body temperature exceeded 38 degrees Celsius, he would give them a pill. The pill did not kill the cold virus. It only supported the treatment and lowered the temperature. In fact, drinking ginger sugar water to sweat and then paying attention to rest was enough. However, Li Yi was afraid that someone would have a fever and pneumonia, and it would be troublesome for him to treat them. Those who had a fever and took the medicine felt that they were fully recovered. They dared to rush out and swim in the rain. Those who did not have a fever were annoyed. Why was it not hot? They really wanted to take the medicine. After the people of the Zhang family's village finished their meal, they went back in the rain. Li Yi invited the old man and his elder brother to take a bath. He had a small pool of his own. The old man was very embarrassed. Li Chengqi went in directly and then stood up. It was too hot. Li Yi held a bucket of cold water in each hand and touched the cold water in the pool. Okay, just soak like this, Li Yi said comfortably after he went in. Brother Yi, your soup is not bad. It's better than soaking in a wooden bucket. The space is big, Li Chengqi praised. Yao Chong agreed in his heart. It was indeed good. It was similar to the hot spring soup. It was a pity that the hot spring soup was first used by the royal family and was rarely given to the ministers. When he saw the soap in the soap box next to him, he was not in a good mood. This was because he saw the villagers of Zhuangzi outside shouting to take a bath. Each of them was holding the same box. This meant that everyone had soap. Soap could be seen everywhere in Zhuangzi. There were several places for the workers to wash their hands and eat. Thinking about it, all the villagers had soap. Obviously, the soap was not valuable. After taking a bath, Li Yi asked Li Chengqi, shall we eat now? Li Dongzhu, I heard that you have a cafeteria in Zhuangzi. Why don't we eat there? Yao Chong suggested. Li Yi looked at the old man and agreed. The three of them went to the cafeteria with umbrellas. Li Yi was also carrying a steamer pot. The three of them found a corner and sat down. The steamer pot was placed in the middle. Li Yi asked two people to take the food. Don't take too much at once. It'll be a waste if you eat leftovers, Li Yi told the old man. Yao Chong went to take the food. He was in a bad mood again. He saw many pots of soy sauce. There was such expensive soy sauce outside, but there was a small pot on the table in Zhuangzi's cafeteria. There was also a pot of vinegar. In other words, soy sauce could be eaten freely. For a moment he had the thought of stealing a pot of soy sauce. He sat back down gloomily. The steamer pot didn't smell good anymore. He wanted to criticize Li Yi. For example, he lowered the price of the soy sauce and the 100 boiled eggs. Uncle Sanlang and I are here. They said you were in the cafeteria. Empress Wang's voice came at this moment. Li Chengqi looked up. Yao Chong turned his head. When he saw them, his hands trembled and his chopsticks fell to the ground. Empress Wang and Li Longji came in and saw Li Chengqi and Yao Chong at the same time. Ah, big brother is also here. Who is this? Empress Wang pointed at Yao Chong and asked unkindly. Sister-in-law, the old man came to visit Zhuangzi today. He couldn't go back because of the heavy rain, so he needs to stay overnight. Li Yi stood up and pulled a chair. Li Longji looked at Yao Chong. Hello, old man. Let's eat together. Yao Chong felt a strong murderous aura. It was the kind that could kill. This chair and table are good. After a long time, Yao Chong squeezed out a sentence. Chapter 37. As Yao Chong spoke, he touched the chair and found that it was indeed quite good. The chair and table were foldable. They were Li Yi's things for long periods of time. Nowadays, chairs had backrests, but they were made of pure wood instead of metal. Otherwise, there were only chairs, praying mats, folding stools, and benches. There was also something special for backrests, which was the upper part of the chair. Find a place to lean on and support it, then sit cross-legged on the ground. Generally, only rich people had them. Ordinary people could only eat by squatting. Brother Yi, let's eat in your courtyard. Li Longji didn't want to eat in the cafeteria. There were too many people. What if something was heard? Third brother is right. This old man insisted on eating in the cafeteria. Li Chengqi sold out Yao Chong. Yao Chong was angry. Li Yi politely said to Yao Chong, old man, let's eat together? These two brothers of mine are both relatives of the emperor. Okay. Yao Chong wanted to go as if he didn't understand the hint. So what if they're relatives of the emperor? I'm the prime minister. It's just a meal. Why can't I eat with his majesty? You silly boy, relatives of the emperor? So the 5 people returned to Li Yi's courtyard. The eunuchs and palace maids were in place. They brought water to wash their hands and were responsible for putting the dishes on the table. Then they retreated far away. They shouldn't listen to things that they shouldn't hear. Yao Chong felt a toothache. Is Li Yi an external minister? I can't eat with his majesty and the empress unless it's a special occasion. Third brother and sister-in-law came in the rain. Do you feel unwell? Cui Lu, bring the thermometer and take my sister-in-law to check alone. Li Yi naturally cared about their health. Cui Lu agreed and brought Empress Wang in. Li Longji directly stuffed the thermometer under his armpit. While waiting, he said to Li Yi, how do we solve the problem of dampness in the rain? Third brother, you can put the pieces of charcoal in small bags and place them in every corner of the house, especially the damp areas. In addition to charcoal, lime and quicklime can also be stored in small bags to absorb moisture. But there are too many bags of quicklime. We need to open the windows to prevent the quicklime from heating up when it comes into contact with water. Li Yi proposed 2 methods, the latter of which had requirements. I'll try it when we get home, Li Longji said with a smile. He reached out and touched Li Yi's head. Li Yi. Why couldn't he avoid it? Yao Chong. So the dampness in the house can be solved this way? His Majesty asked as soon as he arrived, and Li Yi answered directly. If you sweat a lot, especially under your armpits, what if your clothes get wet? Li Longji asked again. Let me take a look, Li Yi said as he washed his hands again. Then, he put his hand under Li Longji's armpit. He took it out, looked at it, smelled it and washed his hands. Third brother, it's not a big deal. If you still feel uncomfortable, you can use that cloth to cushion your armpits or make clothes. Today, I'll plant the seeds that Big Brother found in the manor. When the time comes, I'll weave comfortable cloth and send it to Big Brother, Third Brother, and other brothers. Li Yi explained the situation and mainly used clothes to adjust it. Do you have medicine? Li Longji asked again. Medicine. Raw astragalus, stir-fried atractylodes macrocephala. Add fong powder. And use honey to make big honey pills. Take it orally. 5 portions of raw astragalus, 2 portions each of stir-fried atractylodes macrocephala and fong. Li Yi gave him the prescription. There were many of these in the system. He would occasionally read it when he was studying medicine. When he was studying Western medicine, he would learn Chinese medicine. He was used to it. Yao Chong listened on the side and understood why His Majesty and the Empress always went to Li Yi and Zhuangzi. They were just chatting before the meal, but this young man answered whatever His Majesty asked. He answered every question. It was too scary. How did he learn? Even if he started learning when he was in his mother's womb, he couldn't have learned so many skills, right? Li Chengqi saw Yao Chong's surprised look and looked at him with disdain. He thought to himself, Prime Minister, huh? Li Yi went out of the kitchen and came back with hot hand-grilled mutton and lamb face in half a quarter of an hour. Not long after, Empress Wang also came out. Holding the thermometer in her hand, she looked around and said, Uncle, I'll keep this. Sister-in-law, just use it. Li Yi didn't care. Li Longji took out his thermometer. Li Yi taught him how to read it. It was 36. 6 degrees. No problem. He also gave this thermometer. Do you drink? Li Yi asked Yao Chong. Sorry to trouble Li Dongzhu. Yao Chong said. Li Chengqi and Li Yi also drank. Li Longji and Empress Wang drank soup. Empress Wang was taking medicine to see if she could have a baby. She didn't drink. Yao Chong was indeed hungry. He was also a little cold. It was raining outside, so he didn't wear many clothes. He drank a mouthful of wine first, then the soup and the steam pot chicken. He let out a long breath and felt better. Turning his head, he remembered something and said to Li Yi, Li Dongzhu, I have cramps in my legs and sweat at night. Sometimes my body aches. What's wrong with me? Li Yi was in a difficult position. He felt that many diseases were suitable for this question. However, looking at the old man's complexion and the way he walked, he gave the diagnosis with the highest probability. Do you drink milk? Li Yi asked. Li Dongzhu, what do you mean? Yao Chong was angry. Don't worry, don't worry. Li Yi opened his hands and made a small gesture of surrender. Listen to Brother Yi. Li Longji said. Sir, do you drink milk from cows and goats? Do you eat kuanbiyu? There are sour horns in the south. They should be sold in Chang'an. Do you eat chicken liver and pig liver? If you don't eat much, eat more. Take advantage of the sunny weather and bask in the sun outside. Li Yi gave a solution. He judged that the old man lacked calcium. He could directly give a comprehensive calcium tablet, but why? It would cost his lifespan. Is that so? Yao Chong understood. He gave a prescription, but it was all about food and basking in the sun. I'm sorry for offending you. I'll give it a try when I get back. Yao Chong cupped his fist. He believed most of it and wanted to ask the medical doctors. Uncle, the pillows in your house are better for me to sleep. I'll take a few back. What's inside? Empress Wang was afraid that Yao Chong would feel awkward and changed the topic. Rice husks and wheat bran. It's slightly tighter when you're filling it. It'll be soft when you sleep. It's more comfortable than ceramic pillows, wooden pillows and silk pillows. Li Yi introduced the pillows in Zhuangzi. He liked this kind of pillow. Press the two sides of the pillow and the middle one would be hard. Then move the head on the pillow and adjust it. In summer, there was no quilt to hug, so he prepared an extra pillow. It was cool and comfortable to hug. Yao Chong listened at the side and took note of the various foods that Li Yi mentioned. Then, he suddenly found that he was very willing to stay on Zhuangzi. He would have the answer to anything he asked. Moreover, Zhuangzi looked very warm and warm. There was no fighting and scheming. Wasn't the manor in front of him exactly what he had imagined in his dreams? The young man beside him was always so cheerful as if nothing could stop him. Even the farmers often smiled. If every household in the Tang dynasty was like this. Yao Chong suddenly shivered and dared not to think about it. That would be the golden age of the Tang dynasty. It was no wonder that His Majesty and the Empress always wanted to go to Zhuangzi to eat together and talk. They were in a good mood. Old man, do you like to eat fish? Li Yi drank a mouthful of wine and remembered that the old man lacked calcium. There was no other way. It was a professional habit. Yes, steamed fish is okay, but it's not good to make it fishy. Yao Chong answered honestly with a look of expectation. I have a good idea. Ask the servant to fry the fish in soybean oil first. Don't let the fish be too big. It can't fit in a pot. Fry it until it's golden brown on both sides. Add some onion and ginger slices. If possible, add soy sauce and some wine. Generally, half a bowl is enough. Cover the pot and boil it on high heat. Then simmer it on low heat. Then add the juice on high heat. It's delicious. Li Yi taught Yao Chong how to cook the fish. Li Longji, Empress Wang, and Li Qingqi were all listening. When it came to eating, they had nothing to say to Brother Yi. They just needed to do as he said. Yao Chong was fine with other things, but when he heard about soy sauce he felt uncomfortable. What did he mean by adding soy sauce if possible? Your family can eat soy sauce casually, but mine is very expensive. Chapter 38. Brother Yi, wait a moment. Let me write it down. Li Chengqi skillfully entered Li Yi's study room and found something. He first wrote down the medicine for his third brother, then wrote down the food Yao Chong should eat, and lastly how to cook the fish. Elder, here you are. Li Chengqi handed the paper to Yao Chong. Yao Chong cupped his fist. Thank you, Song, for the gift. Li Chengqi thought for a while and wrote another one. He glanced at Yao Chong and Li Longji. Li Longji understood. He took this one and gave it to the retired emperor. Yao Chong's eyes were fixed on the two words soy sauce on the paper. He had a lot of things to say. In the end he sighed, soy sauce. While speaking he looked at Li Longji, which meant, Your Majesty, I want to eat this fish. There is no soy sauce. You can do as you see fit. Li Longji blinked twice at Yao Chong, which meant, No problem, I will give it to you later. You can continue to pretend. Brother Yi. Li Longji still had something to ask Li Yi. It was not easy for him to come here. He had to know more. Third brother, what's wrong? Li Yi cooperated. After harvesting the stalks of the rice and wheat, the cows don't like to eat them. What should we do? Li Longji asked. Generally it is mixed with beans. It is best to fry the beans and grind them into powder. Raw beans are not easy for the cows to absorb. As usual, Li Yi answered all the questions and answered all of them correctly. Then he said, "But I have a good idea. Qingchu, cut it down in summer and autumn when there is still green grass and ferment it. Cows love to eat this. Horses and sheep can also eat some sometimes. Mix it with other dry ingredients and feed it. The cows will not lose weight in winter." "Is that true?" Yao Chong shouted first. He did not know what to say. It was too strange. Just ask a random question and he would give a perfect solution in front of this young man. It looks so simple. Of course, Li Yi said matter-of-factly. "Brother Yi, please write down Qingchu's method," Li Longji said expectantly. "All right." Li Yi agreed. He took a pen and paper and began to write down how to carry out the Qingchu process, and how many other ingredients should be used to feed the horses, cows, and sheep. Yao Chong trembled when he saw the words appear. It wasn't that the handwriting was good. The handwriting was in regular script. He had seen it many times, so it didn't matter. He was shocked by the content. His heartbeat quickened and his breathing quickened. He looked up at Li Longji. Li Longji smiled and nodded at him. Yao Chong nodded his head vigorously, expressing his admiration. His Majesty was indeed His Majesty. He had discovered someone with great ability. He was simply an all-rounder capable of doing what others could not. Li Chengqi understood the exchange of glances between the two and felt very hurt. "It's me. I came to take a look when I heard the children reciting the 1,000-character classic together. You only know the joy of this moment, but do you know the shock that the child brought to me that day under the morning sun? It was a kind of power that made one's heart surge. As for the children reciting the 3-character classic, it was simply the most beautiful sound in the world. Brother Yi, when I first came to Zhuangzi, now that I think about it, it's like yesterday," Li Chengqi said. Li Longji looked at him. "Brother, what do you mean? You came first, but I'm the emperor." "Yes, brother, you helped Zhuangzi a lot. If you didn't help me find connections, it wouldn't be easy for me to sell soy sauce in Zhuangzi." Li Yi was also very emotional. Life was so wonderful. To be able to meet a benefactor, it saved a lot of trouble. Moreover, Big Brother and Third Brother were not greedy for money. They just wanted to play with Zhuangzi. "Uncle, can pigs eat this thing?" Empress Wang asked when she found that there were only ingredients for horses, cows, and sheep, but no pigs. "Sister-in-law, I don't agree with giving pigs to the Qingchu. It's not that it's impossible, but it's not good for the people's livelihood. Horses, cows, and sheep are mostly used and eaten by the rich. The Qingchu needs a lot of manpower and space. Ordinary people raise fewer pigs, so it's better to harvest pigweed. When winter comes, the pigs will be killed. I gave the ratio of ingredients for horses, cows, and sheep. When people who want to raise pigs on a large scale know about it, they will naturally stock up and think about how much to add." Li Yi suggested that from the perspective of pig farmers, not everyone should use the Qingchu ingredients. It was just like how he couldn't casually force a villager to build a methane pool. In the end, even if they built it, it would be a waste of money. "Li Dongzhu, there are people who can use it and there are people who can't," Yao Chong said. "Of course. Counties are different, villages are different, and people are different. Isn't it unreasonable to make a one-size-fits-all policy? We have to adapt to the local conditions, the time, and the people. If a county is close to the water, fish can survive. If a county is inland, there are no fish to raise. If the imperial court orders all counties to raise fish, the people in the inland counties will have no way to make a living. If a person is strong, he can use his strength. If a person is weak, he can use his wisdom. Therefore, the bearers and bamboo weavers are both making a living, but they can't be ordered to carry and weave bamboo." Li Yi explained how to implement the administration to the local areas, and even to each person. This was what it meant to pacify the people, comfort the people, and educate the people. It was such a simple thing. In his era, more than 90% of the people on the internet understood that whoever made a one-size-fits-all policy would be scolded to death. But at this moment when he said it, everyone was shocked. Yao Chong stood up and bowed with his hands clasped. "Thank you, Li Dongzhu, for your teachings. Old man, you don't have to be so polite. You're not an official. You don't have to do such things for your family. Take a seat." Li Yi stood up and pressed Yao Chong down again. "Yao Chong, my family is quite big. I'm the Prime Minister, why don't I need it? Yes, old man, you should drink. Don't get drunk. Li Longji was also shocked, but he didn't express it. Seeing how agitated Yao Chong was, he was afraid that Yao Chong would reveal his identity, so he quickly warned him. Did he drink too much? Yes, Yao Chong replied. He looked at Li Yi with gleaming eyes. Empress Wang couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. She felt that it was much more fun here than in the palace. Brother E, look what I've brought you. I just buried them. It was raining heavily, so they all ran away. I dug them out, ha ha ha. Ugh. Before Li Longji and Yao Chong could recover from Li Yi's words, a person rushed in. He laughed heartily, but suddenly, as though someone had grabbed his neck, he stopped abruptly. Wang Xing had arrived. His body was drenched in rain, and he stood there with his eyes darting around. What's going on? King Song, His Majesty the Empress, why is Prime Minister Yao here too? Are you guys having a small court meeting? Wang Xing, I know you. Lower your voice, don't scare this old man. Li Chengqi reacted quickly, fearing that Wang Xing would spill the beans. Ah yes, I'll tell you slowly. Wang Xing's IQ and EQ came online at the same time. Thank you, King Song. Brother E, isn't this Supervisor Wang of the Imperial Plantation? Are you working with the Imperial Plantation now? Li Chengqi asked casually. He didn't need to act as an imperial relative, so it was normal for him to know the eunuchs of the Imperial Plantation. Li Yi also panicked. It was best not to let more people know about the matter of digging up someone's grave. Thus he continued, yes, big brother. I'm raising chickens and ducks with the Imperial Plantation now, and I'm planting wood ears. Wood ears can be planted. Big brother, third brother, do you know that? Yes, I've planted them over there. Wang Xing reacted quickly. He didn't want others to know that he had just dug up 2 people's graves and sent them over. How do you plant wood ears? How do you plant them? Yao Chong came to the rescue at the crucial moment. Everyone was afraid, so they quickly changed the topic. Chapter 39. Big brother, third brother, sister-in-law, I'll go ask him. I guess it's because of the rain and the fungus can't grow well. I'll ask Brother Wang, keep this a secret. Li Yi left the table and followed Wang Xing out. Outside in the heavy rain, Wang Xing stretched out 2 fingers too. They were buried last night and the rain was heavy. They cried and ran away. I brought some men to dig them out and finish the graves. Wang Xing did not have any complaints. Since Prime Minister Yao was here, what was the point of doing some work? Thank you, Brother Wang. Quick, follow me to the back. Li Yi brought Wang Xing and the 3 eunuchs to move the 2 corpses inside. Li Yi examined the corpses and confirmed that they were not faking their deaths. Otherwise, they would have been saved. Brother Wang, bring them to bathe. Throw away their clothes and change. We'll have a drink later. Li Yi said happily to Wang Xing, No. Brother E, after bathing and changing my clothes, I'll eat in the canteen. I have no time to entertain you. Wang Xing refused. Have a drink together? Don't joke. All right, Brother Wang, come back in 10 days. Li Yi gave a time limit. In 10 days, he had finished the 2 cadavers. It was somewhat extravagant. Wang Xing brought the 3 eunuchs to bathe happily. They had recently made a lot of money from selling steamed chicken. They just helped dig a grave, and it was not like they would not return it. It was a small matter. Li Yi took care of the 2 corpses. They must not rot. He exchanged them for formalin and placed them in the large glass cylinder that he had exchanged for earlier. Only then did he feel relieved. He was not afraid of any problems. Li Yi bowed to the 2 corpses. Thank you. I'm sorry to have disturbed you. Your contributions will definitely bring medicine to new heights and save more lives. I will treat everyone who needs treatment with pure professionalism. I will do my best and not hesitate. At this moment, Li Yi was solemn and dignified. Then he strode out. When Li Longji and the rest saw Li Yi again, they found that his temperament was different. His gaze was more determined. Even if his clothes were wet, he did not look embarrassed. I'll go change first, Li Yi said as he ran into the house. Your Majesty, is there something going on? Yao Chong was more sensitive. It's fine. Li Longji denied without thinking. It was fine even if something happened. Your Majesty, I still want Li Yi to enter the imperial court, even if I don't want to. Li Longji refused again, not giving Prime Minister Yao any face. He was not like this in the past. But Your Majesty, his abilities. Zhen and the Empress can come here a few more times. Li Longji gave a solution. Whenever he had nothing to do, he would come over and bring the Empress along. If he wanted to ask anything, he would ask. Anyway, Brother Yi seemed to know everything. Li Qingqi chimed in, Yao Xiang, don't even think about Brother Yi. Do you think you're the only one who thinks he's good? How about this? You go home and cook fish. I'll make soy sauce for you. King Song, are you trying to bribe this minister? Yao Chong glared at Wang Chong. He wanted to settle all the grudges he had with King Song. Don't you know how many times you have looked at me with disdain? Soy sauce isn't worth much. How can it be considered as a bribe? Isn't that right, third brother? Li Qingqi asked. As soon as he spoke of this, Yao Chong's temper flared up. Soy sauce isn't worth much? How could you say something like that? King Song, have some shame. Yuanji, bring 20 jin of soy sauce from the palace tomorrow to cook fish. Li Longji said. He was worried that something might happen to Yao Chong. His health was important, and soy sauce wasn't worth much. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yao Chong felt like crying. He didn't know if he was crying because of the good stuff His Majesty gave him, or because the good stuff wasn't that valuable. Why was a drop of soy sauce from the cafeteria in Zhuangzi so hard to come by? This Li Yi was too smart. He turned soy sauce into a tribute and even pulled the Empress to sell the 100 boiled eggs together. He gave up 70% of the profits just like that. What a heartless person. Why would a young man do such a thing? Come. I took some time to peel a reed just now. Soak the skin in vinegar. Have a taste. Li Yi came out just as Yao Chong was feeling conflicted. He even brought out a plate of radish skin. Yao Chong looked at the radish skin and didn't feel like eating it. He asked, why isn't the reed used to make dishes? It's just chafing. I didn't store enough ice last winter, so I couldn't bear to use it to suppress the reed. Once the temperature was high, the reed would come into contact with too much oxygen and lose its water content. Thus it chafed. Li Yi tried to reason with them, but no one understood. Li Yi felt that the name reed was a little awkward, so he said, I call the reed radish. It's written in the Qiming Encyclopedia, but the planting method is similar to that of pine, so the yield isn't high. Li Longji and the others didn't care about the fact that the reed was called radish. However, when they heard Li Yi say that it was the same as that of pine, the yield wasn't high. Li Longji asked, is there a way to increase the yield? There is. Li Yi answered. Yao Chong raised his hand to his forehead. He was worried. He knew everything. When he became an official in the future, he wouldn't be able to control him. Yao Chong still wanted to control Li Yi, but he didn't know that Li Yi and Li Longji had degraded him. We grow radishes here. Usually, they are planted at the end of summer and the beginning of autumn. They are harvested at the end of autumn and the beginning of winter. Li Yi began to speak. In fact, he was reading from the book. Otherwise, he wouldn't have memorized this kind of knowledge. Now, he didn't even know how to memorize it. When he had time, he would read medical books. He had to memorize medical books so that he could quickly remember when he encountered an illness. The eunuch wrote at the side. Li Yi didn't speak quickly. The eunuch also wrote a lot of wrong words, but it was already good. At least, the palace maids and eunuchs who were assigned to Zhuangzi could write. When they had free time, the palace maids and eunuchs would look for books to read. When they were rotated, they could also take a few books and soy sauce with them. Then they would wait for the first 3 shifts to be rotated. The 4th shift would be transferred back. There were a total of 16 people. If anyone didn't perform well and was replaced by someone else, it would be useless even if they cried to death. They talked while eating, and the young eunuch wrote. It was still raining outside. Li Longji listened to the sound of the rain and showed a sad expression. I don't know how many people's wheat will become moldy. Third brother Yi had a method just now. Use salt. If it rains for days, the wheat can't be dried out. But 200 caddies of wheat can be mixed with 3 caddies of salt. When the time comes, a lot of salt can be sifted out. Li Chengqi remembered what he asked before. Yao Chong echoed, that's right. The wheat that the Zhang family village harvested later has already been properly settled in Master Li's manor. Any kind of salt is fine? Li Longji didn't doubt whether the method was right. He cared about the salt used. Naturally, fine salt is the best. But fine salt is difficult to recover after use, and the price is high. It's better to use coarse salt. Li Yi was not satisfied with any kind of salt from the Tang dynasty. When he made soap in Zhuangzi, he also processed the salt and turned it into fine salt. Unfortunately, there was no iodine to add. Thinking of iodine, Li Yi said to everyone, in summer, eat more spinach and celery. The oysters by the sea are not valuable. You can ask someone to dry them and ship them here. Li Yi wanted everyone to supplement iodine. As for another good iodine supplement, kelp, now called kunbu, was very expensive. Clams were also expensive, but not many people ate oysters. Seaweed was expensive even in the world of artificial farming, let alone here. People by the sea didn't eat oysters, just like how they didn't eat sea cabbage. Only later did things become valuable. Sea cabbage, which was used to feed ducks, became a delicious side dish. Many people called oysters, and it was no longer something that poor people ate when they were hungry. Li Yi said and thought, and he slandered himself. He wanted to eat seafood, but kunbu didn't want it. How could kelp be better than scallops? Chapter 40. The two eunuchs rubbed their wrists when they finished writing about growing radishes. Empress Wang gave the eunuchs and the eunuchs a pot with a chicken in it. The four of them looked at Li Longji. Although they were in charge of the imperial harem and Gao Lisher's power was not as great as Empress Wang's, the emperor was here. Eat. Sister-in-law gave it to you. Li Yi ordered. I'm Dongzhu. Why are you looking at others in Zhuangzi? The four of them were indeed hungry. They first filled a small bowl with chicken soup, and then used chopsticks to dig out the soft meat. Brother Yi, are the things you mentioned worthless at the seaside? Li Qingqi was concerned. Yes, especially the oysters in the sea. They look like kumpo but are different. They are 1 inch wide and a few feet long. The edges are like centipede legs. Both of them can be dried in the sun or in the shade. I'll draw a picture. You will know after you see it. Li Yi felt that it was too troublesome to explain, so he directly used a brush to draw the oysters with and without the shell. He also did not know the name of the sea cabbage now. Uncle, is it delicious? Empress Wang looked at the picture and asked about the taste. It's delicious when I make it. It's not easy to get neck disease after eating it. Those with neck disease should not eat it. Oh, old man, it's good for your health to eat these. Li Yi introduced the effect and said something to Yao Chong. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. What else could Yao Chong say? Since the other party had given him the method, he should get it quickly. Brother Yi, can these two make money? Li Qingqi asked. He made a lot of money by extracting soybean oil. When it was promoted, other people would also start to extract soybean oil and he would not be able to make much money. The prince's residents also had expenses and wanted to buy good things. It's profitable. In winter, oysters with shells can be preserved for a long time. It's especially profitable. Li Yi nodded. No. Yao Chong was angry. How can you let the people benefit for you? He criticized. Li Chengqi curled his lips. Li couldn't take it anymore. You're just an old man who came here to eat and drink for free. I even gave you a prescription and you still want to control what I do? Besides, what do you know? Old man, I mean what you said is wrong. Li Yi immediately corrected himself. Yao Chong glared at him. Little bastard, you dare to scold the prime minister? Do you believe that I will arrest you and punish you? Aha! Li Longji coughed and changed the subject. Brother Yi, don't you think it's a waste of manpower and resources? It's not like we're taking it for free. Big brother and I will buy some back first. When there are more people in Chong who like to eat, and the price is as high as kunbu, the sea people will naturally get money. The high price of kunbu lies in the fact that it is not artificially farmed. Harvesting it requires too much manpower. Oysters, see. I call it sea cabbage. These two are easy to get. Soy sauce is expensive. It's not that the cost of soy sauce is high. It's just that there are fewer of them. More people are willing to eat oysters and sea cabbage, and the price will increase accordingly. Apart from fishing and boiling the sea for salt, the sea people will also get more benefits. Li Yi explained the simple supply and demand relationship to Li Longji and the others. If the goods sold well, the people by the sea would earn more money. Yao Chong lowered his head, wishing that he could cover his face with both hands. He understood what Li Yi had said, and it was just as Li Yi had said. Thus he felt that he was a disgrace. As the prime minister, he couldn't differentiate and think of such a small matter. He secretly raised his head, and immediately became angry. King Song, what's with your expression? Are you looking down on me? I'll impeach you. Li Chengqi felt the murderous aura and turned his head away, avoiding Yao Chong. Brother Yi is a genius. Li Longji spoke again. Don't make a fuss. Especially Prime Minister Yao. If you fall sick from anger, my brother Yi will have to save you. Li Longji was confident that if anyone fell sick in front of Brother Yi would be able to save them. Li Yi said casually, it's just making money. It's just a small matter. What's the big matter? Yao Chong asked. The people are the most important, the country comes second, and the monarch is the least important. Li Yi answered. He continued, therefore the people are the most important. For the Tang dynasty, even if I'm rich, it's not as good as hiding my wealth among the people. When the people are rich, the country will be rich. Wealth is not limited to one person. When the people are strong, the country will be strong. Strength is not temporary. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and only the sound of the wind and rain outside the window could be heard. After a while, Li Longji, who said that he didn't drink, poured himself some wine and held the bowl with both hands. Brother Yi, a toast to you. Li Chengqi hurriedly held his bowl. Brother Yi. Yao Chong took a deep breath and held his bowl with both hands. Li Dongzhu. Li Yi. What are you doing? Is it necessary? What did I say? You guys are overreacting. Thinking of this, he was forced to hold the wine. Everyone toasted each other and gulped down the wine. Li Yi was depressed. I didn't eat much and you want me to drink until I'm full? I'll wake up in the middle of the night because of hunger. His heart and liver were scratching, and it was very uncomfortable. Ha ha ha. Li Longji held the empty bowl and laughed. Yao Chong also smiled. Empress Wang reached out and rubbed Li Yi's head. When she was satisfied, she let go and Li Yi tied his hair again. Yao Chong looked at Li Longji with admiration again. Li Chengqi continued to despise Yao Chong. Good brother Yi, you're very good. Li Longji was in a good mood. There was a relaxed expression on his face and joy in his eyes. If Li Yi's words were said by someone else, Li Longji would have added a series of question marks behind it. But if Li Yi said it, Li Longji believed it. If a person did not serve the country or the people, why would he throw away so many good things? Third brother, you flatter me. When everyone is rich, I can earn more money. Otherwise, who can I earn money from? Li Yi said modestly. Li Chengqi and Yao Chong continued to drink. Li Longji lowered his head and ate the mutton. The mutton was cold, so the palace maid Chui Lu warmed it up. The meal lasted until 9 o'clock in the evening. Only then did they return to their rooms. Li Longji and Empress Wang were doing business. Li Chengqi used the biogas lamp to analyze the things he bought from the beach. Li Yi fell into a deep sleep. Yao Chong tossed and turned, unable to sleep. It was not because the bed and pillow were uncomfortable, nor was the room too damp. The impact on him was too great. How can there be such a person? He knows everything. Is Zhuge Liang still alive? Is it Yin Lushang or Guanzhong? No, it should be Fan Li Zhongliangji and Xiao Himu. Yao Chong murmured and thought of a vague position. He was suddenly shocked. Did I give that young man such a high evaluation? The next morning the rain was lighter. Everyone went to the cafeteria for breakfast. Today there was porridge, steamed buns, pies, wontons, youtiao, soy milk, and tofu pudding. Small salted vegetables of wild vegetables were placed in a row, together with red fermented bean curd and salted dried tofu. A large group of children, wearing the same clothes and carrying the same school bags, sat together and ate with their heads lowered. They had milk and an extra 100 boiled round egg. Yao Chong looked at the children and felt happy. They were too beautiful. This was hope. When he saw the 100 boiled round egg sigh. The others ate steamed buns dipped in garlic sauce. Some poured some vinegar. 5 people sat at a rectangular table. The 4 people from the palace ate with their heads lowered. More than a dozen people from the Zhang family's village came to check the wheat that was harvested in the rain yesterday. Seeing that it was dry, 2 people ran back to the village to tell the others the good news. The rest of the people ate in the cafeteria. On the other side were 42 students who had cleaned the cowshed, pigsty, and chicken and duck house early in the morning. All the food was placed there. Whoever ate as much as they wanted. As he watched, Yao Chong, who thought he could remain calm, had tears in his eyes. At this moment his heart was in turmoil. Especially when the children finished eating. Each of them held a cartoon umbrella, lined up and sang as they walked out. Yao Chong's tears dripped down. Little boy, carrying a school bag to school, not afraid of the sun, not afraid of the wind and rain. Listening to the song, the students stood up. Those who had classes cupped their fists to their colleagues. It's my turn today. Don't worry, I will teach them well. Let's encourage each other. The others returned the salute. Old man, what do you think? Li Longji asked Yao Chong. The reason why he came to the cafeteria to eat was to see the children's appearance when they went to school. Even if the court was difficult with the children singing, there was nothing to be afraid of. Yao Chong wiped his tears. The world is always like this. Li Dongzhu, you have the qualifications to be conferred the title of Marquis. Li Yi shook his head. I don't want to be conferred the title of Marquis. I hope Haibo will be peaceful. Chapter 41. After Li Yi spoke, the surroundings became quiet again. Several people looked at Li Yi in a daze, unable to calm down. Everyone didn't know how to express their feelings. They were all thinking about Li Yi's words that he was willing to let more people be rich. Hearing this, they sighed with emotion. Li Dongzhu is benevolent and righteous. He even used grass ashes and salt to make the wheat moist. Isn't that so? I was on tenterhooks last night. Looking at it today, it's fine. Our village is blessed to be next to the Li family Zhuangzi. In the future, the Li family Zhuangzi will find people to help. Whoever doesn't go will be chased out of the village and removed from their records. They won't be allowed to enter the ancestral grave after death. Yes, they won't be allowed to enter the ancestral grave. The people from the Zhang family village who came to see the situation spoke as they ate. Li Yi trembled in fear. In this era, death was already scary enough. What was even scarier was not being allowed to enter the ancestral grave. Many women would risk their lives to be able to enter the ancestral shrine with their husbands to pay respects to their ancestors. Wives could enter, but concubines couldn't. Concubines could only wipe their tears. Some wives couldn't. The elders wouldn't let them, and they would commit suicide. So, digging up other people's graves and poaching people for practice once caught. When Li Longji and the others heard this, they weren't afraid. It had nothing to do with them. Instead, they felt that the Zhang family village was right to do this. How much did Brother Yi help you? The things he made were used for nothing. He even braved the heavy rain to harvest wheat for you. He did his own work and materials so that the wheat wouldn't go moldy. The vineyard hired your people, not sent people to watch over them and beat them when they came. The fifth branch's mill still needs to be dismantled and shaved. The ditch is almost flat. It's still too little. Not all stones can be used to chisel and grind. Chiseling and grinding is a skill. If you ask someone to chisel, you'll have to give a lot of wheat. The people from the Zhang family village talked about the mill again. Li Longji suddenly had a bad taste and asked Yao Chong, "Old sir, do you know why we need to use the mill?" Yao Chong returned a bitter look. "What do you mean, Your Majesty? Last time I embarrassed myself by threshing. This time you want to embarrass me again? Humph! Do you think I'm stupid? After that day I specifically asked someone. Haha. Remove the wheat husks." Yao Chong answered with a knowing look. Following that, he continued, "Other than using a stone mill, you can only use a stone jar and a stone pillar. Place the rice and wheat inside and pound them until the husks are removed." Of course, Li Longji replied with a single word. He didn't make things difficult for Yao Xiang, so there was less fun. Yao Chong was indignant. He rolled his eyes and turned to look at Li Yi. "I heard that Li Dongzhu is always in favor of agriculture. If there is no stone mill, can he make a new divine tool to pound grains?" Yao Chong asked, waiting to see a joke. "Isn't Li Yi very powerful? You can answer whatever they ask you. Come, now that you don't have the money to buy a stone mill, and you still want to peel the husks of the rice and wheat, it's your turn. Don't tell me you can't do it, Humph." Li Yi was soaking the deep-fried dough sticks in soy milk. Otherwise, the deep-fried dough sticks would be crispy, and he would accidentally break his upper jaw. This soy milk and deep-fried dough sticks were a perfect match. Hearing the old man's question, he stopped and turned to look. Brother Wang-san, don't eat first. Please bring me the grain that I made a few days ago. It's the thing made of bamboo, wood and mud. Also, get some wheat. Ask 2 people to push it. It's tiring to push it alone. The person next to him stood up and rushed out without saying a word. Yao Chong. His head was full of question marks again. What does this mean? You have it? You made it? Bamboo, wood and mud are enough? Can you do this? You have it when I ask you? I want to fly, send me to the sky. Ha ha ha. Empress Wang covered her mouth and laughed. She stretched out her hand and naturally placed it on Li Yi's head and rubbed it. Li Chengqi's face was facing the canteen at a 45-degree angle, but his eyes were squinting at Yao Chong. His meaning was self-evident. Yao Chong stared at him. Ha. Li Longji ate the fermented bean curd. He found this new thing delicious. Li Yi tied his hair again. He didn't understand what their expressions meant. After a while, Brother Wang-san, who had just gone out, came in with 4 people holding large umbrellas. They pushed something on a flatbed cart. The villagers glanced at it and continued eating. They knew what it was. It was made by Dongzhu. They also knew that they had to give it to others for free. Dongzhu, everything is here, Brother Wang-san reported. Thank you, Brother Wang-san. Li Yi thanked him. He stood up and asked someone to carry the things down from the upper floor. He introduced, it's hard to find good stone millstones and stone carvings. I used bamboo to form a circle and filled it with soil. Then, I placed the wooden pieces like the grooves of the millstone and pressed them into the soil. Press the soil with all your strength. This way, it will become the millstone under the millstone. Make another one. Do the same thing. It will become the millstone above the millstone. When the soil hardens, it will be as good as the millstone. Moreover, with the addition of a connecting rod, one person can push and pull it. This thing is called a grain husk. It doesn't need to be so big to grind wheat. This is made bigger to grind rice better. This thing is called a husk. Takes some time to make. It needs to be dry before it can be used. The other kind is simple. It is called a wood husk. It is directly made of wood and is good for soldiers on the march. A wood husk can only grind very dry rice or wheat. A husk can grind wet rice or wheat. Generally, a stone husk can grind out 200 stones of rice or wheat before it spoils. A wood husk can only be used by people with strength. A woman with a husk can also be used by weak people. Li Yi's words were not so polite. He said it for the people in the Zhang family's village to hear. After that, the people in the Zhuangzi village put the wheat grains into the basket above. There was a hole in the basket to let the wheat grains flow down. One person stood there and stretched his arm forward and back. The connecting rod rotated around the whole basket. The wheat husk separated from the wheat kernels and came out from the gap. Not long after, a pile of wheat husks were removed. The person pushed and pushed. It was not tiring at all. It was even easier than the millstone. There should be a rope hanging from the top. It doesn't need much strength to push. Li Yi pointed at a place on the push rod and said, the ground chaff or bran doesn't need to be spread out. It can be blown with a fan cart. It was used in the Western Han Dynasty, but I didn't see it now, so I made it. The ground chaff can be poured into the fan cart. The fan cart will rotate and the bran will be blown out. 2 of the 2 can be used, so you can use the foot cart and the water wheel. Li Chengqi answered excitedly. Yao Chong wiped his sweat. He had a lot to say in his heart. In other words, it was fuck from threshing, shelling and blowing the dust. Everything will be integrated when it reaches the river. If you can't find the river, you can use the foot to step on it. Young Dongzhu, do you have to be so ruthless? The people in the Zhang family's village were stunned. There was no need for a millstone. It was just a toy. Anyone could grind it. The people in the Zhuangzi village took a look and ate their own food. Was there a need to think about the things made by Dongzhu? It was guaranteed to be good. Who is the owner of this place? There was nothing that he couldn't make. We have toothpaste and toothbrushes. You don't know that when you brush, there will be a lot of bubbles, right? Big brother, third brother, I have drawn the blueprint. Bring the real thing back and help me promote it. Li Yi turned his head and said to Li Changqi and Li Longji, "This thing was from the Heavenly Works Keifu. There were pictures and words. They just needed to follow them." Li Longji walked around the table and stood in front of Li Yi. Suddenly he reached out, picked up Li Yi and spun him around. He spun him 5 times in a row before putting him down. Li Longji patted Li Yi's shoulder and touched his head. "Brother Yi, do you know what this set of tools means?" "It means that we are still far from the combined harvester." Li Yi was confused and mumbled, "Yes, it's a good name. Combined harvester." Li Longji took it out of context. "Li Dongzhu." A person in the Zhang family's village said to Li Yi carefully. Li Yi was shocked. "Don't kneel. I will teach you. Then I will make it by the river. If you don't want to do it yourself, you can grind it there. If you kneel, I won't give it to you." Chapter 42. The people of Zhuangzi of the Zhang family were also shocked. They stood there and looked at Li Yi. They had mixed feelings now. The good stuff was in front of them, but whether they could get it or not depended on Dongzhu's words. Yao Chong kept sighing. He was not sighing because he did not make things difficult for Li Yi. He was sighing for the people of the Tang dynasty. Since the establishment of the Tang dynasty, they had been using many things of the previous dynasty, including the imperial examination and farming techniques. Later, the imperial examination was abandoned. There was a Shuotsai subject. They were recommended by qualified people in the local area, and then went to Chang, and to take a separate examination. It did not matter whether the questions were difficult or not. The important thing was that the examiner deliberately made things difficult. Once the recommended person did not pass the examination, the person who recommended would have to take the blame. So later, when the local area wanted to recommend someone, they had to know who would be the chief examiner. After many changes, the Shuotsai subject was completely abandoned in the end. A channel to skip the grade selection was gone. There was a lack of education and there was no need to say much about farming. What the previous dynasty used, the people now used the same. They did not know how to make good things. The Sanongsi and the Ministry of Works became decorations. The Ministry of Works repaired the river, and the Sanongsi was in a mess. No one knew what they were doing all day. At the most difficult time, a young Dongzhu appeared. The curved plow, the magical tool for reaping wheat, the magical tool for threshing, and the amazing thing that replaced the stone mill today. The young man also said that there was a fan cart. People in the Western Han used it. Then why did no one take it out? Why did no one know about such good things? Did the Sanongsi want to die? Yao Chong felt that he had missed a lot. He was old. If he had done it a few years earlier, make it later and put it by the river, the people in the village will have to work harder to carry the wheat. Li Yi said to the people in the Zhang family's village gently. The people in the Zhang family's village all nodded with tears in their eyes. They wanted to cry. For many years, every time the farming season was busy, someone would fall ill from exhaustion. They would die if they found an ordinary doctor. It was very difficult to find a doctor, let alone a doctor. In fact, those who died from exhaustion were sick and had to drag their sick bodies to work in the field, until one of them fell down and could no longer stand up. There was no need for that in the future. He had a whole set of good stuff to use. I'll go back and tell them not to worry anymore. One of the villagers didn't even bother to eat. He shouted and ran into the rain without even putting on his straw raincoat. At this time, the villagers who were eating were no longer dissatisfied, because when they saw the people of the Zhang clan's village crying, they also felt uncomfortable. They were all farmers. Wasn't it just because Dongzhu brought out something good? It wasn't like they were waiting for someone else. Seeing how others were suffering, how could they not use it? It was all bitter and difficult. The nearby villagers who were eating stood up and comforted the people of the Zhang family village. The bitter days are over. Don't cry, smile. Dongzhu made a lot of these things. When the weather clears up, take them to the Ba River, connect them to the water wheel, and use them freely. Don't cry. The villager comforted the villagers, but as he spoke, he began to cry. Then, everyone in the cafeteria wiped away their tears. They thought of their previous lives, which were simply inhumane. Li Longji stood there, his fists tightly clenched. This was his world. The people cried because of a new tool. It could be seen how difficult it was in the past. Singing and dancing? Haha. Li Yi's expression was calm because he knew that everyone's life would be better in the future. What was the use of crying now? It was better to think about what better things there were. For example, the Chinese medicine prescriptions in the future. If they didn't have it now, they could take it out and spread it to the Imperial Physician Department. There were many Chinese medicine. Although it wasn't as fast as Western medicine, it could cure diseases. Whoever dared to say that Chinese medicine was useless, he would slap them. Useless? Whenever there was a mass disease, Chinese medicine was always at the most critical position. Even the United Nations didn't dare to say that Chinese medicine was useless. He waited for everyone to cry for a while and vent their emotions. He said, "Sit down and relax. Don't be in a hurry to eat. Think about the good things in the future." The villagers were obedient. They wiped their tears and sat down. One by one, they were really thinking about their happy lives in the future. Some people actually laughed out loud as they thought about it. The people in the Zhang family's village stopped crying and circled around the mill. They reached out and carefully touched it. They put wheat grains on it and pushed it. Sure enough, there was still some strength left. They could push bigger dolls and women. The stone mill was very heavy. Without animals, they could only rely on people to grind it. They couldn't grind much in a day. The key was that this thing could be connected to the water wheel. The water wheel rotated without anyone controlling it. Baby, weave a basket and put the soil in it. Use wood to embed grooves for the mill. Good skill. Later, the village will set up a longevity tablet and worship it every day. The leader of the villagers had a smile on his face. Then he wanted to set up a memorial tablet for Li Yi. Li Longji was jealous. He was happy when he heard the tributes, but he knew that it was Brother Yi's credit. The people in other places didn't know who did it, but the Zhang family's village saw it. When Li Yi heard that he wanted to set up a memorial tablet for him, the first person he thought of was the emperor. He quickly waved his hand. "Don't set up any memorial tablet. If I do, I won't let you use it." Yao Chong nodded. "Yes, don't set it up. I don't have anyone to set it up for me. A young man from Zhuangzi is eating incense in Dongzhu. Can you bear it?" "No," Li Dongzhu said. "No, then we won't set it up. The people in the village miss you every day." The people in the Zhang family's village immediately changed their words. Don't miss me. My ears are uncomfortable." Li Yi refused again. He changed the topic. "How about you raise chickens? There are bran. The weather is hot and there is a lot of grass. I have chickens and ducks. How much for one?" The villagers knew that Zhuangzi had a flock of chickens and ducks. There were also people in the village who raised them. It was just a few. "It's free." Li Yi was generous again. "How can that be?" The villagers didn't agree. The farmers didn't eat. Look, they supported the villagers. Yes, they couldn't give it for free. If they gave too much, it would be hatred. If they couldn't repay the favor, it would be hatred. If they didn't give anything in the future, it would still be hatred. Li Yi smiled. "When I said it's free, I'm not giving it for free. Help me raise the chickens and ducks. If they die, bring them back to me. If they lay eggs, give me one of them. You can keep the other one. I have a way to raise insects. Can be fed to chickens and ducks. If they lay more eggs and the eggshells are not soft, the chickens and ducks will grow faster." Li Yi first mentioned the conditions and then the method. Raising chickens to eat insects. You can even raise insects? The villagers were surprised. Yao Chong scratched his head and looked at Li Longji. Sure enough, Her Majesty looked over and seemed to be asking, "Do you know how to do it?" Yao Chong lowered his head. "Why should I know how to do it? There are so many things in the world. Can I know everything? Your Majesty, find someone and ask who. Li Yi doesn't count. Who can know everything? Sit down and eat." The people in Zhuangzi said, "We have already raised insects. They are easy to manipulate. I will teach them to you later." At this moment, the farmers were willing to give them a solution because they had to bring back half of the eggs that the chickens and ducks laid. The villagers went back and looked at the rain outside through the open door. They slowly ate. A ray of sunlight shone in at this time. The sky was about to clear up. Chapter 43. Li Yi did not stand under the sun. He did not need to elevate himself so much. His purpose was simple, to increase his lifespan. He wanted to turn the entire Zhang village into his development base. Zhuangzi was still too small. 1,000 mu of land was not enough to do anything. The Zhang village was big. The mulberry forest, jujube forest, hemp field, courtyard and dry land could be used. In other people's eyes there was so much land that they could not finish the work. In Li Yi's eyes there was a big development. If the officials wanted the people to do something, it would take a lot of effort. There were elders in the village to stop them. The old men were very powerful. If it was him, it would not be a problem. With such a big benefit, the villagers were confident. If he asked them to cut down the trees, they would dare. As for raising chickens and ducks, it was calculated by the ratio of input to output. The calculation of input must include the cost of labor. Labor had to be idle to raise. Li Yi wanted to find out how many laborers there were in the Zhang village and what they did on a daily basis. Reasonably allocating human resources was a science. In the process of mobilization, they would be given wages according to their work. Li Longji and the others did not know that Li Yi had a big plan. They asked Li Yi to sit back and eat. They prepared to go back later with a grain and a set of blueprints. Naturally, they would continue to send to the 22 counties of the capital. 2 oxen carrying the pole became 1 oxen dragging the plow. Then they would use lime water breeding, phosphate stone, and a new composting method to make the crops grow better. Harvesting tools like dustpans were used for harvesting. Threshers were used to beat grains. At present, the cereal in the canteen was shelled and blown into the air. The whole set, from planting to processing after harvesting, was not lacking. It was too considerate. The people who were farming suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. This year it was used in the capital. Next year it would spread to a large area. In the future, the whole Tang dynasty would probably use this set of things. There were businessmen among them who would help spread the word. The imperial court ordered the local officials to teach the people how to do it. Good days were coming. They were in a good mood and felt that the food was delicious. Then Yao Chong ate the fried dough sticks and ate the porridge. The fried dough sticks were hard and crispy, and they pierced his upper jaw. This thing is not good. If older people eat it, it's easy to get sick. Yao Chong said to Li Yi, and also let Li Yi see the blood on the deep-fried dough stick he was holding. Li Yi picked up his youtiao and soaked it in the soy milk. He took a bite and looked at Yao Chong. This old man is willing to eat porridge. Yao Chong glared at him. Li Yi sighed. He didn't want to lower himself to the old man's level, so he got up and returned to his courtyard. Not long after, he returned with a medical kit. He opened it and took out a pair of forceps and a laryngoscope. He looked for the angle of sunlight and said, "Old man, open your mouth. Let me take a look." Yao Chong opened his mouth under everyone's gaze. Li Yi reached in with the mirror and the tweezers. The upper jaw was broken, and the tweezers tore off the broken skin around it. Then he used a small ball of absorbent cotton to wipe it, sprayed it with watermelon frost, and applied a mouth patch. "Eat it. I'll pack some of this medicine for you. Rinse your mouth after dinner, take off the patch and apply this medicine." Li Yi poured out some watermelon frost and wrapped it with paper. Yao Chong licked the upper jaw with his tongue. It was numb and cool. It didn't hurt anymore. "I'll eat some more. It's fine. Oh, how can this be? It's so magical. Old man, how's my brother Yi's medical skills?" Li Chengqi looked at Yao Chong with the same contemptuous expression. Yao Chong didn't want to talk to Li Chengqi, but he still told the truth. Compared to too many doctors, he wanted to say that the Imperial Physician Bureau reacted quickly. At the same time, he had decided to eat according to Li Yi's instructions and bask in the sun as soon as he got home. It wasn't like he hadn't broken his mouth before. When the Imperial Physician came to see him, it would take a few days for him to recover. How could it be compared to this? What medicine? It didn't hurt anymore after being sprayed and applied. It was simply amazing. Good stuff, these things. Li looked at the old man's eyes and put the tools and medicine into the box as fast as he could. He exchanged these things for the children in Zhuangzi. Children would always accidentally hurt themselves and lack all kinds of vitamins. Ulcers in the mouth, swollen and painful gums, ulcerated corners of the mouth, blisters on the tongue and mechanical damage of the oral mucosa. Usually, the children endured it by themselves. When the gums were swollen, it was called teething. When the swelling was too big and there was pus, They would prick it with a sewing needle and then press hard with their little hands. Needless to say, there would be lumps on both sides of the mouth. After being scratched, there would be more. After being scratched, the lumps would not grow well. Li didn't want to make the children suffer for such a small problem, so he dealt with it easily. Then he looked at the children's symptoms and judged which vitamins they lacked. He would adjust them with food. For example, this winter, some children in Zhuangzi had chapped lips. They could apply glycerin. It was the same for their hands and faces. They could be washed with soap and applied with glycerin. Change a bowl of soy milk for me. Yao Chong chose to compromise. He wanted to eat the youqiao, but he was afraid that other parts of his mouth would be damaged. No one paid attention to him. The villagers didn't care. If he ate it for free, who would drink the porridge? Li said helplessly, "Sir, the porridge is very thin. It's the same as boiling porridge." "Yes, why can't you hold your chopsticks for the porridge in your village?" Yao Chong found a reason to blame Li, because Zhuangzi has staple food. There's only porridge for disaster relief. There's nothing else. Naturally, I have to hold my chopsticks. Li pointed at the youqiao with his chopsticks. It wasn't porridge. Why did it have to be so dry? Yao Chong didn't say anything. He picked up the youqiao and stuffed it into the porridge with force. He wanted to vent his anger. Li Chengqi also ate porridge, but he chose steamed buns as the staple food. Li specially named all kinds of food and pasted them everywhere. Otherwise, the steamed buns would be called cake. All the noodles would be called cake. Steamed buns were called cake. Steamed dumplings were also cake. Baked buns were called sesame seed cakes. Whether it was baked steamed buns or baked pies. Steamed buns, noodles, wontons, boiled dumplings, dough slices, and lump soup were cooked in water. Fried in oil were called pancakes. They were different from pancakes. Pancakes usually used meat oil. There was no vegetable oil. There was only soybean oil. There was rapeseed oil, which was usually used to light lamps and as medicine. Sesame oil could be fried, but ordinary people couldn't afford it. Li felt awkward and divided them separately. Steamed buns were steamed buns, steamed buns were steamed buns, fried buns were fried buns, pies were pies, wontons could be called wontons, and noodles must be noodles. "This is delicious," Yao Chong, who had compromised with the porridge, said while eating the fermented bean curd. Li ate his own food. "If it's delicious, then eat it." Yao Chong waited for Li to reply, but he didn't respond. He continued to take deep breaths and didn't get angry. After panting for a while, he felt much better and asked, "Is there any more food with red on the outside and white on the inside?" Li replied while chewing. "This old man wants to take some away. What are you going to do about it?" Yao Chong asked. He felt that His Majesty, the Empress, and King Song were all eating for free. As the Prime Minister, taking some food was giving them face. Li didn't care about the old man's face. He said, 1 yuan is 100 coins. 20 yuan a jar. The jar cost is calculated separately. How about 60 copper coins? Yao Chong raised his head and looked at the other tables. Almost everyone was taking a piece. 100 coins? Zhuangzi's people are really rich. How much is the cost? Yao Chong wanted to bargain and talk about the cost. Without cost, it's worthless. Therefore, I'll sell it for 100 coins a yuan. Li raised his chin. Why do you care about my cost? I got it for free. I'm willing to sell it for 100 coins. Yao Chong stared at Li and pursed his lips. He looked as if he didn't love him anymore. Brother Yi, give me a few jars and bring them back to eat. Li Chengqi seized the opportunity. Okay, give big brother, third brother, and sister-in-law 100 jars first. Let me know after I finish eating. Li agreed readily. It's just fermented bean curd. It's made from tofu. The cost is about the same as soy sauce. Yao Chong continued to use his chopsticks to shove the deep-fried dough sticks into the porridge bowl. He ate half of the fermented bean curd in one gulp and quickly drank the porridge. It's too salty. Chapter 44. The sky was completely clear. Li Longji and the others finished their meal and took the clay carton and the blueprints with them. Yao Chong found an excuse and ran away with them. 100 jars of fermented bean curd. 20 yuan per jar. Yao Chong was given 5 jars on the way. He held one jar in his hand and shook his head. Profiteer, you can obviously make bigger jars to hold more. But you insist on using small jars. Li Chengqi couldn't stand others speaking ill of Li Yi. He emphasized, 1 jar for 1,000 yuan. You have to open the lid and take it out. It will mess up the red side of the jar and spoil the red side of the jar. Li Chengqi said red side, but Li Yi didn't call it fermented bean curd. He was afraid that others would guess the raw material from the name. 1 jar for 100 yuan is fine. 1 yuan for 2 1. Yao Chong was still angry. He found that he liked the taste and texture of fermented bean curd very much and wanted to buy more. However, he couldn't afford to buy 100 yuan per jar. Li Longji didn't pay attention to the two. His mind was immersed in the clay carton. He held 2 blueprints in his hand, one for clay carton and the other for wood carton. Li Yi said that it was easy to make wood carton in war, but it could be used to grind rice and wheat. It needed strong soldiers to operate it. It was made on the spot and then quickly removed the carton. The army couldn't directly carry shellless rice grains as it was not easy to store them. If there were cavalry and livestock, they had to be fed. It was a good time to remove the shells and feed them with bran and chaff. At this moment, Li Longji wished that all the farmers in the Tang dynasty could use this set of farming tools in the blink of an eye. Li Yi, a proud son of heaven. Li Longji sighed as he recalled all the things that had happened to him. Yao Chong heard and opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he pursed his lips and looked at the sky. Li Chengqi chuckled. Does Prime Minister Yao feel indignant? Farming education, no. Yao Chong said frankly. Then what is it? Li Chengqi asked knowingly. You, King Song, are the eldest brother of His Majesty. How can you take the possessions of a junior for nothing? Yao Chong was infuriated. Don't you know what King Song has done previously? Chengqi doesn't dare to agree with Prime Minister Yao's words. How can it be taken for free? Have you seen anyone stirring up trouble in the village? Li Chengqi raised his chin. He continued, even you, Prime Minister Yao, know that soy sauce, red square, and 100 boiled round eggs are delicious and expensive. Do you think other people won't be tempted? Li Chengqi made it clear that he was the one who used all kinds of connections to protect Li Yi's Zhuangzi. I can do that too, Yao Chong argued. Li Chengqi turned his head away in disdain. Li Longji didn't want to listen to these two people bickering, so he said, when we go back, I hope you can order the Agriculture Bureau to deal with the two Wu. I understand. Yao Chong's expression was solemn. Young Dongzhu had given away the good stuff for free. If it wasn't promoted well, someone would lose their head. At this moment, Li Yi's people on Zhuangzi's mountain started to get busy while the weather was fine. In the paddy field, a group of people pushed the paddy horses to transport the rice seedlings. Li Yi asked someone to make oil clothes, but no one wore them. They didn't ride on the paddy horses to transplant rice seedlings either. They thought it was too slow. Wearing only boxers, they quickly bent over and planted rice seedlings in the paddy field. The people on Zhuangzi's mountain moved the wheat that had been soaked in the rain to the Ba River, and used the two Wu to quickly remove the husks. They were going to eat this part of the wheat seedlings. Li Yi ran back to his courtyard, closed 3 doors, and entered the cadaver storage room. He took out the tools and practiced according to the contents of the book. Few days passed like this. May 23rd. The 42 students on Zhuangzi's mountain found other students to practice again. Simple winding corridors, small bridges, and flowing water had been completed. The water from the north flowed into the imperial plantation, and then flowed down to Zhuangzi's mountain. This water was used for the Winding Water Festival to be held today. The water they ate on weekdays was from the 5 wells on Zhuangzi's mountain. They used tangerine to fetch water. The tangerine was a lever. There was a weight behind it and a bucket connected by a rope in front. When people were drawing water, they grabbed the rope and pulled down. When the bucket was filled with water, they let go and the bucket was pulled up. By using the force of lifting water to push it down, it was easier for people to use force. There was also the participation of the body's weight. Otherwise, they had to use a pulley and slowly shake it. Or they could directly tie the bucket with a rope. There was a round hole at the bottom of the bucket and a piece of leather on the hole. When the bucket entered the well, the bottom fell first. The water flushed the leather open and the water flowed into the bucket. When it was lifted up, the leather closed and the water couldn't go out. Of course there were gaps. A small amount of water would still flow out. It was like a one-way valve. This function was also used on the tangerine. It wasn't a sealed wooden bucket that swayed on the water surface in the well to fill up with water. The small change in Zhuangzi's method of drawing water from the well had been spread out. Others could understand it as soon as they saw it. Li Yi waited for the people over there to arrive. He stood next to a well and pondered. Pressure wells need pipes and seals before water can be drawn up. In the past, the wells in the countryside used rubber seals and a one-way valve. What should I use instead of rubber? Li Yi recalled the wells used in the countryside. They were all sealed with the valve made by his family. He cut the skin of the inner tube of the wheel and clamped it between two iron plates. An iron rod passed through and connected them. I wonder if bare leather will work? Li Yi planned to use leather to seal it instead of rubber. The water pipe was easy to make. He used cast iron pipes. Thinking of this, he went back to the yard to draw. He didn't even need to buy the technology from the system. He knew how to do it. When the drawing was done, he went out to look for the supervisor, Songda. After asking around, he saw Songda at the construction site. Dongzhu, you came at the right time. The soy sauce and 100 boiled round eggs didn't sell well today. The price was too low. They didn't bid. Songda was very angry. He took out the soy sauce. When one person in the group shouted a price, the others didn't say anything. Li Yi laughed. Colluding? Colluding. Yes, Dongzhu. They are colluding. Songda agreed. Then he looked at Li Yi expectantly. He knew that Dongzhu always had a good way to solve the problem. Sell it tomorrow. Tell them that there are only 100 caddies of soy sauce. If the price is not high, sell it to them the day after tomorrow. Make the spiced tea eggs as well. Don't make so much tonight. Li Yi looked calm. If they want to share 200 caddies of soy sauce, then 100 caddies. You businessmen and rich people continue to collude. Let's see who can't hold on. Is there any other way? Songda took note of this and asked again. Secret bidding. Ask each of them to write down how much they are willing to pay and put it in a sealed box. Only tell them the highest price. The rest will be negotiated secretly. Li Yi gave another idea. What if they also discuss it in advance? Songda didn't understand. If they discuss it in advance, they will give the highest price of 5,000 caddies. When you shout, say that the highest price is 6,000 caddies. Then we won't sell it. Li Yi explained. Songda instantly understood. When people colluded like this, they would suspect that the other party was willing to pay a high price. In an instant, the alliance would be broken. He was in a good mood. Dongzhu was indeed Dongzhu. He was so powerful. Steward Song, find a craftsman to make it. Li Yi handed the blueprint of the pressure pumping well to Songda. Songda flipped through 2 pages and frowned. Dongzhu, is this an item to fetch water? Yes. Li Yi nodded. Why is it so troublesome? We have a well. Songda didn't understand. We are afraid that children will secretly fetch water and drop it into the well. Children can still play with this item. Li Yi smiled. He imagined a child lying on the arm of the well, using his weight to pressure the water and jumping around. Songda also smiled. His smile was warm. Chapter 45. The sky was green, and the flowing water was flowing. The grass was fluffy and the breeze blew. The students were happy. The sun rose higher and higher, and the invited students rushed to Zhuangzi. There were more people today than last time. Last time those with status did not come. If they did not come, there was no soy sauce. When they wanted to eat soy sauce, they could not afford it. When the 42 students were invited, they whispered that there were gifts. The students with higher status could not help but show their faces. Brother Donglai, we haven't seen each other for a few days. Do you have a poem? The students greeted each other. The one who wrote the poem about the 2 ducks was asked again. The person nodded. I have a poem about a chicken pecking at rice. Brother Donglai, please recite it. The people around were ready, and the flattery began. The man took a deep breath and recited, a little chick chirps chirps, 2 little chicks fight to eat rice. Li Yi, who had just rushed over to meet everyone, was speechless. He expressed his admiration. This person called Donglai was amazing. 2 times so many people and he remembered him. He had a deep impression. The students bowed to Li Yi. Today Li Yi was treating them to barbecue skewers. There were slaughtered sheep and chicken. There were no chicken heads, chicken necks, chicken claws or chicken wings. They were all braised and left for the children as snacks. There were also dried eggs and hairy eggs. When they were incubating, some of them could not be incubated. After incubating for a few days, they could not be exposed to light. These were dried eggs. When they were incubating, some chicks died. These were hairy eggs. Many people could not accept it, but there were some who liked it. They were boiled and roasted. There were no living germs. Li Yi exchanged for 5 caddies of chili powder for the students to dip in. There are also spicy noodles and chili oil. They can only be found in Zhuangzi Li Dongzhu. You can't get them outside. The students who came last time saw the seasoning and told the newcomers. Soy sauce was expensive and could be bought. This was very spicy and no one was selling it. A newcomer heard that there was something delicious in Zhuangzi. When he saw it, he stretched out his finger and dipped it into his mouth. Aha hoo. After a few breaths, this person started to stick out his tongue and breathe out. Drink water. Don't be afraid. Rinse your mouth with water and it won't be spicy anymore. The student who had just introduced him quickly taught him what to do. Li Yi shook his head and left. He did not want to play with them and went back to study with the cadaver. Poetry was not of much use to him. His medical skills were more important. Once the host left, the students relaxed. They no longer had to watch Li Yi flatter him alone. When the students of the Zhang family's village got the news, they first sent 2 people to inquire about the situation. When he went back, he found out that so-and-so had come as well. Therefore, a group of people came uninvited, but no one chased them away anyway. The utensils used to play Chu Shuego were all prepared, and the students who felt that they had enough literary talent and a high alcohol tolerance began to look for seats. Then they realized that something was missing. When he thought about it again, he suddenly realized that there were no beautiful women. Wouldn't it be better if there was a woman here? She played the guqin, played the pipa, and used her beautiful voice to sing poems written by others. It was a pity that no one had made any arrangements for them. Apart from a few outstanding students, the rest were all miserable. They did not have literary talent, nor did they have money. If not for Li Yi being rich, they would not be able to afford a place for hundreds of people to interact with. Now they were roasting and eating by themselves. As they were eating, 2 farmers pushed a flatbed cart over. They stopped at a place where the wind was blowing. There was a stove on the cart, a pot on it, and a flat board beside it. The 2 of them poured oil into the pot, took it out of the box and waited. When the oil was hot, they used bamboo tongs to throw things into the oil pot to fry. A part of it was fried and placed on a tray. The other part was placed on the flat board, and a small brush brushed the juice on it. Try it, Dongzhu's good food. The farmer carried the tray and walked towards the students. At this moment the wind changed direction. Ayo, what is this? Ugh, it stinks beyond compare. My head hurts, I feel dizzy. I can't. The students who were swept by the wind were in a complete mess. They all dodged and ran out of the range. Some looked up at the sky and doubted life. It smells bad but it tastes good. Everyone try it. The farmer advised. Eat, you'll know after 1 bite. Don't run. Everyone shook their heads. What kind of joke was this? Was this something that humans could eat? It would kill them. Seeing that no one was willing to accept it, 42 students stood out. They could not let Dongzhu's food go to waste. A student closed his eyes and took a small bite. Then delicious this taste. I can't describe it. It tastes good, the more I chew it the better it tastes. He reported to everyone. Another student followed suit. After eating one, he felt that it was not enough and went to eat the one with the juice. It's incomparably wonderful. How can there be such a miraculous thing? It smells bad but tastes good. He also expressed his opinion. In a moment the 42 students were all eating. After eating one they ate another. The others observed their expressions and did not see that they were faking it. Finally someone could not help but be tempted. He walked around the smell and took a bite with a heroic look. Come and try it. That's right, I've never eaten such a thing. More people came forward and praised after eating. Soon, the 2 trays of fried stinky tofu were finished. Those who did not eat it urged the farmer to fry it again. The stinky tofu that was specially made to be fried was continuously thrown into the wok. As for the juice that was applied, it was the juice of a different kind of stinky tofu. There were also bits of stinky tofu paste inside. The former was a snack and the latter was a pickled vegetable. It was the same as fermented tofu. The stench pervaded the air. The students avoided the smell in the wind, but they loved to eat it. My family's dongju said that we can't eat too much. 2 pieces per person is enough. A farmer said. Another farmer said, when you go back, there will be 50 pieces of fried oddly fragrant tofu and a small jar of 20 pieces of green square tofu. There is juice inside. The students' eyes lit up. They had waited so long. The last time they came they had taken away soy sauce. Today there was something new. That soy sauce was hard to find nowadays. It seemed that the oddly fragrant tofu and green square tofu would not be cheap in the future. There are so many interesting things in the mortal world, but I never knew the harmony between the odor and fragrance. Finally, I saw a green and white object, hiding the 2 elements of elegance. Someone immediately sang a song and praised it. I'll give you an extra 10 pieces of fried tofu. The farmer quickly gave him 10 pieces of stinky tofu. The other students understood that writing poems and songs was fine. Then they would take a lot of things. The space was immediately filled with joy and the stench. At this time Li Yi was performing surgery on the cadaver. He did not have an assistant, and he could not find one in a short time. Everything had to be done by himself. More auxiliary tools were brought out to help support him. Wrong. If you cut like this, the patient will die. Do it again. Li Yi was performing a rushed suture. Without an assistant, there was no blood in the corpse, so he could only understand during the process of the operation. System, can I exchange for a surgical video? Li Yi asked silently. The system displayed a page, and various surgical videos appeared. Each of them was marked with the lifespan to exchange for. Li Yi looked at them. The minimum was 0, 24 hours, and the maximum was 30 hours. Not much. Li Yi felt that it was cheap because his lifespan was 26,607. 4. Chapter 46. Li Yi did not know what had increased his lifespan. Anyway, when he looked at it later, his lifespan had increased again. The whole process was continuous and his lifespan was consumed when he was alive. He needed to exchange for things. He chose the 22-hour liver suture surgery video, watched it, paused it, returned to his cadaver, and watched it again. At noon. Someone rang the bell outside. Li Yi went out to take a bath and eat. He came back in the afternoon to continue studying. When he was in school, he had never worked so hard. Since he could not treat patients, there would naturally be experts. Now he could not count on others. If he did not study hard and watch the lives of people close to him disappear in front of him, he would not be able to bear it. Before dinner, the students left a lot of calligraphy and took 2 kinds of stinky tofu and a small jar of fermented bean curd back to Chang'an. After resting for a while, they rushed to Pyongkong Square. Then the stench in Pyongkong Square was overwhelming, and poems about stinky tofu appeared one after another. In order not to be smelled, the famous prostitutes had to eat a few mouthfuls of stinky tofu. After that, they were not afraid anymore. Pyongkong Square was divided into 3 sections, the north section, the south section, and the north section. The north section was more direct and they could do it immediately. Most of the students did not have much money and were not knowledgeable, so it was difficult to go to the middle section and the south section. However, with the help of stinky tofu, they could finally see talented women like soy sauce. Stinky tofu needed to be fried. Fortunately, the soybean oil extraction method was known in Chang'an. Beautiful women who were good at singing and dancing would eat stinky tofu first, then sing and dance. The north section was more direct, and it was troublesome. It smelled like stinky tofu, brothery. The next morning, Li Chengqi rode over with his men. Brother Yi, fry the strange fragrance in green fong, Li Chengqi requested directly. Li Yi could understand eating deep-fried stinky tofu early in the morning. The ingredients were all ready-made, and the oil from yesterday's fried stinky tofu could not be used to make other food. He put a small pot on it, heated the oil and fried 5 pieces of stinky tofu. Li Chengqi said while he was waiting, "Brother Yi, you're famous again. Last night in Pyongkong Square. It's a long story. I guess the perfume powder will sell well today. But many people are praising the stinky tofu, saying it smells good. I find it strange. Why is it that although it smells so bad, I can't bear to stop eating it? I think that when the people who buy soy sauce and 100 boiled round eggs come over today, they will definitely ask about Qixong and Qingfang. How much is Brother Yi's price? As he spoke, he walked to the side of the pot and sniffed. It was indeed smelly and pungent. Li Yi picked up the fried stinky tofu with his chopsticks and put it aside. Big brother, look after the green area yourself. Stinky tofu for sale. Is this made of tofu? Oh, I know. I can't tell you. Strange fragrance. Li Chengqi understood. Things made from tofu were cheap and low cost. At least for those who could afford tofu, it was cheap. He took a bite of the stinky tofu and smacked his lips. Delicious. It's just as they said. It smells bad but tastes good. After taking small bites of a piece, he picked up a small brush and brushed the green juice onto the stinky tofu. The next time he ate, it was even more fragrant. In another place, facing a group of people who had colluded to pounce, Steward Songda bitterly said, "Everyone, there's only 50 kilograms of soy sauce today, so I can't make it. Half of the eggs are also missing." The group of people who had just finished discussing the cooperation yesterday were dumbfounded when they heard Songda's words. How can it be missing? There are so many of us. How can 50 kilograms be enough? No, 200 kilograms. Even if we have 100 kilograms of boiled round eggs, it's still 1,000. Yes, why should it be missing? We've already divided it. This was a slip of the tongue. They had already divided the 200 kilograms of soy sauce. No matter who bought it, they would take it back according to the agreement. They knew that the initial price was 55 copper coins per kilogram. Now, it was hard to get even 1,000 copper coins per kilogram. All the money was earned by Zhuangzi. Yesterday's result was quite good. Who would have thought that half of the soy sauce would be missing today? How should they divide it? Someone had already promised the other diners and distinguished guests that if the rich and powerful wanted to find someone to drink, they would reserve the soy sauce, including the 100 kilograms of boiled round eggs. After the distribution, they couldn't be missing. I really can't make it. It's not that I'm making things difficult for you. When there's more soy sauce in the future, I'll sell more. Songda looked at them and thought, continue to gang up on me. The palace maids and eunuchs took out 10 jars of soy sauce. The first jar, the starting price is 1 copper coin. Songda straightforwardly gave a price of 1 copper coin. If you have the ability, buy it with 1 copper coin. Number 9, 10,000 copper coins. Number 15, 13,000 copper coins. The buyer didn't hold back anymore. Why should they divide? They had to deal with their own matters first. 13,000 copper coins. Anyone else? 9-3. Number 6, 20,000 copper coins. Number 6 directly added 7,000 copper coins. It seemed that he was in urgent need. Number 1, 20,000 copper coins. Number 1 raised the price. Songda was very satisfied. Still want to join forces? My Dongzhu has a lot of methods. Today is just a small test of his skills. The people involved in the failed sale gnashed their teeth in hatred, but they had no choice. If they didn't get the soy sauce today, the consequences would be unimaginable. Of course, they knew the reason. It was because they tried to cooperate yesterday and got their revenge today. The money that Zhuangzi didn't earn from selling soy sauce yesterday, they had to return it all today. The person who proposed the cooperation first was trembling with fear at this moment. Would he be ganged up on by others in the future? The palace maids and eunuchs were also in a good mood. They had something good again. When it was their turn, they would bring it back for everyone to taste. Brother Yi, I see that you don't care about money most of the time. Why don't you release the recipe of the strange fragrance, so that many people can eat it? Li Chengqi ate 3 pieces of stinky tofu. He was reluctant to eat the 4th and 5th pieces because Brother Yi said that eating too much would make one sick. The remaining 2 pieces were gone after he finished them. Li Yi also fried 2 pieces himself and said, "This thing is not of much help to the people's livelihood now. If the people live a better life, I will naturally have more snacks to spread around the world." Li Yi spoke the truth again. Eating stinky tofu had no impact on the people's livelihood. Would those who couldn't afford tofu be able to eat stinky tofu? It was like soy sauce. Yes, Brother Yi, you said that before. The people's livelihood is not easy, Li Chengqi said and pursed his lips. In the past he didn't know how the people lived. When he came to Zhuangzi and saw the people in the Zhang family's village, he understood. Personally, working in the fields for a while would cause backache, let alone people who worked all day long. The prosperity of Chang and had nothing to do with the outside of the city. The people who barely survived outside the city were better than those who lived further away. What would the remote prefectures look like? Would there be 2 markets? Would there be a Pyongkong square without nighttime? Li Chengqi thought about it and then smiled. He finally understood why he was always willing to go to Zhuangzi. It was because he felt at ease when he was with Brother Yi. Brother Yi never complained about other people's hardships, nor did he write such poems. When Brother Yi was working, it was difficult for others to farm. Therefore, Brother Yi kept releasing good household utensils. When the students didn't live outside, Brother Yi built houses for them. When there was a shortage of food, Brother Yi gave the students free meals and meat for every meal. At the same time, Brother Yi also taught the students how to live a good life. Brother Yi, Li Chengqi suddenly shouted. Brother, what's wrong? Li Yi was puzzled. You are selling good things. Don't worry about the price. I will do my best to protect you. When you have money, you can make better utensils that benefit the people. Li Chengqi said seriously. Of course. Many things need money to buy. The food by the sea depends on you. Li Yi was thinking about eating cabbage and oysters. Chapter 47. Don't worry, Brother Yi. I've already sent someone. I heard that the people in Chang and say that compared to clams, oysters are more smelly and unclean. Li Chengqi heard that oysters were not delicious. I'll make them very good. Brother, those oysters are aphrodisiac. Li Yi revealed a secret. Li Chengqi was instantly energized. Really? Of course. Li Yi was certain. Good, delicious. Li Chengqi immediately regarded oysters as a delicacy. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked up and saw a man in his 40s walking over with 4 coachmen. He was stunned. Li Yi also saw him and was puzzled. Who is it? Who are you? He greeted. My surname is Zhang and my name is Hong. The man introduced himself and nodded at Li Chengqi with a smile. Li Chengqi. He thought to himself, Yao Chong came over for a stroll and you Zhangshe have nothing to do? Nothing happened in the political affairs hall? I was passing by the village when I heard frogs croaking, so I came over. Another Prime Minister Zhang Shua told Li Yi why he came. Li Yi did not believe it because there were not many frogs and they had just laid their eggs. There are frogs laying eggs in the bushes by the roadside. Why did you have to come to Zhuangzi to listen? West of Zhuangzi is Ba River. Why didn't you listen by the river? This is the strange fragrance in the city, right? Zhang Shua said and pointed at the stinky tofu. Li Yi understood and threw 2 into the pot for him to taste. Turned out that he wanted to eat the stinky tofu. Well, it's not officially sold yet, so I'll give it to him for free. Zhang Shua was welcome. When it was fried, he would also take small bites. Li Yi thought of something and turned to his brother. Brother, there is a kind of frog in the northern part of Hebei province. When the season comes, it will run into the forest. Is there? Li Chengqi had never heard of a frog that ran into the forest. Brother, can you ask someone to fill a wooden bucket with frog eggs and send them here? I want to raise them and eat them. Li Yi said. Eat them? The frogs in the fields can't be eaten? Li Chengqi didn't understand. That frog is different from this one. Eating it will prolong one's life. Li Yi mentioned the northeastern forest frog which had toad oil. The imperial plantation above Zhuangzi and the Zhang clan's village below had a lot of forests. It was just right for them to breed forest frogs. Raising forest frogs together with the village was indeed a good thing and could make them rich. How soon do you want it delivered? Li Chengqi was tempted again. That oyster for aphrodisiac and that one for longevity were all good things. Of course, the faster the better. Can you find an urgent message from 800 miles? Li Yi remembered the urgent message from 800 miles. Zhang Shua swallowed the stinky tofu in his mouth and said, How can we use the Imperial Court's urgent report? Does it have anything to do with you? Li Chengqi asked Zhang Shua. I'm also concerned about national affairs, Zhang Shua explained. That's right, I can't just say that I'm the Prime Minister, right? Turning his head, Li Chengqi said to Li Yi, "Brother Yi, 800 li is not enough." Zhang Shua was satisfied. That was right. Li Chengqi added, "Unless it's an urgent military situation, you can't use it. However, I'll help you think of a way for 600 li." Zhang Shua glared at him. "King Song, how dare you? Even 600 li is not enough. Big brother, don't make things difficult for me. I'm prepared to give you money to carry the frog's eggs. I'll give you 10 carvings for each person carrying half a caddy of frog's eggs." Li Yi brought up the matter of money. He didn't want the other party to run for nothing. He should bribe the higher-ups, and the people who ran would also get some money. Give money? Li Chengqi didn't want to give money. It's not easy. It can be considered as subsidizing their household expenses. In their hands, each person should get 10 carvings for each caddy, right? Li Yi wasn't too sure. It depended on whether the higher-ups were greedy or not. 1,000 carvings. Now that the price of wheat was low, they could buy more noodles to eat. The rest of the money could be used to raise horses at the relay station. How could it be easy to raise horses? Zhang Shua heard the amount of money. 10 carvings per caddy. It wouldn't be a problem for each person to carry 10 caddies per horse. 10 people would make a trip and they would get 1,000 carvings. That was $1 million. This Li Yi was indeed rich. He could earn a lot of money every day by selling soy sauce. Zhang Shua supported his idea. There weren't any wars in the north of Hebei province. Let everyone run around and treat it as training for soldiers. At the same time, they could earn money. All right, Brother Yi. You are indeed benevolent. How much do you want? Li Chengqi asked about the quantity. The more the better. I will raise them in the fields and feed them. There are also some paddy fields where the density of crabs is high. Li Yi hadn't forgotten about the matter of the crabs. He had already found someone to buy sprouts. If the density of the crabs was high, they would have to be fed. However, the lack of oxygen in the water wouldn't happen. Zhang Shua didn't say anything to stop him. Although this was a private matter, and he could impeach King Song and arrest Li Yi for punishment. However, the imperial court didn't reward Li Yi for taking out so many good things. This matter should be a reward for him. Li Dongzhu, are you selling qi-xiang? Zhang Shua asked. He wanted to buy stinky tofu. Yes, qing-fong is 100 carvings per piece. Qi-xiang. 50 carvings per piece. Li Yi thought that deep-fried stinky tofu would take a short time to make, so he decided to sell it at half price. Zhang Shua's beard trembled as he sighed. Indeed, everything was expensive. Previously, when Yao Chong and His Majesty came, they brought back qing-fong. At that time, he heard Yao Chong complaining that it was 100 carvings per piece. Today, the qing-fong seemed to be the same as the qing-fong. One was stinky while the other wasn't. Also, if the qi-xiang wasn't fried, why did it look like a piece of blackened tofu? Thinking of this, he immediately asked, "Qi-xiang is a stinky tofu?" Li Yi. Zhang Shua continued, "If ordinary tofu is fried, the juice from the qing-fong might not taste bad." Li Yi. Li Chengqi was nervous. Don't spout nonsense. How can tofu be like this? How would you dare to eat stinky tofu? Zhang Shua understood. It's tofu. Stinky tofu, 50 carvings per piece. Can Li Yi's heart be any darker? 20 carvings for the same dish. Give me a qing-fong jar. Zhang Shua requested to earn an extra jar. He had a jar at home that contained the qing-fong. If not for the fear of exposing his identity, he would have bought the qing-fong. However, it was said that the qing-fong was only eaten by Zhuangzi villagers. In addition, he would give Her Majesty 100 jars. If he said that he knew about the qing-fong. It's getting late. Can I have lunch in Zhuangzi at noon? Zhang Shua wanted to eat the qing-fong. The small jar at home only cost 20 carvings. He heard from Yao Chong that he could eat as much as he wanted during lunch. Brother Yi, it seems that he knows something about Zhuangzi. Let him eat. Li Chengqi spoke up for him. The Prime Minister came once, but he couldn't even eat a meal. How pitiful. Of course. Li Yi agreed. However, he looked at the sky. Why was it getting late? There were still 2 hours before noon. Li Yi looked at Zhang Hong and then at the 4 coachmen who were staring at the stinky tofu. He threw some more and said, "Try all of them." The 4 coachmen looked at Zhang Shua. "Let's eat," Zhang Shua said. When the stinky tofu was fried, A group of children came over with things in their hands. One of the 5 or 6-year-old girls came to the side and raised the things in her hands. She asked Dongju, "Do you eat fried dough twists?" "No, sir, you eat. Remember not to run or jump when you eat. You were very good just now." Li Yi smiled and praised the children. The children were happy and took the fried dough twists to other places. Zhang Shua looked and asked doubtfully, "It's still early before noon. What are we eating?" Li Yi looked at him. "That's not what you said just now. You said it's getting late, making people feel that it's evening." Chapter 48. Intermittent food. Li Yi answered. Intermittent food? Zhang Shua did not understand. However, he was very surprised when he saw the group of children. He had only seen the same clothes in the army and the palace. They were of different grades and types, and each had its own specifications. Apart from these, even in the Imperial College, the supervising students would not wear the same clothes. The children on Zhuangzi were wearing the same clothes, which were obviously students. They looked cute and made people's eyes light up. Children wake up early and eat early. If they are not full, they have to go to school. At this time, their stomachs are empty and it's not noon yet. The food between early and noon is called intermittent food. Li Yi explained again. What kind of logic is that? Zhang Shua was unhappy. Did you lack food on Zhuangzi? If you eat too much, the blood will gather in the stomach. People will be listless and sleepy. How can they study? You eat too much on a daily basis. Are you sleepy too? Li Yi was very patient when it came to medical matters. The problem now involved medicine. Zhang Shua knew what blood was and what was the stomach, but he did not understand why the blood would gather in the stomach. After thinking about it again, he indeed felt sleepy from eating too much. He suddenly understood and said, "It makes sense. My brother Yi's medical skills are superb. How can you not know such a small thing? Now I don't eat enough at every meal, but I will eat more. It's called eating less but eating more." Li Chengqi praised Li Yi. He still had a list of nutrition combinations written by Li Yi. What do children eat during intermittent food? Zhang Shua was still puzzled. Fried dough twists and fried pancakes, Li Yi said. No, fried pancakes are not like that. They are crispy. What the children ate just now is soft. Zhang Shua was not happy. Liar. This is soft fried dough twists. It's different from hard ones. Hard ones can easily hurt children, Li Yi said matter-of-factly. Can it be soft? Zhang Shua was interested. He asked, how do you fry it to make it soft? Li Yi replied with a big smile. Li Chengqi said, how can you ask about the secret recipe of the village? What's wrong with me asking? I heard that Li Dongzhu loves to help others. If everyone knew, wouldn't the other children not have to be injured? Zhang Shua used the hat of righteousness to cover it up. Before Li Yi opened his mouth, Li Chengqi sneered, he fried dough twists? Do you think the children of ordinary families can eat them? What if you can? Zhang Shua argued. Li Yi shook his head. What if you can't eat it? The ingredients used in the recipe are expensive. He really wanted to tell Zhang Hong that milk, eggs, and sugar, what kind of food could an ordinary child eat? If you don't tell me, how would I know if it's possible? Zhang Shua pressed. Li Yi's face darkened. Li Chengqi, who do you think you are? Why should you know whether it's feasible or not? Do you think you're the Prime Minister? Zhang Shua paused and cupped his hands. I was rude. My apologies. He suddenly recalled that he wasn't the Prime Minister. Otherwise, if he were to sneak over and expose his identity, His Majesty would eat him alive. The reason why he was able to come over early in the morning was because he had applied for leave from Ben Suan. If His Majesty were to find out about this, it would be troublesome. Just as Zhang Shua thought so, a voice suddenly sounded, causing him to shudder. Uncle, I saw that the fried dough that the children in your manor eat is soft. I would like to try it too. Empress Wang's voice sounded familiar to Zhang Shua. Looking in the direction where the voice came from, the figure became even more familiar. Another familiar figure. Li Longji. Zhang Shua. His Majesty should be in a court session, right? Why did he come over? Heavens! He looked at Li Chengqi pleadingly, implying, King Song, help me out. Li Chengqi. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Zhang Shua, hurry up, I'm coming over. Third brother. Hurry up and tell me about this Zhang Hong. He came over early in the morning and insisted on Brother Yi frying some exotic incense for him. He even questioned Brother Yi why he didn't give the recipe to the children. Li Chengqi helped Zhang Shuo and complained at the same time. Empress Wang looked at Zhang Shuo and said, "That can't be done. My uncle Zhuangzi doesn't need to know the recipe just because someone came over." Li Longji stared at Zhang Shuo implying, "You said that you were on leave. Did you come over to Li Yi and Zhuangzi to take a bath? Do you not have water or a bucket at home?" "Zhangsha, I said that I was just passing by." "Your Majesty, would you believe me?" "Li Longji, I wouldn't believe you." "Third brother, there's no need to be angry. This person was too anxious and has already apologized." Li Yi was worried that his third brother, a relative of the emperor, would attack the middle-aged man. "I know." Li Longji wanted to maintain his image, so he ignored Zhang Shuo. "Third brother, you came over early in the morning. Is everything all right at home?" Li Chengqi asked directly. "What would happen to the palace if you ran out?" In reply to eldest brother, "I used a new method according to the account given by Brother Yi. There's a big matter, so they need to show me the same thing." Li Longji explained the situation. He asked the people in the court to make tables and diagrams. He could understand it at a glance. Saved him a lot of trouble. For example, the Jiangnan Taoists sent a letter saying that they wanted to collect 10,000 stones of wheat and 4,900 bolts of silk. They also counted the same number of bolts of silk to get mulberry and hemp. When such things were sent over, he had to look at it himself and calculate which was more. He changed the method. The people in the court first turned it into a table. He glanced at it and knew which of each item it was. Therefore there was no hurry. He could take some time to deal with the government affairs. When the people in the court felt tired, they naturally asked their subordinates to follow suit. Li Yi had already ordered someone to get a marijuana flower. Everyone could eat 2 mouthfuls to taste. They couldn't eat too much as they still had to eat at noon. Not long after, a marijuana flower was sent over. Li Yi tore it with oil paper and gave each person a piece. "Uncle, it's delicious." Empress Wang tasted it. It was soft and sweet. She immediately praised it. Zhang Shuo finished it in 2 mouthfuls. He was not satisfied. The taste and texture were indeed extraordinary. It was just that Li Yi didn't give him any ideas. "Sister-in-law likes to eat it. When I write it out, you can take it home to cook." Li Yi was generous. It was just fried dough twists. It wasn't a big deal. Zhang Shuo's face was full of bitterness. "I asked you, but you didn't answer. You even got angry. The Empress didn't even say she wanted it, and you just gave it to her. How can you be like this?" "All right, uncle, quickly fry a few pieces for me and Sanlang." Empress Wang pointed at the stinky tofu. After he finished frying it, Li Longji tasted it. It's really magical. Just by smelling it, it's hard to swallow. Once you eat it, you can't stop. "Third brother likes it, take it with you." Li Yi gave it to him naturally. "Third brother, Brother Yi wants to send the seeds of a kind of forest frog from the prefecture in the northern part of Hebei province. It's shipped with water. 10 coins per caddy." Li Chengqi talked about business. He couldn't move it himself, so he had to tell Li Longji when he went back. Okay. Li Longji felt that this was a small matter. There was no war in Hebei province, and there were few letters coming and going from the relay station. After eating 2 pieces of stinky tofu, the group walked around Zhuangzi. Zhang Shuo didn't say anything and just followed behind. He knew that his position as prime minister was in trouble. Yao Chong had come up. He tried to stop him but failed. Therefore, this Zhuangzi might be an opportunity. He could start with Zhuangzi and see if he could satisfy His Majesty. Chapter 49. The paddy fields were still being planted. There was a lot of land, but there were only a few people who could farm. The others were busy building houses or doing other things. Li Longji stood on the ridge of the field and watched the people working. Empress Wang did not feel that those people wearing only boxers were unsightly. She knew that Li Yi had specially made an oilcloth set for them, but the farmers found it inconvenient. The boxers were already used in the palace. It was convenient and comfortable, and there was no need to worry about the summer dress being empty. There was also the toothpaste that she did not know how to make. It was much better than the other things she used before. The toothbrush looked better than before, especially the shape of the toothbrush handle. It was curved back and forth. The bamboo strips used to wear the toothbrush hair were indeed comfortable after being curved. A group of ducks passed by the paddy field. Someone was driving them. The big ducks walked in front while the ducklings followed behind. They lined up in a row and quacked. The ducks don't go into the water. Zhang Shua was curious and looked at Li Yi. Because the ducks know that there is better water, they are not allowed to go into the paddy field. They dug a shallow pond over there and used a water wheel to draw in the water. The ducks go there to play every day. There is also food for the ducks there. The ducks can't eat good food in the paddy field. Li Yi did not keep this a secret. If Zhang Hong had Zhuangzi, he could learn from him. Zhang Shua understood Li Yi's intention and secretly praised him. He asked, "Can you tell me about the normal operation of Zhuangzi?" "Sure." Li Yi was willing to say. Everyone should develop well and increase their lifespan. "Aren't you afraid that others will learn from you?" Zhang Shua asked. "It has always been imitated but never surpassed," Li Yi said very naturally. Zhang Shua shouted 666 again. "Crazy, too crazy. Young Dongzhu, you're really good. You're better than me, but I don't dare to learn from you." "Ha ha ha." Li Chengqi laughed. "Brother Yi's words are comfortable. What do you think, third brother?" Li Longji nodded gently to express his agreement. In uncle's manner, there is a great principle behind every small matter. Empress Wang reached out and rubbed Li Yi's head. She liked to listen to what Li Yi said. It was satisfying. Yes, he had always been imitated but never surpassed. After observing for a while, Zhang Shua had another question. "Your paddy field is different from other paddy fields. The ridges are too wide. If you want to rear crabs, look over there. There's a silk cloth around the ridge to prevent the crabs from running away." Li Yi pointed into the distance. "Silk paddy?" Zhang Shua wanted to say that Li Yi was a wastrel. "Crabs are expensive," Li Yi said. There were few paddy fields and many rivers in Chang'an, but there were not many river crabs, especially those that grew well. How many people are there in Chang'an? There were those who couldn't afford to rent a house, and there were also those who ate an entire acre of land for a meal. "I don't have money, so I use silk to surround my fields." Zhang Shua spoke of his difficulties. "Then you raise fish. Fish and shrimp can also be raised separately in the paddy field." Li Yi gave a new idea. Fish and shrimp are not as expensive as crabs. Zhang Shua was picky. But fish and shrimp can be eaten, and it won't affect the growth of rice. Besides, fish and shrimp are not cheap. Li Yi thought that Zhang Shua really wanted to raise crabs, so he persuaded him. "Don't ask if you don't want to raise crabs." Li Qingqi was unhappy. "If I ask, how can I tell others?" Zhang Shua said righteously. Hearing that, Li Longji ignored him and looked around. He was distressed. If he only looked at Brother Yi's Zhuangzi, he would think that the people of the Tang dynasty were all rich. However, the people of other places were not like this. Brother Yi took care of Zhuangzi with ease, as if he had a set of ready-made methods waiting for him to use. How could other people know these things? Let's push the paddy fields to the south and see who can raise crabs. This year, there are no paddy fields near Chang'an. Let's put some fish and shrimp in. The imperial court will be the guarantor. Li Longji dismissed the idea of using government decrees to push the practice in the south. If things went wrong, the officials there might force the people to raise crabs. What if the crabs died? What if the rice production was reduced? Li Longji looked at Li Yi as he pondered. Li Yi was the one who had told him all this. There were many difficulties when the government decrees were passed down. The local officials ignored the lives of the commoners for the sake of political achievements. Let's raise ducks. Li Yi gave another idea. Ducks don't eat rice? Zhang Shua looked at Li Yi as if he was looking at a fool. They don't. Li Yi didn't explain. Ducks didn't eat rice seedlings unless they waited for the rice to ear. At that time, the ducks would have to move to another place. I don't believe it. Zhang Shua straightened his neck. Li Yi, what does it have to do with me whether you believe it or not? If you don't believe it, then don't believe it. You don't have to raise them. Who forced you? Chase a few ducks down for me to see. Zhang Shua saw that Li Yi didn't say anything for a while, so he made a request. Big brother, third brother, sister-in-law, let's go over there and take a look. Li Yi ignored Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua had a stomach full of anger. He came to Li Longji's side and pointed at Li Yi. How can he be like this? Zhang Hong, watch more and think more. Li Longji warned. He knew why Zhang Shua came. He really did want to demote Zhang Shua for Yao Chong's feelings. Wei Zhigu was demoted to Minister of Works precisely for Yao Chong to see. Now, he didn't want to think about it because he had Brother Yi. Brother Yi's way of doing things was more stable than Yao Chong. But if there was a question, there would be an answer. In many things, Yao Chong wasn't that important. With Brother Yi keeping Yao Chong in check, Zhang Shua wasn't in a hurry to demote him. Li Longji thought. Zhang Shua didn't know that his fate had changed because of Li Yi's appearance. Otherwise, he would have continued. In recent days, he felt like the calm before the storm. It was so quiet that he couldn't breathe. The few of them strolled around. Li Longji mainly wanted to relax. When he saw Zhuangzi, his mood immediately brightened. Zhuangzi was orderly. The children were cute, the students were diligent, and the farmers changed shifts to work. Dongzhu was always so confident. Most importantly, if he thought of a difficult question, he could ask it at any time. If the court officials couldn't answer, Brother Yi could. If the court officials were troubled, Brother Yi was relaxed. Eating was more enjoyable. He could ask Brother Yi to cook, or he could eat in the dining hall. Who would poison there? The food was hot and tasted better than the ones in the palace. The palace learned to cook more dishes, but the taste was always wrong. The eunuchs and palace maids who went back in shifts had already tried their best to teach the imperial kitchen of the food bureau how to cook Zhuangzi's dishes. Unfortunately, they only learned the surface and didn't know the essence. Dongzhu, someone from the government is here. He said he's the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Water under the Ministry of Works. His name is Zhang Guang. Steward Songda appeared from the ground and shouted as he ran. What rank? Li Yi was stunned and introduced him. He belonged to the Ministry of Works. Under the Ministry of Works was the Ministry of Water. What was the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Water? 7th rank. Zhang Shua's expression was ugly. He thought, I didn't even dare to mention my identity when I came here. You, a 7th rank minister-counselor, are you looking for death? Li Longji, Empress Wang, and Li Chengqi suddenly became nervous. At the same time, their hearts were filled with hatred. What minister-counselor? I don't believe you. I'll go take a look. Zhang Shua took the initiative. He was afraid that if the minister-counselor revealed their identities, the minister-counselor would be dead for sure. The next one to die would be him. He also came here today. If His Majesty was angry, who would care if he exposed his identity? He stepped on the ridge and jogged over. Chapter 50. After a while he came back with 2 people. Li Longji knew one of them, Wei Zhigu, the current Minister of Works. As for the other one, who was he? 7th rank officials were too small in Chang and only 5th rank officials were allowed to attend the court assembly and stand outside. They watched as this 7th rank official walked over with a cautious expression, his back bent and his head lowered. Zhang Shua spoke first. This is the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Water. This is Cheng Gu, a good friend of mine. He has some connections in Chang'an. Zhang Shua introduced Wei Zhigu. He had nothing to say about the minor official Zhang Guang. Wei Zhigu nodded with a smile and said, This is Zhang Guang. He works in the Ministry of Water. He's a distant nephew of mine. I told him about the good water in Zhuangzi, so he insisted on coming here to learn. When the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Water was introduced, his body trembled slightly. When Wei Zhigu finished, he squeezed out a smile as fast as he could and said, Yes, I want to learn. He wanted to cry and complained inwardly, You are the minister. I listened to you and came here. But you didn't tell me that His Majesty King Song and Prime Minister Zhang were here. The woman beside His Majesty was obviously Empress Wang. I didn't come here to die in your hands but in His Majesty's, right? When Li Longji saw Wei Zhigu, he suddenly stopped being angry. Brother Yi said that Wei Zhigu's health was not good, and he would probably die in the winter. It was because he was demoted from Prime Minister to Minister. He had to re-establish his relationship with his colleagues. It was not easy to maintain relationships. Li Yi smiled and saluted. I didn't know that Minister Zheng would come in person. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. Brother Yi, you don't have to be like this. You're just a 7th rank official. We can't lower ourselves. Li Chengqi was unhappy. We were happy to talk with Brother Yi. You're just a 7th rank official. Do we have to follow you around? You're the Minister Counselor of the Ministry of Water. Do you know more about the irrigation of the Tang dynasty than Brother Yi? Zheng Guang's heart almost jumped out. He bowed to the ground and said, Li Dongzhu, please don't be like this. I heard that Li Dongzhu has many good prescriptions. Today I came to beg you. Officer Zheng, there's no need to be so polite. If you have something to say, please say it. My words carry little weight and I have many inadequacies. I'll let you point them out for me. Li Yi does not want to offend officials. Small officials have some power, and they will find trouble. Let's not talk about it yet. I'm still waiting to see the scenery. Li Chengqi continued to protect Li Yi. Yes. Zheng Guang nodded vigorously. Li Chengqi turned to Li Yi and said, Brother Yi, don't worry about him. We are relatives of the imperial family and have our own methods. Zheng Guang wanted to cry again. Are you an ordinary member of the royal family? Don't you know who's beside you? I can't afford to offend anyone here, but from the looks of it I won't die. Li Longji opened his mouth. His voice was gentle. Let's walk together. Look at the paddy field. Look at the duck pond. See how the water wheel on the Ba River works. Yes. Zheng Guang was very touched that His Majesty did not blame him. Wei Zhigu was also worried. Today His Majesty came here again. What's the matter with you? Aren't you going to rest? Everyone walked around. Li Longji felt relieved. At the same time, he prepared to go back and warn some people not to come here. This is my place, mine. Zheng Guang walked at the back and carefully observed Zhuangzi's situation. Don't they throw the seeds when they plant rice? Do they plant them? The seedlings are growing so big. Are those people from the Zhang family's village? They are cleaning up the feces of the chickens and ducks and putting them into baskets. They should be used to make fertilizer. There is a row of water wheels beside the Ba River, and there are also craftsmen working there. The water wheels draw water to shallow ponds, and some people throw food into the ponds for the ducks. There are so many ducklings that they fall down while running. He heard about the threshing and shelling machines that are connected to the water wheels. There are also people from outside Zhuangzi transporting wheat to be threshed. A group of people dressed as students are there to watch the fun. You guys are really carefree. You didn't pass the imperial examinations this year, but you are not worried. You have the leisure to watch others work. While Zheng Guang was thinking about it, the students also saw them. Zheng Guang was wearing an official's uniform. The uniform of a 7th rank official was also an official's uniform. The students who rent rooms in the Zhang family's village don't want to get scholarly honors. Li Chengqi saw those people and was not happy. One by one they were laughing and pointing at each other. After he spoke, the students suddenly changed as if they heard what he said. They put away their smiles and tidied up their appearance. Then they walked over. They seemed to have a good temperament. Brother Li, please. A person with thick eyebrows, big eyes, a straight nose and a wide mouth stood out. He had a dignified appearance. Li Yi clasped his hands. Brother, please. Brother Li, you are sightseeing here. Do you not know the worries of autumn? May I ask who you are? Li Yi didn't know the other person. Why did he come up and give me pointers? I am Zhao Su of Mount Hung, 13th Wang of Mount Hung. The person called Zhao Su replied. Li Yi was a bit confused. There are many people with the surname Zhao in Mount Hung. Where did this 13th Wang of yours come from? Oh, so it's 13th Wang. Brother Zhao, please. Li Yi played along. Brother Yi, do you know the worries of autumn? Zhao Su continued the previous topic. What worries? Li Yi felt that this person was taking advantage of the situation. From Li Dongzhu to Brother Li, then to Brother Yi, how did you know I was so close to you? There are 4 worries. The first is the worry of not having enough rice to put into the pot. The second is the worry of the increase and decrease of crops after the autumn harvest. The third is the worry of not having enough money to rent. The fourth is the worry of winter coming and the bitter cold is hard to endure. Zhao Su rattled off 4 points in a clear and organized manner. After he finished speaking, he stood there and waited. He waited and waited but no one spoke. Li finally understood what was going on. These students wanted to show their faces in front of the officials and people who were obviously wealthy. It meant that they had no way to donate and wanted to meet someone who could identify them. Li Longji and the others also knew that if they wanted to donate, the problem was that they only said the 4 worries. Who could control them? Empress Wang wanted to laugh, but she forced herself to hold it back. She looked at the students and then at Li Yi. She became more and more satisfied. She thought to herself, you guys can't do it. The court doesn't lack people like you. What it lacks are geniuses like Uncle. Zhao Su was embarrassed. He was waiting for the nobleman to ask about the specific worries so that he could show off his talent. In the end, he didn't answer. What was the meaning of this? Fortunately, he was nimble and immediately changed the topic. Brother Yi, I watched you plant rice on your farm and composed a poem, Zhao Su said. Li Yi looked at him. In the end, his heart softened and he said, please recite it, 13th Wang. Listen well. People without learning work hard. It's hard to understand what the disciples of heaven can do. Bending down to plant rice without seeing the sun, step by step time grinds away. Zhao Su said. Li Yi's pupils constricted. He was dissatisfied. The other person said that people without learning had to do hard work. If they didn't understand the higher laws of heaven, then there was nothing they could do. They could only plant rice with their heads down, unable to see the sun. In the end, their lives would be the same as their current work, step by step, time passing. But people who worked relied on their own ability to live. Was that wrong? It was a sin to belittle the working people. Good poem. Li Yi cupped his hands and didn't want to say anything more. He turned his head and said to Li Longji and the others, shall we go and see the construction of the 6th biogas pool? Li Longji nodded. Li Yi turned and walked in another direction. The others followed him. The students were dumbfounded. Leave? Don't go. Listen to us. Then admire us. Then ask us to recommend you. Brother Yi, do you have any pointers for my humble work? Zhao Su said loudly. No. It's a good poem. I'll recite it more later. Li Yi turned back and cupped his hands again. Everyone walked for a while. Zhao Su was anxious. Li Dongzhu, everyone says that the 3-character classic was written by you. But we don't believe it. Wait a minute. Li Qingqi was unhappy. He turned his head and looked at the students. Li Longji frowned. Chapter 51. How can you smear someone's innocence? Wei Zhigu took 2 steps forward and shouted at Zhao Su. A group of students hurried over. Good, they didn't lose their chance. Zhao Su threw caution to the wind and said to Li Yi, can you prove that you made the 3-character classic? No, Li Yi said indifferently. Then who made it? Zhao Su asked. I'm not telling you. Li Yi's tone was still indifferent. Where is he? Zhao Su stared. Killed and buried, Li Yi said with a smile. Where? Zhao Su took a step forward. I'm not telling you. Go report it to the authorities. Li Yi tilted his head and smiled. Li Yi, how can you be like this? Zhao Su was furious. Does it have anything to do with you? Li seemed to be in a good mood. As scholars, we need to know the truth. Zhao Su shouted, and the students behind him followed suit. You're a murderer. How did you become a scholar? Li Yi asked. When did I kill anyone? Zhao Su's eyes widened. How can you prove that you didn't kill anyone? Li Yi asked. How can I prove it? Zhao Su glared. As a scholar, I need to know the truth. Li Yi's gaze was sincere. Ha ha ha. Li Chengqi couldn't help but laugh. Empress Wang smiled. Big brother, third brother, sister-in-law, let's go look at the biogas pool. Li Yi spoke again. When they had walked dozens of steps away, Zhao Su shouted again, Li Yi, you're just a rice farmer. You'll never understand anything in the field like those idiots who don't even know how to read. Li Yi suddenly stopped. The people planting rice next to him stood up and looked at the students. Li Yi took a deep breath and said loudly, the farmers in Zhuangzi know more than you do. At least they can support themselves. You, on the other hand, failed the imperial examinations. You're just trash. As for farming and your so-called principles, humph, planting the green seedlings all over the field, he lowered his head and saw the sky above the water. Only with a clear heart can one achieve the Tao. Retreating is actually advancing. After saying that, Li Yi walked away with large strides. Li Longji and the others quickly followed, leaving behind a group of stupefied students. The farmers who were transplanting the rice seedlings roared with laughter and continued to transplant the rice seedlings happily. They understood that we were so powerful. Lowering my head, I see the sky and the water. Retreating is actually moving forward. Good poem, really good poem. Zhang Shua praised as he walked. Wei Jigu also said, this is turning complexity into simplicity. Each word a gem. Li Dongzhu is quite capable. Someone else wrote it. It has nothing to do with me. Li Yi told the truth. Where is he? Zhang Shua wanted to know. Li Chengqi interjected from the side. Kill them, bury them. Go report them to the authorities, ha 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 ha, ha. Li Longji couldn't help but laugh. Empress Wang stretched out her hand and rubbed Li Yi's head. Zheng Guang wanted to show off, so he said, who wrote it? An unlearned person toils a lot. It's hard to understand the Tao of heaven. Bending down to plant seedlings without seeing the sun, step by step, time chisels. At first it sounds good, but now that you compare it to planting the green seedlings all over the field, it's really the difference between heaven and earth. On the other side, the students. How can it be like this? Why is it like this? It's actually, Zhao Su was incoherent. The others looked at him with resentment, meaning to say, you just had to be so overbearing, and what happened in the end? Li Dongzhu's literary talent is better than yours. You wanted to step on owner Li to get up, but in the end you were stepped on, right? How can you compare yourself to someone who can write the 3-character classic? At the construction site of the 6th biogas pool, trenches were dug out, and there were people on the side who used cast iron pipes to drill the threads. Li Yihua used her lifespan to change the iron pipe to make the screw mouth out of it manually. He could actually improve the smelting process bit by bit, and then make a tapping machine, but it would be too slow and he couldn't wait. It took 40 hours to change to another one. There were people on the side who prepared hemp and tung oil. When it came to connecting the pipes, only the screws were not enough and the seals were not enough. Li Yi had hemp and raw material belts at that time, and now he used hemp and tung oil. Empress Wang looked on, looking forward to the 2 biogas pools that the palace would use cement to make according to the blueprint. After experiencing the vitality lamp, she was not willing to light candles. Candles were not bright enough, and there were always palace maids and eunuchs watching to trim the wick. She was willing to let the harem be happy and save as much effort as possible. She took things from Zhuangzi and went back to distribute them to the people in the harem. Little brother Yi, you don't usually compose many poems. Li Longji looked at Li Yi with a gratified expression. It's meaningless, the people have no money, no matter how good the poems are, they will starve. Li Yi said calmly. He thought of Du Fu, the poet of a generation, who wrote the poem Wine and Meat Stinks Behind the Vermilion Door, Frozen Bones on the Road. He asked for an official position in Chang'an, and was later given a small 9th-rank official, and went to the county to be the director of the Public Security Bureau, the court judge, and the director of the tax bureau. Du Fu thought the position was too small, so he didn't go. He didn't have money to give to his family, so he continued to donate to Chang'an, and then one of his children starved to death. Li Yi felt that if he had time now, he could be the military officer of Hushi, which was near Chang'an. Du Fu was not satisfied with such a high position right from the start. How many university students begged to be a small official in the village? Why? Because they were confident as long as they gave me a chance I could succeed. If I want to be promoted, I will fight my way up with my ability and achievements. Under the same rules, I won't accept it. I was so confident. So Li Yi admired Du Fu's poems but looked down on Du Fu. Writing good poems can let the people eat? Whether it's a mule or a horse, take it out for a walk. Li Longji didn't know that his brother Yi was silently criticizing a future poet, who was only 3 years old in nominal age. He admired Li Yi's cheap brother who was full of literary talent but didn't show it easily, and only did things that benefited the country and the people. Brother Yi, the bigger the methane pool, the better? Li Longji saw that this one was much bigger than the previous one. Li Yi shook his head. No, it involves the ability to withstand pressure and whether there is enough material. The bigger the wall, the better the seal, and the higher the cement. Otherwise it will leak and cause an explosion and people will die. This one in front of me is the limit of what I can do. If it's bigger, I can't provide the corresponding technology. I see. Li Longji learned. Li Dongzhu also has things that you don't understand? Zhang Shua took the opportunity to squeeze a sentence. He also didn't know why. Yes, the more you know, the more you find yourself ignorant. When you finally step into the threshold that you have been searching for, you will understand that it is just the beginning. Just like poetry. They talk about the sorrow of autumn, in my opinion. Young people don't know the taste of sorrow, love to climb the stairs. Love to climb the stairs, for the sake of new words to say sorrow. Now that I know the taste of sorrow, I want to say it but stop. I want to say it but stop, I say it's cold autumn. Li Yi said these words with infinite emotion. Then, everyone was stunned. Wei Zhigu, who had been moved from the prime minister position to the minister position, instantly had red eyes. He murmured, I say it's cold autumn, it's cold autumn. Zhang Shua looked up at the sky and sighed. He wanted to say something but he couldn't say a word. Li Chengqi squatted there and looked at the construction site. Li Longji pursed his lips. As a 7th-rank official, he didn't want to think about anything. Empress Wang was stunned for a moment, and then reached out to rub Li Yi's head. Uncle, say something exciting. There will be times when you will ride the wind and break the waves, and sail the clouds and sail the sea. Li Yi said. Li Dongzhu, let's not talk about the wind and waves of the sea for now. Let me ask you, when the dam opens, how do you block it? When Zhang Guang heard Li Yi's words, he suddenly remembered the task given to him by the minister and hurriedly asked. Chapter 52. Yes. Wei Zhigu became clear-headed. What am I sad about? The Ministry of Works has a question for Li Yi. I'm here today to listen to you. As long as I ask, Li Yi will definitely give me a good solution. So I'm in trouble. I'll ask a small official to accompany me. I hope you can do something magical again. Plug the breach. Li Yi was not in the mood to look for poems anymore. The important matter had arrived. Yes, the water is big, so the breach happened. After the Yellow River opened this year, there were only a few small breaches and people died. It took a lot of effort to plug them. Zhang Guang spoke of the situation and glanced at Li Longji from time to time. The Ministry of Works did not report this matter because there were only a few deaths, only 100 or so. Li Longji immediately looked at Wei Zhigu and shook his head. The Yellow River opened before the 5th month. Wei Zhigu had been in the Ministry of Works for less than a month, so it had nothing to do with him. Li Yi lowered his head and pondered. The matter of plugging the breach, soldiers of the People's Liberation Army jumping down and holding hands? If it was Tang Dynasty soldiers, it was impossible. If he said it out loud, this small official would bite him to death. Li Dongzhu, didn't you say that you will answer all questions? Hurry up and say it. Zhang Shua said anxiously. He also knew that water was difficult to manage. At this critical moment, Li Yi was so amazing that even His Majesty and Prime Minister Yao came to ask him about politics. Li Chengqi glared and said, Don't speak. You. Zhang Shua was about to retort, but he saw His Majesty looking over unhappily. He could only hold back. Sigh. Li Yi sighed. To be honest, the breach of the Yellow River is because the angle of the river is too big, especially at the 9 turns and 18 bends. Yes. Zhang Guang was confident. At least this person knew about the 9 turns and 18 bends. The other 2 reasons are the open river stage and the later stage. The open river stage is when the river opens upstream, the downstream is frozen, and the upstream is flooded. The second reason is when the river sand accumulates and the water level rises. Later on, the water is blocked and overflows. Li Yi said the reason was the Yellow River. Yes. Li Dongzhu, that's exactly the case. Zhang Guang was full of confidence. Li Yi continued, we have to control the route of the river. We have to control the river with the river and attack the sand with the water. As for the frozen period, we can blow it up. How to control the river with a river and attack sand with water? What do you mean by exploding? Zhang Guang became even more anxious. Li Longji's eyes lit up. Brother Yi clearly had a way. Let's not talk about other things first. Let's talk about blocking the breach. Li Yi changed the topic. He continued, blocking the breach is nothing more than throwing things into the breach. Throwing burlap sacks filled with dirt and stones is also throwing. Throwing stones is also throwing. But as soon as I threw it down, the current was so strong that it was washed away. First of all, we have to think of a way to prevent the things from being washed away, right? Ran. Hurry up and tell me. Zheng Guang wanted to open up Li Yi's head and directly grab the solution. There's something called a willow roller. The size? Let's go with the textbook. It's 150 feet long and not wide. Weave it into a blanket with branches, grass, and soil. After rolling it up, it has a diameter of 20 feet. Take a big piece of wood and roll it in the middle and tie it tightly with a rope. Throw it into the water and tie a rope behind it. Someone will pull it. When there are bubbles, it will expand and become bigger. It's very useful to block the breach. Li Yi took out a willow roller. As everyone listened, Li Chengqi shouted to the attendant who was dozens of steps away from them, "Bring me the brush, ink, paper and inkstone." The attendant sprinted over and did some work. Zhang Shua personally took the brush and wrote. After writing a paragraph, he asked again. He tried to be as detailed as possible so that people would know what to do at a glance. After writing down the production and application of the willow roller, Zhang Shua raised his head. "Is there anything else?" "Yes," Li Yi said. "Hurry up and tell us." Wei Zhigu urged. This moment he was convinced. Sure enough, if there was any question, just ask. No wonder Her Majesty always came over. If he had time, he would also come often. This Li Yi was simply amazing. He didn't tell anyone when he came. In the end, when he asked about the breach, there was a cure for the breach. He was so strong that it was unreasonable. How about I drag him to the Ministry of Works? Thinking so, Wei Zhigu couldn't hold back and said directly, "Li Dongzhu, I think you can enter the Ministry of Works as an official. You'll start at the 6th rank, no 5th rank. You can attend court at the 5th rank." Swoosh. 4 gazes swept over at the same time, carrying murderous intent. One of them had the strongest murderous intent. It belonged to Her Majesty. Empress Wang glanced at Wei Zhigu and said, "My uncle can also be the Prime Minister." She was angry, so she stabbed Wei Zhigu and removed him from the position of Prime Minister. "That's right," Li Longji added. Wei Zhigu was speechless. "I'm not angry. I've been the Prime Minister before. Didn't I just offend Yao Chong? I have a clear conscience. I can't help his 2 sons do bad things." Zheng Guang glanced at them and thought to himself, "You should consider my feelings. You have to start at the 5th rank so that you can attend court. Then Her Majesty and the Empress are unhappy. What do you want? I'm also having a hard time. I can't even attend court." Zhang Shua stopped reading. It was boring. What Prime Minister? Isn't he the Foreign Minister now? Li Yi glanced at it a few times and felt complicated emotions. He said, "Another method is to pile up a slope to make wood. Load the cart with rocks and chain it with ropes. Use it at the same time as the willow rolls." As Li Yi spoke, he picked up another piece of paper and used his brush to draw a simple map of broken earth and a broken cart that wouldn't take much time at all. The cart doesn't need to be very sturdy. Can be used together. Chain a bunch of carts at one time. The cart doesn't need to be made of good wood. Just use rattan and some broken wood. Wheels aren't easy to cut. I'll just use a trough. Apply some soybean oil and push or pry it open. Zhang Shu reached out and took away the paper Li Yi drew. "You're giving it to Minister Counselor Zheng. Why are you taking it?" Li Chengqi reminded him. "Let me take a look." Zhang Shua gave him a reason. He glanced at it casually. "For you, Minister Counselor Zheng." "Okay, thank you." Zheng Guang took it and looked at it first. He folded it and put it away with the paper he was writing on. "Minister Counselor Zheng, please go back quickly," Li Chengqi said again. "That? What about controlling the river with a river, attacking sand with water and blasting it with explosives?" Zheng Guang still wanted more. He knew that plugging the breach was only a temporary solution. The other one was a permanent solution. Li Yi said, "Building a dam to block the breach and using water to attack sand together with the damming and remote dikes require more text. There's a lot of content, but it's mainly used in areas where water is diverted and flood control." He didn't want to write so many words today. He was tired and couldn't focus. As for blasting ice, it involved fixed-point blasting technology. He had to make gunpowder first. Ordinary gunpowder wouldn't work. Zheng Guang understood and looked at them regretfully. He went out of the manor to find a horse to ride back. He had to quickly transcribe the information and hand it in. After he walked a few hundred steps, Steward Songda caught up with him and gave him a double-shouldered box that was used by scholars. It contained 2 caddies of soy sauce, a jar of fermented bean curd, a jar of stinky tofu, and a big bag of strange fragrance. Zheng Guang didn't stand on ceremony. He thanked Steward Song and went to find a horse. Wei Zhigu heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, he had some achievements as the Minister of Works. Unfortunately, his achievements were only for the common people by the river. He couldn't speak of them in the imperial court. If he had to claim credit, it could only be that he brought the Water Ministry's minister-counselor to Li Yi to ask. Zhang Shua looked at Li Yi and then at Li Longji in admiration. Your Majesty is indeed amazing. We didn't even know you were so capable. Li Longji felt good. What's wrong with me going out of the palace for a stroll? I have official business, not for fun. I haven't been to the pear garden for 5 days. If you had so many methods, would I still need to come out personally? Who knows the bitterness in my heart? It's not easy for me. Li Longji was so immersed in his act that his eyes turned red. Third brother, are you hungry? Don't worry, we'll eat in a while. Li Chingqi was afraid that there would be a problem and hurriedly said. Chapter 53. A large garden was still under construction. It was simple, rustic, natural and fun. The more it was like this, the harder it was. Fortunately, Li Yi had the blueprint. How did Suzhou's gardens were built? It was similar to Chimenduanjia. Copying meant that there were not enough craftsmen. Brother Yi, there's a different world here. Li Chengqi stood beside a small canal and waved his hand in the water. Everything else is fine, but we lack manpower. Craftsmen. Li Yi wanted another group of people. We lack craftsmen. Li Chengqi repeated and looked at Wei Zhigu. Wei Zhigu was the Minister of Works. There were always craftsmen who accidentally did something wrong and were punished. Or they were ostracized and had bad personalities. Even if they were skilled, they were not good enough. Wei Zhigu did not dare to say that he would arrange it. He just signaled with his eyes that he understood and would arrange it later. You want craftsmen with good skills, right, Brother Yi? You don't want those who steal? Li Chengqi said to Li Yi. In fact, he was saying it to Wei Zhigu. It depends on what they steal. I don't want those who drink or go to Pyongkong Square. I don't want those who gamble either. If they steal to sell for money to treat my family and buy rice, I want them. Li Yi had a choice. He did not want to kill them. In fact, he also had a way to treat them, but he did not want to waste his effort. Yes, Brother Yi is right. Illness and lack of food do not exist in Zhuangzi. Li Chingqi echoed. Wei Zhigu knew who he should send. He was willing and even decided to send some good craftsmen over with their families. If they stayed in the Ministry of Works, the craftsmen would not be as useful as if they were in Li Yi's Zhuangzi. Li Yi always had new things to do and lacked manpower. He might as well support him. After walking around, it was about time. Everyone went to the canteen to eat. Li Yi did not want to bring the 2 newcomers into his courtyard. What is this? Zhuangzi's a canteen? A place for the farmers to eat? Zhang Translation was shocked when he entered the canteen. It was such a big place. The houses were all connected to each other. Everyone shuttled back and forth to get food. The food was placed there and he scooped it himself. None of this was a problem. But why was there a strong meaty aroma wafting into his nose? There was a small sign in front of each dish with words written on it. Wei Zhigu, who was also here for the first time, read, tofu with green onions, pork belly with plantain, chicken stewed with mushrooms, red braised pork, fried small fish, garlic scrambled eggs, duck soup, roast duck slices, fried chicken offal, soy sauce duck liver, steamed grass carp, dried pot pork kidney. He recited the dishes one by one, and there were a total of 26 dishes. On the side, there were small rice, big rice, steamed buns, handmade noodles that were ready to be cooked at any time, and sorghum rice that had been soaked in water. As for the side dishes, they were red, green, salted beans, salted dried tofu, dried vegetables, pickled vegetables from pig skin, and salted duck eggs that were cut in half. The more he thought about it, the softer Wei Zhigu's voice became. He and Zhang Shua had the same thoughts. Is this the food that the villagers in Zhuangzi eat? Is the life of the people of the Tang dynasty already so good? He looked at Li Yi again and felt a little scared. It was too terrifying. Not to mention the people hired by his family. He didn't even dare to eat so many vegetables in a day. Many of the dishes were clearly written, and he could only guess based on the words. He understood stir-fried, but what was fried? What was dried pot? How was red braised pork cooked in red? What was the difference between steaming and steaming? Zhang Shua stood beside Wei Zhigu waiting and watching. The villager came over, took a bamboo plate, and filled it with vegetables, rice, and soup. He then found a place to sit down and eat. The two of them looked at each other and confirmed that the food was for the villager. It wasn't made at the last minute for show. The villager looked very natural when he filled the dishes, and he also ate normally. It wasn't like when he suddenly encountered meat when he usually couldn't eat meat. Li Longji and the others had already gotten their own meals and entered the smallest room that was connected to one of the smaller rooms. Zhang Shua and Wei Zhigu immediately picked the dishes they wanted to eat and followed. They didn't dare to eat too much. The place where they got their meals wrote, "Take as much as you want. If it's not enough, come again." This house is good. Zhang Shua came in and took a look. He felt that it was good. It was specially separated for me, Li Yi said. 2 eunuchs and 2 palace maids also came in after getting their meals and sat at a table next to them. The whole house could fit 4 long tables. Zhang Shua and Wei Zhigu looked at the 4 people. They weren't afraid at all and lowered their heads to eat. The 2 of them were convinced. His Majesty and the Empress were eating, and you were eating at the side. You should stand up and serve them. Li Longji didn't care so much. It wasn't easy for him to get his favorite dishes and they were still warm. Where are your attendants? Call them in and get their own meals. Li Chengqi found that the attendants didn't come in. Ah, Wei Zhigu answered, ran out, and called all the people he and Zhang Shua brought in. The attendants were just as surprised. There were so many dishes and so was the rice. They could eat as much as they wanted. Li Dongzhu. Wei Zhigu hadn't eaten yet and asked first. You gave Zhuangzi this kind of food. Aren't you afraid that you'll go bankrupt? Li Yi laughed. I'm a Dongzhu. If I have to rely on the villagers to survive, I might as well jump into the Ba River. But the food is too good. Wei Zhigu was still conflicted. You think it's good because you don't have it. I Zhuangzi raise a lot of livestock and poultry. Of course I have to eat it. Li Yi gave a philosophy. There was only harm when there was a comparison. Zhang Shua didn't want to say the same thing again. He served a small mushroom. It was delicious. He asked, where did the mushroom come from? It's the season for mushrooms now. People picked mushrooms and sent them to Zhuangzi to exchange for things. Zhuangzi offered a high price, Li Chengqi said. He was very proud. I know there are many mushrooms in this season, but what about you two? Zhang Shua and Wei Zhigu didn't know. Who would care about which month the mushrooms were in? Don't be afraid if you don't know. My brother Yi Zhuangzi is very knowledgeable. Li Chengqi comforted the 2 ministers. The ones who were comforted felt even more sad. Are you saying that we're not knowledgeable? It'll be better next year. Many of this year's vegetables haven't been harvested, but I'm prepared for next year. In the winter, we'll learn from the imperial family. We'll also have cucumbers, eggplants, and sisal. I call sisal cabbage. These vegetables will appear. Li Yi said to Li Longji, tell third brother not to use your status for some vegetables. I have some here. Li Longji understood. He was so moved that he wanted to cry. Zhang Shua was interested. How do you plant it in winter? I originally wanted to burn glass, but now that I think about it, it won't work. It's too easy to make people jealous, and it's not good for the people's livelihood. Therefore, I want to use silk. The lighting isn't good, and with the addition of a warm wall, the growth cycle will be slower. However, it's okay to plant it in advance. Li Yi gave a simple explanation. Can you tell us? Wei Zhigu also wanted to give it a try. Sure. Li Yi thought for 3 to 4 seconds and agreed. Brother, you can't. Li Longji stopped him. Why? I can't. I'll first bring the villagers to try it in Zhang family's village. After it's done, I'll go to other villages. Li Yi was just about to ask why when he reacted. Ordinary people couldn't afford to plant vegetables that were out of season. They were all taken away by the rich. It was better to cooperate with the villagers one by one and lead them to become rich. He could operate according to the cooperation model of enterprises and the people in his world. Li Longji's thinking was obviously different from Li Yi's. He said, "You have to keep the profitable business to yourself. You can do it in Zhuangzi." "No, third brother. I still have to lead many people to live a good life." Li Yi shook his head. "What does it have to do with the people?" Li Longji's tone changed when he heard about the people. Zhang Shuo and Wei Zhigu nodded together. "Yes, tell me, can you help the people live a good life?" Chapter 54. Li Yi drank a mouthful of soup and said slowly, "I have a model. The commoners will plant winter wheat in their fields. I'll pay to buy the right to use 1 mu of land for the winter. Then I'll hire the commoners to plant vegetables and pay them extra. Or I'll use their land, give them a share and teach them how to plant. In the future, they'll know how to plant on their own. I can even take out the money to help them build greenhouses." Li Yi's concept was ahead of the curve. He talked about the model of cooperation between enterprises and farmers. "If they plant the vegetables you mentioned, won't there be no winter wheat?" Li Chengqi quickly thought of a problem. "Impossible. Greenhouses require a lot of labor. In addition to the input of materials, there are also people to look after." Li Yi talked about the industrial structure and labor costs. "What if they hire workers?" Li Chengqi's train of thought followed. "The wages of the hired workers will increase. The more they plant, the lower the price of vegetables, the higher the price of grain, the higher the overall cost, and the lower the profit. In the end, it will be balanced." Li Yi introduced the market economy model. Then he said, "The market economy can't be without the participation of the planned economy. Big brother and third brother have their ways. They just need to ask the imperial court to restrict it, such as planting mulberry trees, jujube trees, and hemp." Everyone listened. They didn't understand the market economy and the planned economy. After thinking about it carefully, they could understand. "Brother Yi, do the commoners make a lot of money by planting vegetables?" Li Longji was concerned about this. Of course they have to make money. More importantly, without vegetables in winter, people feel uncomfortable and get sick easily. Vegetables can solve part of the problem. When people's health is better, they'll work more and live longer. When the population increases, the welfare of the population will follow. Increasing the welfare of the population depends on how production technology is transformed into productivity. At this point, Li Yi stopped. He smiled. "You're talking too far ahead. Let's talk about the present. I'll try to bring the Zhang family to the village first." Everyone in the house was confused. What was Li Yi talking about? Zhang Shuo and Wei Zhigu trembled at the same time. They looked at Li Yi. How terrifying. In layman's terms, although they didn't understand what he was talking about, they felt that he was very powerful. Li Longji knew that his brother Yi seemed to have many ways of governing a country. The things that came out of brother Yi's mouth when he was chatting while eating sounded so profound. That's right, brother Yi can also foresee the future, natural and man-made disasters, saying that Yao Xiang will be involved. "Big brother and I will help you," Li Longji solemnly said to Li Yi. "Thank you, third elder brother, eldest brother. Oh, and sister-in-law," Li Yi quickly added when he saw his sister-in-law looking over. Zhang Shuo and Zhang Shuo were about to die from jealousy. His Majesty had brought the Empress to get close to one person. How great was this imperial favor? However, after some consideration, he couldn't bring himself to be jealous. Although Li Yi was only at the age of dancing elephants, he was very powerful. The scariest thing was that he would answer whenever you asked. Who wouldn't like that? Everything that was troubling him was simple. Also, Zhuangzi's dishes are too delicious. Hurry up and eat. After a few bites, another group of people came in. The two leaders didn't look young. "Li Dongzhu, do you still remember me?" Yao Chong asked Li Yi. "Elder, please." Li Yi stood up with a smile. "I brought a good friend." Yao Chong pointed to an elder beside him. Zhang Shu and Wei Zhigu wanted to laugh. "Good friend? That's right, he will listen to you." The other person is Prime Minister Lu Huaishan. The palace maids and eunuchs also stopped eating and stood up to wait for orders. Today there was King Song, His Majesty the Empress, 3 prime ministers, and a former prime minister who was now the Minister of Works. "Let's start the meeting. Since I'm a person, I'll stand on the side of the small court assembly. Alright, everyone introduced themselves to one another. Then, the two who came in later went to wash their hands and get their food. 2 tables were placed together and they sat down. It looked very harmonious. Li Chengqi suppressed his laughter and looked around. He wanted to ask, are you all still leaving tonight? If not, the court assembly in the palace tomorrow. The 4 of you can eat. Don't worry about us. Remember, don't eat too much. There'll always be food, Li Yi said to the palace maids and eunuchs. Yes, Dongju. The 4 of them were no longer afraid. Li Yi had spoken. We'll eat. His Majesty doesn't care. Li Yi looked around. Seeing that his big brother, third brother, and sister-in-law didn't care, he didn't care either. They were all wealthy people with servants. He took out some technology that could increase one's lifespan and hoped that they would help him promote it. Wei Zhigu was in the worst mood. Not long ago, he was also the prime minister. Yao Chong didn't teach him well, and now you're blaming me? What could I have done back then? Li Longji looked at him and thought of Brother Yi's words. He picked up a mushroom from his plate and placed it on Wei Zhigu's plate. Elder, have a mushroom. Wei Zhigu almost burst into tears. The other 3 prime ministers, Empress Wang, and Li Chengqi understood. His Majesty regretted it, but he still valued Wei Zhigu. Yao Chong was nervous, but he couldn't say anything. Yes, it's good to eat mushrooms. After a few days, the fungus and mushrooms in the imperial plantation will also grow. I've already discussed this with the supervisor of the imperial plantation. I'll teach him how to do it. Brother Wang will give me a portion of the fungus and mushrooms. If you guys want to do it, I'll teach you. Everyone should eat some fungus. It's good for the body. Li Yi also mentioned the imperial plantation from a medical point of view. He was afraid that the 4 of them would have other thoughts. Third brother, the current supervisor of the imperial plantation, is Wang Xing. He's not bad. I've seen him a few times, Li Chengqi said. He was worried that the 3 prime ministers would cause too much trouble. The 4 of them suddenly understood and agreed. They put on a show, fighting openly and secretly. Li Yi was the only one who didn't know. Uncle, can mushrooms and fungus really be grown? Empress Wang had heard of fungus growing before. Now that she saw that mushrooms could also be grown, she thought about it again. She wanted to see if she could grow them in the harem. This way, the harem would have more income and everyone's lives would be better. Right now, only one type of mushroom can be grown. Monkey head. Li Yi said with a look of, I'm not good enough. The 3 prime ministers and 1 minister wanted to vomit blood. Monkey head mushrooms were sold in the east market of Chang'an, but not in the west market. To buy a monkey head mushroom, one needed to use a stick to weigh it. 1 tael was 600 copper coins, so 1 tael was 6,000 copper coins. 1 caddy was 9,600 copper coins. This thing could be grown? Then wouldn't you Li Yi make a fortune? Fine, you Li Yi don't need to make a fortune with monkey head mushrooms. You can just sell soy sauce. Empress Wang reached out her hand. Li Yi didn't dodge. Wasn't it just tying up his hair again? Uncle, if you plant it, San Lang and I will plant it too. When Empress Wang heard that it was monkey head mushrooms, there was no need to think. She had found a way to make a fortune. She could grow fungus and monkey head mushrooms. If the imperial plantation could grow them, why couldn't she? The imperial plantation was hers. I think I can still eat 1 more bowl of rice. I won't eat anymore, Li Longji said. He controlled his appetite and decided to listen to little brother Yi. Don't eat too much. Eat when you're hungry. The others quickly finished the food on their plates. Only Li Yi still had a few mouthfuls left. Chew carefully and swallow slowly. When the food reaches the stomach will squirm and the stomach acid will corrode the food. The finer the food, the faster the corrosion. Because the surface area exposed to the stomach acid is large, everyone usually eats porridge. The body recovers faster. You guys eat too quickly. The food is too big. When it squirms in the stomach, it will damage the stomach mucosa. Li Yi patiently explained medical knowledge to everyone. The 3 prime ministers and 1 minister. They feel wronged. Don't we know that we have to eat slowly? But if Her Majesty finished eating, what would we do? Chapter 55. Use mud and stone to build a 4-story building. Will it be cold in winter? After dinner, they went to the construction site again. Yao Chong asked about the situation. No. There are flue pipes and we can add fireplaces. Originally, we wanted to build a door for 2 households. But after building, we realized it was too difficult. So, we decided to build a door for 2 households and 1 floor for each house. Li felt uncomfortable when he talked about the situation. There were problems during the construction. It was too difficult to mix the concrete. They could only use bricks and cement. The construction speed was too slow. Luckily, the villager did not want such a big house. Li changed it. The area was allocated according to the population. Each person had at least 1 house and a living room. This way, the couple could have 1 more house and use it as a study room. The villager had a study room because Li wanted to open night classes. He wanted to use pinyin to replace area pronunciation. Pinyin had 26 letters. The other methods required too many words, and it was more difficult to change the pronunciation. Pinyin was the best way to learn quickly. If the villager wanted to learn more in the future, he could go back and learn. The villager was willing to learn the names of the dishes in the canteen. He knew what words they were. Li grew up learning pinyin. After that, he learned calligraphy, musical instruments, poems and ancient dictionaries to know how to change the pronunciation. For example, the current number notation system had special simple symbols and did not need Arabic numerals. Li knew how to use it, but when he used it, he still used Arabic numerals. He wanted the people in Zhuangzi to learn the same things as him. This was because he could teach quickly and had a complete system. Li thought a lot, but others thought more than him. I can understand the fireplace. There is no firewood for the fire. Do we use charcoal? Lu Huaishan thought for a while and asked. Actually, there is a heater. It is made of iron. The boiler is placed high and the pressure is enough. The heater is the floor heating. Li introduced. It was uncomfortable to not have a heater in winter. Last winter, Fengyu was very uncomfortable. The firewall was incomparable to the heater. He was prepared to use his lifespan to change the boiler. It was like changing the solar panels on the house. His hospital needed electricity. There was electricity now, but no one knew about it. It was better to use a boiler in winter than to use electricity for heating. Anyway, there was not much difference between the big and the small boiler. Just like mineral water, large buckets were cheaper on average while small buckets were more expensive. Plastic bottles were expensive. A bottle of mineral water that cost 1 yuan at the wholesale price would cost more than 30 cents, and it would cost 500 to 600 milliliters. The cost of a 10-liter bucket was more than 1 yuan. The cost of the bottle was 3 times more, and the amount of water was 20 times more. Li wanted to exchange for a boiler as well, so he wanted to get 2 big guys, 1 for normal use and 1 for backup. It could also save on charcoal and provide central heating. He used the money he saved on firewood and charcoal to buy rice to make porridge. He could earn back the lifespan of the boiler. Li Dongzhu, let me ask you something. Why don't you use charcoal instead of charcoal poison? Zhang Shua asked. It's fine as long as you exhaust the smoke well. If the smoke flows backwards, you'll be poisoned by carbon monoxide just like burning charcoal. That's charcoal poison. I'll draw a simple diagram for you when we get back. You'll know when you see it. Li was still the kind of person who would answer any question that others asked. Li Dongzhu, if you put a brazier in the house during winter, how do you exhaust the smoke? Wei Zhigu asked a very practical question. Make a standing furnace for heating and can also boil water. Make a furnace cylinder from thin iron. Connect the bamboo cylinder at the back where it's not hot. Save money. Li gave a solution and even thought about saving money for the other party. What kind of standing furnace? Wei Zhigu asked. It seemed that he had to go home and make one. Mud is fine. I'll draw a diagram for you later. Li recalled a diagram of a standing furnace in the house. He used it when he was young. He also knew the diagram of a honeycomb coal stove, but he didn't want to use it. The smell of burning honeycomb coal was too bad. It was better to use coal powder to make coal and then put it in a big standing furnace. Li Dongzhu, my stomach feels cold in winter. Can you tell me what's wrong with it? Yao Chong talked about his body's problem. Eat carrots first. You know carrots, right? I told you before. Li said. Yes, Li, Yao Chong nodded. Li Dongzhu, my stomach feels like it's on fire. I asked others. They told me to eat ginger. I ate it and I still feel uncomfortable. Zhang Shua patted his stomach. Eat candied ginger slices. It needs to be cooked. I'll write a prescription for you. You can make it yourself. Li Yi gave a solution. Li Dongzhu, I have a grandnephew who always has a stomachache. Then I saw worms when he was defecating. The medicine I prescribed is not effective. Lu Huaishan said awkwardly. When we return to the courtyard, I'll give you some candy. You can feed the child. Li Yi prepared to exchange for insect repellent. Li Dongzhu, stop for a moment. Is this how you do it? Now that you've caught my brother Yi, are you done? Li Chengqi roared. He didn't agree. Don't you know your own identity? My brother Yi is capable, but why should he help you? If you have the ability, go to the Imperial Medical Bureau or the Medicine Bureau. The four of us took turns to ask. My third brother and I have never done this before. Wei Jigu was a little better as he promised craftsmen. But what about the other three? The four of them suddenly woke up with a start, the kind that was horrified and frightened. Then they looked at Li Yi with a complicated expression. They were recalling how many questions they had asked just now. It seemed that Li Yi answered every question directly. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and answered. The four of them panted carefully. It was too terrifying. Li Chengqi curled his lips. Did you see a ruthless person? If Brother Yi is not capable, why do you think my third brother always wants to come here to play? And you guys, you all came to Zhuangzi. Who's in charge of the political affairs hall now? Li Longji squinted his eyes as if he was looking at a construction site. Empress Wang snuggled up to him without saying anything, but her eyes were smiling like crescent moons. The two of them were happy. In the Tang dynasty, they finally met a peerless person. This was given to them by the heavens. The heavens have recognized us. Li Dongzhu, are you going to take the imperial examination next year? Yao Chong, who had regained his senses, asked. I'm not free. I'll be busy next year and the year after. Natural and man-made disasters are not the scariest things, but the human heart. Li Yi shook his head. Then he suddenly remembered something. I can't take the imperial examination. First, I'm not a student, and second, I'm not a tribute. I have to find someone to get me a spot. Li Yi looked at his eldest brother and third brother. Find someone to help. Students studied from primary school, and then took the imperial examination. Tributes were recommended by local authorities to take the imperial examination in Chang, and in spring. As for being a scholar, no one cared. Li Longji turned his head. Brother Yi, when do you want to take the imperial examination? I'll help you find someone to set up a subject. Yes, set up a subject and select only scholars. Zhang Shua supported. What he meant was to set up a temporary imperial examination for Li Yi. The subject was also called Chang, and N was fixed tomorrow. The subject was also set up temporarily, and was considered a special subject. Being a scholar was even more difficult than being a grand scholar. The questions were harder to set and there was a need for someone above. It had never been set up for a scholar before. Today he felt that it was possible. Lu Huaishan, Wei Jigu, and Yao Chong nodded their heads in agreement. As long as Li Yi wanted to take the imperial examination, he could take the imperial examination at any time. Actually, there was no need to take the imperial examination. Everyone could just drink together. Otherwise, if someone like you took the imperial examination, wouldn't you be squeezing out a top scholar? Wouldn't that be unfair to others? They didn't have any opinions on whether Li Yi would take the imperial examination or not. It was just a formality. Chapter 56. Li Yi considered for a moment before shaking his head and rejecting. Nowadays, being an elementary scholar only exists in name. Even if I pass, many people will not be convinced. Zhang Shua and the other three remained silent. Just like what Li Yi said, the present was different. Being an elementary scholar was seen as having no real ability. In reality, there was no fairness in the imperial examinations. Contributions were given every day. Everyone looked at other places before taking their things and leaving. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance were the drawings, prescriptions, and tower sugar. Li Longji and the other two were naturally the stinky tofu. Li Yi heaved a sigh of relief. He returned to the courtyard to rest for a while before entering the dissection room. Days passed by. The various projects in Zhuangzi were progressing steadily. On the 1st of June, Li Yi saw that the 200 caddies of soy sauce had been reinstated and welcomed new craftsmen. A total of 20 craftsmen came with their families. Still, there were no elders. Li Yi did not want anyone with an elder in their family for the time being. It would be detrimental to the management. He would only consider it when the house was completed and everything was stable. Brother Yi, I have found the people for you. There are 20 newly retired craftsmen. Among them, there are family members who are familiar with crafting. Li Qingqi pointed to a large group of people who looked over. Steward Songda called for the men and women to be separated and bathed in the 20 households. New clothes were also prepared. They were measured to see if they were suitable. Feeling the warmth of Zhuangzi, the craftsmen smiled. Especially after eating a bowl of meat dumplings, they were looking forward to their new home. For them, being alive was everything. They did not dare to think about anything else. The people who came first explained the rules of the village to them. You are not allowed to relieve yourself anywhere. There are cut paper in the toilet. Use it sparingly. Children are not allowed to go to the river or the well. After using the toilet and before eating, wash your hands with soap. After work, take a bath in the big pool. If you are sick or injured, inform Dongzhu immediately. My family's Dongzhu is a godly doctor. That's why people are eating tower sugar now. If you find worms while you are peeing, Dongzhu will follow up. Yes, Dongzhu said to follow up. Are there any women who are pregnant with children? Stand over here. The people in Zhuangzi started to chatter. Li Yi stood to the side and watched with joy in his heart. Even if every 100 new candies required an hour of lifespan, he felt that it was worth it. He had to recuperate his body first so that he could work better. When the later craftsmen heard the request, not only were they not angry or worried, they became more and more excited. There was a place where he could bathe every day and wipe himself clean when he went to the toilet. The owner could cure illnesses. Did they come to a place in a dream? No, he didn't dare to think about it in his dreams. Li Chengqi said goodbye and left with the fermented milk stinky tofu. Li Yi went to look for Songda. Tomorrow the auction will be closed. Add in the green and red side. Each piece will cost 100 copper coins. No bidding. Every day, each item will cost 1,000 copper coins. Is Qixiang for sale? Songda asked. I'll make some on a daily basis for Zhuangzi to eat. There's already stinky tofu outside. Someone used the water used to make pickled vegetables to soak the tofu. Smells bad. Li Yi admired those people. They actually thought of using pickled cabbage water as brine. Got it. Songda continued to work. Li Yi strolled to the paddy field. Some of them raised crabs, while the others raised forest frogs. The people in Hebei province sent 500 caddies of frog eggs with water. Gao Lisher personally came to collect the money and only asked for 500,000 copper coins. He said that the money was enough. In the past 2 days, some of the frog eggs had turned into small tadpoles and swam in the paddy field with the tadpoles of other frogs. The other big frogs were caught and moved to the ditch. They were not in the place where the ducks were raised. This was to prevent the big frogs from eating the tadpoles and the ducks from eating the frogs. Fortunately, there were many people in the village. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to take care of all the frogs. After harvesting the wheat, the Zhang family's village planted millet, sorghum, and other beans. However, Li Yi asked them to plant some soybeans, which were soybeans. Some of the workers were free and went to Zhuangzi to work. As usual, they didn't need to be paid. They only needed to be fed. While Li Yi was watching, a few children from the Zhang family's village ran over, each holding a string of frogs. The frogs were still alive and were strung together with straw ropes. Brother Dongzhu, do you want to buy frogs? A little boy who looked 7 or 8 years old asked Li Yi nervously. I don't like to eat this, baby, but you can't sell frogs at a high price in Chang'an. I'll teach you how to make delicious frogs. Li Yi said no. When the children showed a disappointed look, he quickly changed the topic. He waved his hand and took 6 children and 6 strings of 75 frogs. He was going to make a big pot for the children to take back to the village. He went to his kitchen in the yard and found a needle. He caught a frog and quickly pierced the needle into the spinal cord, and then into the frog's head. The frog died. This technique was called double marrow destruction. It was the least cruel way to kill a frog. Li was very familiar with this. He taught the children while killing the frog. In order to eat, we can kill, but we can't torture. The fastest way to kill a frog is what I did just now. Who of you can learn it? The oldest child stepped forward. He didn't think it was cruel. He used a fork to kill the frog and then pierced it with a straw stick. His purpose was simple, to sell it for money. Li checked the children's hands. Don't kill the frog if your hands are broken. There will be small worms in your hands and then in your head. He explained, and the children took turns to use the double marrow destruction to kill and dig the frog. Li taught the children how to peel the frog's skin, remove its nails, and clean its internal organs again. Those who don't know how to eat the thigh, and those who know how to eat the mouth. Li said. Then he took flour, brown sugar, and salt to make sweet sauce in the pot. I'm going to teach you called braised frog. The sweet sauce is the best recipe for braised frog. Watch how I make it. Li said, and the children followed. How much can you sell one frog for? Li wanted to know the price so that he could set the price for braised frog. 10 coins for 100, the older boy said. Okay, then we'll sell each braised frog for 100 coins because we need flour, brown sugar, salt, soybean oil, onion, ginger, and garlic. It's very expensive. Li waited for the children to finish learning and asked them to go to Zhuangzi's kitchen to bring some chicken soup. It had to be hot. When the children came back, he began to heat the oil, stir-fry it with onion, ginger, and garlic, then put in the sweet sauce. Finally, he threw the frog cubes into the pot. After stir-frying, he added the chicken soup and covered it with a lid. He took out a bunch of unbuttoned toys, such as 9 linked rings, for the children to play with. He took out paper, pen, and ink to write down the process and seasoning, especially emphasizing that the injuries on the hands should not be treated. The children played absent-mindedly, glancing at the pot from time to time. The fragrance had already floated out. Half an hour later. Go get chopsticks, plates, and pots. Each of you eat one and take the rest back to the village. Follow what I wrote. You'll also learn, right? Yes, the children shouted and ran to get things. When they came back, Li lifted the pot in front of them. The rich smell went into their noses and the children couldn't stop swallowing. 6 frogs were put into each child's small bowl. It was the first time the children ate frogs like this. In the past, they all ate the legs. The youngest child, who was about 4 years old, opened his mouth and took a bite. When he got a mouthful of sauce, he raised his head and squinted his eyes with a face full of enjoyment. Li put the other frogs and sauce in the pot into 6 pots and gave the written production method to the older boy. Take it back, catch the frogs and make them yourself. Then sell them in Chang'an City. 100 coins for one. If you can't sell them, take them back. You're not allowed to lower the price. Li finally instructed. He was afraid that if the price was too low, the villagers would band together to not buy and continue to lower the price. Chapter 57. After sending the happy child away, Li continued to study with the cadaver brought by Wang Xingxin. Everything had to be done according to the procedure. First, they had to pay their respects. Then they would start. When they were unfamiliar with the operation, they would watch the video. The 6 children from the Zhang family's village ran back. When they saw someone, they shouted, "Uncle 11, Li Dongzhu taught us how to make frogs. Smell it." A child ran in front of the adult, hugging the jar in his arms with one hand and opening the lid with the other for the adult to smell. The child's 11th uncle. He smelled it. It was fragrant. He wanted to eat it, but, doesn't it smell good? Let's go and tell someone. The boy closed the lid again and ran off. I'd rather not smell it. The man shook his head and turned to follow. Li Dongzhu had taught Dali how to make a frog, and it smelled really good. This was a big deal. Who didn't know that Li Dongzhu and Zhuangzi's canteen food was incomparably delicious? Unfortunately, he didn't know how to do it. Not long after, a large group of people from the village arrived at the grain sunning field. Zhang Xiaocuan was standing there. There was a table in front of him. There were 6 jars on the table and he was holding a piece of paper in his hand. People from our village. Today, Xiaowizi from Old 6 family brought Ergu from Old 9's family and Muchio from Old Qin's family in the west of the village. First, He had to say which family the 6 children belonged to. That would take a lot of effort. After he finished speaking, he pointed to the river outside. They went to fork toads, not toads. They brought the toads to Li Yi and Li Dongzhu to sell them. The villagers who did not go to work listened and looked at the 6 dolls. Someone muttered, "How can we sell it for money?" Li Dongzhu gave us some good stuff, including the 3-character classic. What does this child know? It seems like he didn't manage to sell it. There should be a toad in the jar. The person beside him said, choosing to forgive the child. Zhang Xiao coughed and said, Li Dongzhu didn't buy it, but he brought the 6 children into the courtyard to make braised frogs. This is it. Everyone come and take a look. As he spoke, he lifted the lid. The villagers rushed forward and smelled the fragrance. Then they looked at the frog. How can there be a head and a body? A villager who had been a frog showed a shocked expression. The oldest child said, Li Dongzhu said that those who don't know how to eat the thigh, and those who know how to eat the mouth. The crowd began to discuss chaotically. They felt that the toad was so powerful that it could be eaten. Is there even a need to think about Li Dongzhu's abilities? If it weren't for the village chief stopping us, we would all go there to work and eat in the canteen. A villager smacked his lips and said, 6th branch, please calm down. You're still going to eat? Do you have any shame? Someone a few seats away disdained. I've worked hard. I've worked hard. This person was unconvinced. Can the meat you eat be as good as the work you do? You have a human face sore on your chest. If it weren't for Li Dongzhu, your grave would have been burned to a crisp by now. Another person said. The person from the 6th branch lowered his head and muttered softly, Li Dongzhu is a divine doctor. Godly doctor. Next time I'll work without eating, okay? Don't be noisy. The village chief shouted. Li Dongzhu not only brought the children back with the toads, but also wrote down the recipe. He told us to catch the toads and sell them in the city. 100 coins for one. What? 100 coins for one? Isn't 100 coins for 10 coins? I'm afraid no one will buy it. How about 5 coins for one? We can earn 3 coins too. Listen to me. Zhang Xiao used a louder voice to suppress them. There are a lot of ingredients needed to make the toads. Can be considered a capital. If 3 coins is not enough, then 100 coins. Li Dongzhu said that if no one buys it, then bring it back to him. Listen to Li Dongzhu. That's right. 100 coins. Village chief, who will do it? The recipe cannot be thrown away. If someone else learns it, how can the village make money? We have to vacate a yard and make the toads there. There are people guarding outside. No one is allowed to enter. Fuck this guy. Take turns to watch. The villagers started to talk again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. They were very careful about the ability to make money. They had to keep it a secret when they took in disciples, let alone tell others. In their eyes, Li Yi and Li Dongzhu were not stupid. They were saints. They did not feel the pinch when they took out good things. They had many ways to make money. There were always rich people who came to Zhuangzi to look for Li Dongzhu just by looking at their clothes. He could not compare himself with Li Dongzhu. The recipe must not be leaked. Stop shouting. Go catch the toads. Leave the small ones and catch the big ones. I don't want the toads. I will choose someone to do it. Those with wounds on their hands and arms are not allowed. Zhang Xiao shouted again to make the decision. The villagers scattered to catch the toads. Zhang Xiao found a few tight-lipped people and asked them to go to the pharmacy in Chang and to buy brown sugar and salt. That night, the villagers made a few big pots of toads. Each person tried one toad and felt that 100 coins for one was not expensive. It was delicious. Early the next morning, the Muramesa set out with the team in person. One by one, the cattle pulled the carts slowly. There were still mud stoves on the carts. There was a small fire under the stoves. The people beside threw some firewood into the fire from time to time to keep it warm. There were a total of 4 carts, each with a big pot. There were only 4 big pots in the village. There were 200 braised frogs in one pot. Everyone crossed the Ba River with uneasiness and hope. Take Chunming Gate and go to the East Market. There are many rich people there. The Muramesa said without confidence. The things in the East Market were expensive, but they were all good things. After autumn, the spinach was harvested. The spinach in the West Market was big. while the spinach in the East Market was not good outside. The chives in the West Market had mud, while the roots in the East Market had to be cut off. When they were on the way, some people jumped down to pick up the grass on the roadside. They tied the grass into bundles and put them on the carts to feed the cattle. The ox cart caravan took more than an hour to reach the Spring Bright Gate after a series of twists and turns. After entering Chunming Gate, the road was the south road around the city. After passing Daozheng Square and Xingqing Palace, the East Market was at the bottom and Yisheng Square was at the top. Pyongkong Square was at the west side of the East Market, separated by one street. There was a small jar wrapped with grass on the cart of the Muramesa Zhang Xiao. There were 20 toads in the jar. There was also a bucket of water, a lot of oil paper, a pottery basin, several pairs of chopsticks, and a porcelain plate on the cart. He had never sold anything in the East Market. Looking at these things, he took a deep breath. These were all written on that piece of paper to let others taste. The water was naturally used to wash the plates and chopsticks in front of the customers. At this time, Zhang Xiao wanted to cry. He didn't do a good job as the Muramesa. Look at the Zhuangzi of Li Dongzhu. He lived like a human there. The person driving the cart adjusted the dung bag to prevent the cattle from. Actually, the cattle had already peed when they were outside the city gate. The cattle peed as soon as they went up the slope. The slope outside the city was specially piled up by people. The slope soil could be sold for money and then piled up again. The Muramesa Zhang Xiao adjusted his state and entered the East Market. He jumped off the cart and shouted, "Exclusive secret cooking pot. A delicious carving. Don't miss it when you pass by. People have many choices in life. It's not your fault that you didn't stop. It's my fault that I didn't know how to shout. I lost a passerby. A passerby lost the past as yesterday. Yesterday like yesterday's clouds, who was singing a love song in the bright sun. Yesterday like last night's Milky Way, who was talking sweetly under the crescent moon. Exclusive secret cooking pot. A delicious carving," Zhang Xiao shouted. His face was red. "Li Dongzhu, why did you write these?" He even wanted people to shout shamelessly. However, the effect appeared. Many people heard the commotion and looked over in surprise. What was that? Why did it sound so special to him? What are you doing? If you want to recite poetry, go to the Pyongkong Square next door. Before he shouted twice, someone asked curiously. The other onlookers nodded. Chapter 58. Zhang Xiao suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued to speak according to what was written on the paper. Do you know a drop of soy sauce that is hard to find? Taste the world and taste the 9 continents. Yes, soy sauce. Do you sell soy sauce? Come, how much is it? I'll take it all. The person who asked pointed to the pot and said. Then, do you know the strange fragrance that turns the yin and yang into mandarin ducks? Zhang Xiao said according to the script. Someone next to him shouted. Yes, the things from Lijia village on the east bank of Ba River are very expensive. What I'm going to take out for you to taste today is Li Dongzhu's 9 turns. Ilium. Ha! What? Ma! As soon as Zhang Xiao finished speaking, he suddenly opened the lid of the small pot and a strong fragrance came out. The onlookers inhaled. One was inhaling the smell, and the other was stunned by the name. Come everyone, try a small piece each. Don't eat too much. Zhang Xiao poured some water from the bucket into the pottery basin and washed the plates and chopsticks. After washing, there were a total of 10 plates and a piece of frog meat in each plate. When the onlookers saw clearly what was in the plate, they were all speechless. Isn't this a toad? What 9 twists and turns back to my intestines, Hashma toad? You're so funny. Someone recognized it at a glance and pointed to Zhang Xiao while shaking his head. Yes, 9 turns ilium. I'm so moved. Another person echoed. Your toad is a toad. Mine is made by Li Dongzhu. It's called Hashima. Have a taste. Zhang Xiao handed over the plate and chopsticks. Needless to say, the rest of the plates and chopsticks were taken away by him. There was only 1 piece on each plate, not a whole toad. It's delicious. Give me another piece. The first person who ate was chewing and handed over the plate. 1 bite each, no more. Zhang Xiao took the plate and reached out for the chopsticks, refusing to give more. How can 1 piece be enough? I haven't tasted it yet. Give me a few more. Yes, it's not good to eat. I'll try more. Toads are worthless. Stingy. I'm leaving if you don't give it to me. Disperse, disperse, the stench is unbearable. Those who had never eaten a dish cooked in red sauce before were shocked. They immediately tried to think of ways to eat it without spending money. The others weren't fools. Seeing them like this, they urged Zhang Xiao to continue. Zhang Xiao washed the chopsticks and wiped them clean with a piece of paper. She took out 10 more pieces and handed them to different people. Tell me, how much is it? The first person who asked the question smacked his lips and asked for the price. Do you know about soy sauce? Do you know stinky tofu? Owner Li has said that he won't sell my 9 turns returning bowel hama for less than $100. Zhang Xiao mustered up the courage to state the price. The first person who asked the question frowned and asked, These are all broken pieces. How do you know if it's the same one? I've got a whole one in my pot. You can decide for yourself whether it's male or female. The size is the same. The one who picks first wins, and the one who picks later doesn't have to complain. Zhang Xiao continued to shout according to the script, Give me 2, no 5. The person directly asked for 5. His eyes were fixed on the toads in the pot. This one and this one, the one at the side, no, move it a little. Zhang Xiao took a small basket made of oil paper and gently picked out 5 toads with the chopsticks. The person took it and shouted, Give me the money. Someone from behind handed over a silk cloth and said, Give me $50. Zhang Xiao took the cloth and handed it to the villagers. The villagers opened it and looked carefully. If there was anything wrong with it, they didn't want it. After checking it once, the villagers counted out 50 Kaiyuan Tongbao from the basket on the ox cart and handed it over. It was now the Kaiyuan era, but Kaiyuan Tongbao had existed before. The other party took it and several people protected the buyer and left with the rest of the silk cloth. I'll buy one. Another person tried it and couldn't help but take out a roll of cloth. The villager took out a ruler and measured out a length. He confirmed it with the other party. The other party nodded and cut it with scissors. I'll buy 2. Can you open the pot? No. I choose. I want this. These 2 are about the same, right? Come on. The third person directly gave him 3 pieces of cloth. When put together, they were exactly the same length. Zhang Xiao was wiping his sweat and sighing. Sure enough, there were many rich people in the East Market. They even bought toads that cost $100. How could he repay the favor that his Zhang village owed Li Dongzhu? Let me take a look. A spy's voice sounded. Soon after, yellow clothes and white robes appeared. It was Huang Men from the palace. He ate 1 piece, then another. Okay, you don't need to open the pot. Take it with the pot. I'll give you 2 bolts of silk. No, these 2 bolts of silk are only worth $10,000. Mine is worth $20,000. Zhang Xiao firmly refused. His legs were quietly trembling. I said yes? Huang Men stared. Li Dongzhu said no. If you dare to rob me today, I'll tell Li Dongzhu. Zhang Xiao stubbornly retorted. Which Li Dongzhu? Tell me. Huang Men scouted first. On the east bank of Ba River. Li family Zhuangzi Li Dongzhu. The things we make are taught by Li Dongzhu. I'm the village chief of Zhang village. Zhang Xiao shouted. V for bolts of silk. Bring the pot back to me first. You go with him. I don't want the pot. Huang Men was terrified. The Huang Men who could go out to buy must have a special relationship in the palace. Naturally, they were well informed. Who dared to touch Li Yi's Zhuangzi? General Gao went there to buy soy sauce every few days. It was only $55 per caddy. It was said that Her Majesty also went there. Lao Wu, you drive the carriage. Zhang Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The person behind the Huang Men picked out 4 bolts of silk and threw them down. Quick, I want hot ones. Huang Men didn't buy anything else and urged. An ox carriage left. When the others saw that Huang Men had bought it, they hurried. There were silk, a lot of copper coins, silk, satin, brocade, damask silk, and all kinds of things. These things were differentiated by the different types of silk, tussa and mulberry silkworm. The other type of silk was different, raw silk and cooked silk. There were also different patterns, diagonal, straight, horizontal, yin-yang, and no patterns. Other than that, there were dyeing and embroidery. Embroidery of a rich peony and then dyeing of the peony. The price was naturally different. Zhang Xiao didn't know the price at all, so he could only ask others. There were officials in charge of the East Market. They ate a few mouthfuls of braised toads and guided them at the side. When it was almost noon, they were all sold out. The ox carriage also came back. Lao Wu happily took 6 Chinese crepes. Including the village chief, there were exactly 6 people. Second brother, Huang Min, are easy to talk to. He gave me something. Look, it's delicious. Lao Wu showed off the Chinese crepes. The village chief slapped him on the head. It's just Chinese crepes. Didn't you eat them when you were working at Li Dongzhu's place? No, second brother. I was watching the meat. Lao Wu told the truth. Li Yi and Zhuangzi had Chinese crepes for people to adjust the taste. The farmers didn't necessarily have to eat meat. There was meat for every meal, but what they wanted to eat was not meat. When the people of Zhang family's village went to work, the simplest idea was to eat meat and take advantage of it. Especially the slices of fatty meat. When the people of Zhuangzi were choosing the lean meat to eat, the people of Zhang family's village would pick the fatty meat. After eating, they really saved food. When they went back to the village for dinner, they couldn't eat so much. The saved food was naturally for their parents, wife, and children to eat more. You have never seen the world. Let's go to the West Market to buy things and then go back. Zhang Xiao instructed. 1 for each of us. Lao Wu wanted to eat Chinese crepes. Zhang Xiao slapped him on the head again. Will you starve to death if you don't eat? When we go back home, I'll give it to your Sanhua. Your Sanhua, Xiaoyi, has so many worms in his stomach. He's so thin. If it weren't for Li Dongzhu, your Sanhua wouldn't have survived this year. The group of people left. The East Market was expensive, so they went to the West Market. They didn't eat and drank water. There was water in the bucket. Chapter 59. It was noon. The people in Zhang village who sold things were reluctant to eat, but Emperor Li Longji had to eat. People from the Shangshi Bureau came with food from the imperial kitchen and delicacies from outside. Li Longji was in a good mood today, so he invited the 3 prime ministers and 1 minister to eat together in Xingqing Hall. Everyone watched as the person tasting the food started eating. The cooking methods were all learned from Li Yi and Zhuangzi, and the chefs were ordered to keep it a secret. Everyone had a folding table and folding chair in front of them. They also learned from Li Yi and Zhuangzi. Then they saw a dish with a few intact frogs on the plate. They were skinless. The food tasters also saw it. They exchanged glances, took a deep breath, reached out with their chopsticks and ate. Originally there was a trace of heroism, but after eating it they simply couldn't stop. After eating a frog they still wanted to eat more, but they endured it. Li Longji, Zhang Shua, Lu Huaishan, Yao Chong and Wei Zhigu all stared. It could be eaten? And it looked delicious? Wei Zhigu swallowed his saliva. He was in a good mood. Since His Majesty had invited him to eat, it meant that His Majesty didn't plan on continuing to punish him. Yao Chong was depressed. He knew what was going on. Wei Zhigu ran to Li Yi and Zhuangzi that day and sent 20 craftsmen back. The irrigation project was already being prepared, and Wei Zhigu was once again valued by His Majesty. They thought about waiting and waiting for the food tasters to be fine. Fortunately, they found a good method this time. There was a metal box with hot water in it, and the dish tray was stuck in it. It was still what they learned from Li Yi and Zhuangzi, but Zhuangzi had a large box stuck in a trough with hot water in it. This way, the food could still be warm if nothing happened to the food tasters. Why didn't they think of this before? 15 minutes passed. Very good. The palace maid served the dishes, and each of them placed a small plate on the table. There was a plate with a frog on it. Looking at the color, it seemed to be a braising method. How familiar. Li Longji ate a few mouthfuls of other dishes before he got bored. He picked up the frog and took a bite with his eyes closed. Oh, it's delicious. The frog actually tastes good. The texture is soft with tendons. The taste is sweet and fragrant. The 4 of them watched as Li Longji took a bite. In less than 100 breaths of time, according to Li Yi's method of chewing and swallowing, the frog entered his stomach and spat out the bones. Get me another one. Zhang Shua recalled the order. Me too. Wei Zhigu felt that it was most suitable for him to eat. The other 2, plus Li Longji, added another one to their team. After eating, he still wanted more. If he has the guts, he would eat in Li Yi's Zhuangzi canteen. Yao Chong gave his analysis. Lu Huaishan agreed, yes, it has a special taste and texture. It's suitable for both drinking and eating. Li Longji picked up a silk handkerchief to wipe his mouth and asked Gao Lisher, "Where did the frog come from?" "Your Majesty, we bought it from outside the palace. 9 twists and turns of hashma, 100 coins each." Gao Lisher gave the answer. "Good, what a good 9 twists and turns of hashma. Why does it sound like a toad? 100 coins each, it's not expensive. Who sold it?" Li Longji felt that 100 coins for a toad was fine. The palace was rich, and the dividends from the spiced tea eggs were 500 coins each. A toad for 100 coins was acceptable. Gao Lisher revealed a smile. "The people from Zhang's village sold it in the East Market early this morning. They said that it was Li Dongzhu's recipe. I also asked the seller." Gao Lisher then repeated how the Muramesa had shouted and bragged about it. Yao Chong gritted his teeth and said, "It's Li Yi. That's right. Can the villager think of tasting all 8 directions and tasting all 9 continents? A drop of mellow fragrance is hard to find, and turning the yin and yang into mandarin ducks, the stench of the street is strangely fragrant? I don't believe it. I also thought about it. Don't miss it when you pass by. People have many choices in life. What a passerby loses is the past." Lu Huaishan agreed. "Was this selling?" Zhang Shua chuckled. "Selling a toad is better than yesterday's clouds and last night's galaxy. Does it have anything to do with a toad?" "Perhaps it does." Wei Zhigu held back his laughter. "Doesn't a toad bask in the sun during the day and croak with the moon and stars at night?" "Huh." In the end, he couldn't hold back. "In the future, tell the outside buyers in the palace that they are not allowed to buy anything. Why should I spend 100 coins to eat a toad?" Li Longji and the ministers laughed together, then suddenly realized. 100 coins each. The palace was also poor. "Your Majesty, the cost must be very low," Yao Chong said with certainty. "I second that." Zhang Shua agreed. The other 2 nodded. "That's right. Li Yi's things were cheap, but they were expensive." Gao Lisher interrupted with a smile, "Your Majesty, I know the price of a toad outside. 100 for 10 coins alive." "Really?" Li Longji really didn't know the price of ordinary things. "I don't dare to lie," Gao Lisher promised. He continued, "I've never heard of only ordinary people eating a toad. Only the legs or the whole toad. Brother Yi's cooking is naturally different." Li Longji said casually. Everyone in the hall had different reactions. They heard Brother Yi. His Majesty was used to it. Whenever Li Yi was mentioned, he would call him brother. Li Longji looked at everyone's expressions and smiled. "Pick up another toad. It's bought with money. It's a pity not to eat it." Gao Lisher. "Your Majesty." Gao Lisher bowed. "Go get more soy sauce. Remember to ask Brother Yi to make some 9 turns or something and bring it back." Li Longji was prepared to save money. 100 coins each. "Black. How black?" "Yes." Gao Lisher smiled. He was prepared to ask for a few more. Li Yi and Li Dongzhu were rich. They sold things at a high price but were worthless. He warned the people in the palace. They were not allowed to speak of it, and they were not allowed to cause trouble. "Your Majesty, I feel comfortable eating this frog." Yao Chong also wanted it, but he was reluctant to buy it. "We second the motion." As if they had discussed it, the other 3 people spoke at the same time. "I second the motion of eating a toad." Gao Lisher asked for more. "Ask for more every time we go until the season is over." Li Longji agreed. The matter of eating toads in Xingqing Hall had nothing to do with the outside world. After the people of Zhang village finished shopping, they only drank water. They were not willing to spend a single coin. They drove the ox cart back. Someone wanted to buy the braised frog soup, but Zhang Xiao refused to sell. This soup could still be made when they returned. If others used this soup to make toads, wouldn't the village earn less money? Before the 3rd quarter of the morning, the 4 ox carts slowly returned to the Ba River. The carts got on the bridge. Before they reached the other side, the villagers on the other side of the bridge ran over. There were 3 people. When they got closer, they looked at the things on the cart. There were a lot of cloth and copper coins in the basket. "Sold?" the person asked. "Sold. 100 coins, 80,000 coins." Zhang Xiao nodded to the person who came and said the number. He wanted to cry. Today was just a trial sale. He had earned 80,000 coins and bought 4 big pots. The more he sold them tomorrow, the more money he would make. The Zhang village could finally live a good life. Even if he, the village chief, were to die, he could still tell his ancestors that he was not bad. Of the 3 people who came up, 2 of them looked at the things on the cart and ran away. When they reached the entrance of the village, they shouted, "The village chief is back. He sold it for 80,000 coins. There is a lot of cloth on the cart and a new big pot." Chapter 60. The clouds dispersed, and the sun was shining brightly. The breeze gently brushed the willows, and the frogs croaked like before. The waves were shining, and ducks were playing in the murky water. Li Yi woke up early in the morning, and his eyes were a little red. He stayed up late yesterday to study and challenge level 4 thoracic surgery. He felt that his body coordination and memory were excellent in this life. However, when faced with level 4 thoracic surgery, he still made mistakes. One could only imagine how amazing he was as a top doctor back then. "It's okay, I have a lot of cadavers. Although they were forced to do it secretly, I burned incense for them and helped to fill their graves. I asked Wang Xing to record the important immediate family members of those people. When they fall sick in the future, I will treat them when I receive news." Li Yi muttered to himself. Stealing other people's bodies was against the law and morality in any era. He had no choice. He had to save more living people. "I can also become a medical examiner. Oh, it's called a coroner. I have rights for the living and I speak for the dead. I'll see if there are any books about medical examiners. If I find the real culprit, I might be able to extend my life by a lot." Li Yi was not from this era, and he did not reject the profession of a coroner. When he graduated and worked in the hospital, he admired medical examiners. The skills of medical examiners were another system. Brother, you became a toad? Quick, get me 2 toads to try." Li Yi stood on the roof of the wooden structure in his courtyard and looked at Zhuangzi. When he was thinking about something, Li Qingqi came over on a horse. Zhuangzi usually did not allow horses to gallop, but Zhuangzi had a horse. It was a good horse that could be used as a war horse for retired soldiers. Li Yi thought that his brother had something important to do, but in the end, he just wanted to eat toads. "Brother, don't worry, I'll get someone to catch a few," Li Yi shouted down. "Brother E, come down quickly. I brought you dried oysters and sea cabbage." Li Chengqi got off the horse and took off his backpack. Now many people use this kind of backpack that Li Yi invented. Even the military used it. It turned out that it was a crossbody bag. People who traveled long distances carried a frame made of bamboo. Ever since Li Yi invented the backpack, many people started using it. Li Yi heard that there were handsome men in Chang, and who carried a small backpack with a bronze mirror in it to reflect on themselves. When Li Yi heard this, an image of a woman carrying a small backpack on a man's back appeared in his mind. Li Qingqi obviously didn't know how to carry that kind of bag. He was carrying a big one. When Li Yi arrived downstairs, Li Qingqi had already opened his bag and taken out the items. "Brother E, what do you think?" Li Qingqi asked as he held a handful of dried oysters in his hands. He did not care about the sea cabbage. Perhaps it was because the sea cabbage was not strong enough to strengthen one's sex drive. Li Yi picked one up, weighed it in his hand and smelled it. "Not bad. I didn't extract any oil. I can boil it in oil after soaking it." "Is it okay to eat it?" Li Chengqi asked vaguely. "Good. They are raw and washed before drying." Li Yi knew how the oysters were processed after touching and looking at them. The people at the seaside had their own way of processing seafood. If they wanted to preserve the seafood, they would soak it in expensive rice water and then dry it raw. If it was not valuable, they would naturally dry it directly. His big brother Li Qingqi was a relative of the imperial family. He wanted to please the officials and ordered Haimen to make it. Haimen did not want to use rice water, so they washed it with muddy water. The washing process when boiling sea salt was also done with muddy water. Therefore, these oysters were dried and washed in muddy water. Not bad. "Big brother, did you give them money? Did you directly give them to Haimen?" Li Yi was concerned about this. "Yes, I did. I listened to you and sent 3 teams, 1 in the open and 2 in the dark. The former did not know the latter, and the latter was the one I trusted the most. I told them that if they caught the former's mistake, I would reward them with more than 10,000 yuan. However, they did not do anything wrong. Li Chengqi promised that Hai Min would work harder next time if they were given money. Li Yi was happy. He could not bully the people at the seaside. He promised to make them rich, but he did not give them money. Did the imperial court still have credibility? Breaking a promise to a friend would consume friendship. Breaking a promise to the people would consume the throne. Therefore, it was easy to get 1,000 gold coins but hard to get a promise. How much was shipped? Li Yi asked so that he could arrange what to make. More than 10,000 caddies of each. I used the water transport network. Now the river is flowing smoothly, so it is convenient to come and go, Li Chengqi said proudly. Li Yi could see it, but he felt that his big brother could be proud. Using the water transport network to bring private goods for himself, good, awesome. He was indeed a relative of the imperial family. Big brother, let's go to the water. I will make spicy soup for you. I will use sea cabbage, oysters, vermicelli, green leafy vegetables, fried tofu, dried shredded tofu, wood ear, mushrooms, lamb tripe, river prawns and chicken soup. Li Yi invited Li Chengqi to the riverside for a meal. The scenery there was good, and wildflowers were blooming on the shore. Li Chengqi nodded. Okay, brother Yi. Where are the frogs? I will set up a pot and braise the frogs for you. How about that? Li Yi replied. Let's go. I want to eat now. I haven't eaten since morning. I played chess with your sister-in-law last night. I am tired. Li Chengqi said with an expression as if the past was unbearable. Li Yi didn't understand. While taking the things to the riverside, he asked, could it be that sister-in-law put the pawn on the cart and drove it away? Li Chengqi heard and slapped his thigh hard. Ha ha, brother Yi, according to what you said, cannons can also be put on the cart. Cannon cart? Ah ha ha ha. Li Chengqi squatted down laughing, holding his stomach and laughing non-stop. Li Yi observed for a while and suddenly said, Big brother, there is a problem. Li Chengqi, who was laughing, immediately stopped laughing and widened his eyes. What is it? If you continue laughing, it will not be good for your gastrointestinal tract when you eat later. Li Yi smiled. Li Chengqi, it is not good to be sad or happy before and after meals, Li Yi said seriously this time. Brother Yi, I have learned something. Li Chengqi felt very fulfilled. Every time he went to Zhuangzi he could learn new things. When they arrived at the Ba River, many people from other places drove carts and borrowed the water cart to remove the husks of grains. A part of the husks would be left behind as the payment for borrowing things. People say that humans are evil, but there are many good people. Li Yi sighed with emotion. He did not care about the husks. What he valued was the hearts of the people who came to use the equipment for free. Just as he finished sighing, the ducks in the Ba River suddenly quacked together. Li Chengqi had never seen this before and was afraid. He stood in front of Li Yi in a flash, brushed his hand on his belt, and pulled out a soft sword. Big brother Xia, there is a big black fish biting the duck's head. I will go and catch it. Li Yi said as he took off his outer robe with the fastest speed. He kicked off his shoes and jumped into the water wearing only a pair of boxers, and rushed over in a freestyle style. When he saw the place, he lowered his head, lowered his body, and dove into the water. After a few breaths, the duck ran away first, quacking, and the other ducks quacked together as if to comfort it. Li Yi emerged from the water and swam to the shore with one arm. Li Chengqi held the soft sword and came to his rescue. He saw Yi's first arm stabbed into the eye of a big black fish, and his hand came out from the other eye. Big brother, I will see if there are any parasites in this black fish tonight. If there are no parasites, I will make a black fish slices for you. Li Yi said with a smile. He was happy. Just now, his big brother was clearly afraid of water ghosts, but he still stood in front of him to protect him. This was his brother. Chapter 61. Li Chengqi dropped his soft sword and reached out to help Li Yi pull up the big black fish. More than 10 people came out from the surroundings, each of them holding a small crossbow that was similar to a sleeve arrow. It's fine now. Disperse. Li Chengqi shouted. Those people ran away again. At the same time, they looked back at Li Yi with admiration. Too awesome. What a big black fish. Can eat people, right? Brother Yi, how dare you go down there? You scared me to death. Li Chengqi looked at the big black fish that was still moving from time to time and complained to Li Yi. It's my fault for making Big Brother worry. Li Yi apologized first. Then he said, it's biting half of the duck's body and won't let go. If I go down, it won't be able to do anything. If this black fish doesn't have any parasites, or if I take some measures, it can eat 10 fish. It's 30 pounds. Li Yi looked at the big black fish in shock. It was indeed too big. If it hadn't missed its target, the duck would still be able to struggle and kill it. It would have swallowed the duck whole. Li Chengqi slowly put the flexible sword back and asked, 10 eat. That's right. 1 fish head, 1 fish tail, 1 fish skin, 1 fish bone, and 1 fish intestine. As for the rest of the fish meat, I'll cut 1, braise 1, steam 1, boil 1, and fry 1. Li Yi had already imagined a super large snakehead fish to be a variety of dishes. He felt that if there was any leftover fish meat, he could make dumplings. The main dish had been settled. The premise was to see if there were any parasites, and if there were, how to deal with them. Brother Yi, the fishy smell of boiled fish. Li Chengqi found a familiar name and said, Li Yi, big brother, I'm afraid you've misunderstood the word, boiled. When the cabbage is harvested, I'll make boiled cabbage for you. Do you think that cabbage should be boiled in boiling water? Luckily, I didn't make Yuxiang shredded pork for you. How disappointed would you be if you couldn't eat fish? If I were to say husband and wife lung slice, would you be scared to death? If it was a wife biscuit, little brother Yi, you are a good swimmer. Li Chengqi recalled the situation just now. Little brother Yi was a fast swimmer. Li Yi revealed a look of reminiscence. Then he shook his head and softly said, time is gone and never returns. The past can only be recalled. Li Chengqi was stunned. He shook his head too. Can the duck still live? It's running happily. If it doesn't work, I'll eat it. It's already grown up, Li Yi said casually. He didn't want to treat the duck. The threshers came forward and looked at the big black fish that was still moving occasionally. The eyes of the black fish were propped open. I'm afraid it has become a spirit. An old man squatted down to take a closer look, but this guy has to eat a lot of fish. Another person analyzed how many fish the black fish had eaten to grow to this size. Li Yi was busy making malatang, and the crowd dispersed. A moment later, the newcomers heard that Li Dongzhu saw a 2-zhang-long black fish spirit wanting to eat the ducks, so he jumped into the water to capture and kill it. They waited for Li Yi and Li Chengqi to eat. The people who came even later heard that there was a black fish spirit, which was 5 zhang long, breathing out clouds and fog, with a long horn on its head. It walked on the water and wanted to go ashore to eat people. Owner Li stepped on the ripples and multicolored light filled the sky. In an instant, the black fish spirit was captured. The black fish was lying in the big wooden basin and didn't say anything. The 4 palace maids and eunuchs each took a small bowl. After breakfast, they could still eat a few more mouthfuls. Li Chengqi didn't care about it. The people who changed shifts to Zhuangzi were Brother Yi's men. However, he kindly reminded him, Brother Yi, you may be good to others, but they may not be good to you. Don't have the heart to harm others, but you must be vigilant. Thank you for your advice. That's right. The road of Taxing can destroy a car, but the road of the human heart is smooth. The water of the Wu Gorge can capsize a boat, but the human heart is peaceful. Li Yi said sincerely. How could he not understand this? He just didn't care. The hierarchy of eunuchs and palace maids was not so strict. What could they do? Gao Lishur was in charge. As for the villagers in Zhuangzi, they were all family. Zhuangzi was their Zhuangzi. What was the use of scaring them? Li Chengqi's chopstick stopped and repeated Li Yi's words. He took a deep breath and said, Brother Yi, you're really talented. I copied them. Li Yi said. I know. The people who were copied were killed and buried by you. Ha ha ha. Li Chengqi helped to complete the latter part of the sentence. Li Yi was about to speak when he looked up and stared at a group of people coming over the bridge from the other side of the Ba River. From the way they were dressed, it was obvious that they were not from the Tang Empire, although there were many strange clothes in Chang, and city of the Tang Empire. Li Chengqi looked and his eyes narrowed. Tubo people. As the crowd approached, he took a closer look and was relieved. He did not recognize anyone. Where is the Dongzhu of Zhuangzi? There were a total of 15 people. The person who walked in front of Li Yi asked directly. The people around with crossbows came up again. The eunuchs and palace maids also stood up, revealing their complete clothes. Li Yi sat and put an oyster into his mouth. He stared at the person. The tubo person looked at the people around him and saw the palace maids and eunuchs. He was angry, but he did not dare to show it. Li Yi swallowed the oyster and said, We want to buy soy sauce. The tubo person was still as straightforward as before. Come here tomorrow morning to participate in the failed sale. Li Yi told him. We can't wait. 200 caddies is not enough. We want 2,500 caddies. The tubo person said again. How much for 500 caddies? Li Yi asked first. 1,000 renminbi. The tubo person offered. 2,000 renminbi for 2,500 caddies. I will give you the money. Li Yi counter-offered. Okay, wait for me to go back and get the items that are supposed to be used as collateral. The tubo man said and turned around to leave. The group of people came quickly and left quickly. Li Qingqi was puzzled. Brother Yi, why did you sell to him and break the rules? What rules? If there is money to be made, I will make it. If the tubo person wants to open a soy sauce market, I will support it. Li Yi was very honest. The cost of soy sauce was not much. Selling 2,500 caddies of soy sauce and earning 10 million renminbi. This trade surplus was worth it. Zhuangzi's soy sauce market was more than 2,000 renminbi per caddy. However, the tubo person was buying in bulk and was a foreigner, so he had to take care of him. Thinking about it, Li Yi suddenly remembered something. Brother, are they here to go back? They should be Tubo Prime Minister Shang Qinsong's people. Tubo is here to deliver the letter of alliance. Li Qingqi understood. Alliance? Li Yi quickly opened the system and checked. After checking, he said it's fake. It's June now. Tubo will start a war in 2 months. Who? Li Qingqi was surprised. Brother, don't be afraid. Someone must have sent a letter to Yao Chong. This person is called Jie Wan. She is now the left scattered cavalry officer. Li Yi told him the situation, name and official position. Li Qingqi looked at Li Yi in a daze. After a while he said, Brother Yi, are you serious? Why would I lie to you? Ruzhou, Minzhou, Baosaizhou, Pinzhou, Taozhou, Weizhou, Qinzhou and other prefectures should be preparing. Li Yi told him the actual situation. Li Qingqi put down his chopsticks. Brother Yi, this is an important matter. I have to tell some people. Goodbye. After saying that, he called a group of people to bring the horses and galloped away. Li Yi was speechless. A moment later, he called the palace maids and eunuchs to enjoy the meal. Find a stool and sit down. It'll be a waste if we don't eat. On the other hand, Li Qingqi galloped straight to the royal palace. When he reached the forbidden area, he jumped off his horse and headed straight to Xingqing Hall. He barged in without waiting for any notice. Upon entering, he saw Li Longji and the 3 prime ministers present. The 4 of them stared at him in astonishment. King Song barging into the hall today was a big deal. What if it was an assassination? It would be a big deal. Chapter 62. I urgently need bookmarks and recommendation tickets. Everyone, please support me. Help me promote this book to those who are also interested in reading historical novels. If my results are good, it won't be a problem for me to. More than 5 times a day. As a farmer author, I'm willing to exchange my hard work and sweat for recognition. I'll bow to everyone. When I rushed back from Brother Yi's place, some people from Tubo went to buy soy sauce. I told Brother Yi that it might be Tubo Prime Minister Shang Qinsong's team. Brother Yi said that the alliance between Tubo and Tubo is fake. Someone in the court has already guessed that the person is called Jie Wan, Prime Minister Yao. Is that true? Li Qingqi stared at Yao Chong and asked. Yao Chong quivered and nodded. There's such a person and such a thing. Brother Yi said that Tubo will rebel in August. If that's the case, Tubo is trying to deceive us and catch us off guard. Li Qingqi revealed the specific month. Brother Yi really said that? Li Longji felt his mouth dry and his voice trembled when he asked. Yes. Li Qingqi guaranteed. Summon Jie Wan. Li Longji said. A moment later, a white-haired person entered the hall and clasped his hands. I'm Jie Wan. Tubo will rebel? Li Longji didn't waste any time. I've been guarding the border for many years and have a lot of contact with the 10 Surnames clan. Previously, Tubo invaded the border but didn't achieve anything. This alliance is definitely to numb us. The old man's face was full of vicissitudes, but his voice was deep. Then he continued, I've already sent a letter to Prime Minister Yao requesting 100,000 soldiers to guard Qinzhou, Weizhou, and other places. Good. I'll reward you for your hard work. Li Longji believed him. This person had been guarding Tubo for many years and had made a lot of contributions. Later on, when he retired, something happened over there and he was brought back. He was an old official in his 70s. After Jiewan left, Li Longji asked someone to change his clothes. He didn't mention anything about King Song's intrusion at all, because there was no need to break into the palace and assassinate him. Li Longji would stay with his brothers whenever he had the time. When would there not be a chance to assassinate him? Your Majesty, this subject wishes to accompany you. Yao Chong knew what Li Longji wanted to do, so he looked for Li Yi. Your subjects agree. Lu Huaishan and Zhang Shua spoke in unison. You all take care of the imperial court. I will go with the empress. I haven't seen Brother Yi for a long time. Li Longji refused. The prime ministers looked at each other. What did he mean by many days? It had only been a few days. Empress Wang was very happy and changed into a new set of clothes. Outside, Li Chengqi was already waiting. Big brother, are you still going? Li Longji asked. Today, Brother Yi went into the water and caught a large black fish with his bare hands. It weighed more than 30 caddies and he said that one fish could be eaten 10 times. I haven't finished my malatang, so I rushed back to report. If Li Chengqi wanted to go, no one could stop him. Therefore, the three of them led the team to Zhuangzi. Before they crossed the Baishui Bridge, a group of Tubo people came from the other side of the bridge. The carriages were filled with jars. There was no need to ask to know that they were filled with soy sauce. When the first few carriages passed by, the carriages behind were filled with smaller jars. Some were covered with red paper, while others were covered with blue paper. They were also familiar with these two types of jars. They were fermented bean curd and stinky tofu. Behind them was a large vat covered with cloth. A familiar smell wafted out. It was spiced tea eggs. After the two teams passed by, Li Chengqi said with a smile, from the looks of it, Brother Yi sold a lot. We shouldn't sell good things to a rebellious place. Li Longji said as he rode on the bridge. Brother Yi said to make money. The cost is low. He's in a good mood after earning Tubo's money. Li Chengqi said with a smile. He understood. Empress Wang said, Uncle has a lot of money in his account again. Of course she was happy. She had 70% of the profits from the spiced tea eggs. When their team arrived at Zhuangzi on the other side of the river, a large group of people was watching. The soldiers in Zhuangzi were holding swords and a few were holding crossbows. The people protecting Li Longji became nervous, especially the crossbow. It's okay. Li Longji waved his hand. He knew the reason. A group of people from Tubo came to trade. Brother Yi was afraid that the other party would rob them, so the retired soldiers in Zhuangzi came out. Crossbows were not allowed to be owned by commoners. In Zhuangzi, Brother Yi was given a special gift. Let go of the crossbows. Li Yi saw a familiar person and quickly ordered. What should he do if the relative of the imperial family was injured? The person holding the crossbow removed the arrow, and the person holding the swords put the swords on the ground. Big brother, why are you back? Li Yi asked with a smile. I went to deliver the message. What you said must be passed to the palace. Li Chengqi looked at the things on the ground and said. Both the people of the manor and the outsiders were watching, but the manor owner was wary of the outsiders who were watching from the sidelines. On the ground were irregular pieces of gold, bundles of yak skins, beautiful cloud pearls, sacks of black gastrodia, saffron, hairy pieces of musk, and ornately patterned sheepskin towels, all of which were made of tawny. These were all tawny. There were no other silks or copper coins. There were more than 30 horses next to them. Obviously, they were also left to be used as payment. Uncle, how much did you sell them for? Empress Wang knew that everything was good. She also knew about horses. She came from a family of generals and was very good at fighting. Li Yi shook his head. Less than 20 million. Tubo people are still rich. Put them away. Don't show your wealth. The people around heard this and felt helpless. We already know, but you still don't show it? Steward Songda ordered people to bring them in. Li Dongzhu, don't worry. No bad people can come to our village from our Zhang family village. Zhang Xiao, the village chief of the Zhang family village, shouted. Yes, as long as someone passes by our village, we will definitely ask clearly. Li Dongzhu taught us how to make frogs. We will not forget that the villagers have a good life. When we have money, we can also buy knives and bows and make our own armor. We will not tell anyone about Li Dongzhu's cooking recipes. The villagers of the Zhang family village shouted. The frogs were sold at such a high price. The village could save a lot of money when there were no more frogs. When the good days came, they had to remember who gave it to them. If they were sick, they could go to Li Dongzhu to take a look. They had to guard the area well. The old man had a human face sore on his chest. The small mouth on his face was open and he was about to open his eyes. The invited doctor shook his head. In the end, Li Dongzhu cut it open and squeezed out pus and blood. He left a small strip in the wound and said that it was called a fried dough stick. He changed it a few more times and it would be fine. Even if the white-eyed man was not grateful to Li Dongzhu for giving him a good life, he had to take care of him with a miracle doctor nearby. Li Yi cupped his fist and bowed to the villagers of the Zhang family village to thank them. The other people who came to threshing also promised that as long as they came here, they would follow suit. The items were transported away by flatbed cart. Li Chengqi touched his stomach. Brothery the fish, are we eating at noon or at night? Li Yi asked his two brothers and sisters-in-law. Li Longji thought for a while and said, we will eat at night. We will stay here tonight. He had a lot of questions. He had a lot of time at night, so he asked while eating. Yes, uncle, just eat at noon. Empress Wang supported. Li Chengqi did not mind. He was thinking of bringing a princess here in the future. Sister-in-law, do you want money or something? The profit from selling the tea eggs this time, plus the previous one, is 7,217,500 yuan. Li Yi asked Empress Wang. She happened to be here, so he gave her the money. Empress Wang raised her hands. She wanted to count. How much was 70%? Sister-in-law, I'm 70% sure it's 5,052,250. Li Yi said directly. How is it too much? Empress Wang was happy and surprised. Last time it was only 2,800,000 yuan. This time it was a lot more. I sold the recipe to the Tubo people. Li Yi explained. Ah, you sold the recipe? Empress Wang felt a pain in her heart. Sister-in-law, don't worry. My recipe only has how to boil, beat and soak. The last one is to add soy sauce. They can only buy soy sauce and soak it. Li Yi hurriedly explained. After selling the recipe, he would sell the soy sauce. The soy sauce was the most important part, but the soy sauce recipe was not. Ha ha ha. Empress Wang covered her mouth and laughed. She was very satisfied. I knew uncle would not give away good things. Chapter 63. Li Yi excused himself and went to deal with the big black fish first. Empress Wang didn't know whether to ask for money or things. Tubo was used to exchange for soy sauce, fermented bean curd, stinky tofu, tea eggs, which included suawu and cloud beads. Cloud beads were tian beads, and tubo beads were tian beads. One tian bead could be exchanged for a good horse. She liked gold and yak leather as much as she did. Li Longji found a place to sit down and drink tea. He drank green tea, the kind that was directly brewed. When the new tea was released this year, Li Yi went to buy it and then came back to make it himself according to the information. It was quite difficult, but he finally learned it. He would practice it again next year. It was not good to drink too much black tea. He didn't have any oil in his stomach. If he drank too much fermented black or black tea, he would fall sick. Where there were many cows and sheep, there was little vegetables and meat. Fermented tea was what he needed the most. They didn't know how to make tea locally and imported it from the Tang dynasty. They didn't have the foreign exchange of the Tang dynasty and could only use their own things to exchange. There were markets and caravans to restrict the smuggling of things. Therefore, they targeted the Tang dynasty and had a trade deficit every year. Their life was very difficult. They didn't know how to issue national bonds or attract foreign investment. They could only find trouble, fight, rob, reconcile, and fight again. Li Longji didn't know what trade deficit or surplus was. He only knew that the tea was delicious. How much of this kind of tea does Zhuangzi have? Li Chengqi smacked his lips. The bitter aftertaste of the green tea was even sweeter. He asked the palace maid Tao Hong. Tao Hong showed a troubled expression. She should tell King Song, but she had to keep Zhuangzi's secret. Brother, you don't have to be like this. Ask Brother Yi for some. Li Longji helped to resolve the situation. I'm the one who put Tao Hong in a difficult position. Li Chengqi remembered that Brother Yi was good to the palace maids and eunuchs. If the palace maid said it, it would be a betrayal. Tao Hong shook her head, indicating that it was fine. Tears almost fell from her eyes. When Li Yi finished dealing with the big black fish, noon arrived. Everyone went to the canteen. The guards didn't hide in the dark and followed them to eat. The weather was hot, so there weren't many hot steamed rice and steamed buns. Most of the steamed noodles and sorghum rice. The dishes changed as well. Wild vegetable dipping sauce, braised pork, soy sauce chicken giblets, salted beans, tofu with shallots, bean sprouts, dried tofu with scallion oil, pickled vegetables with pork skin, cucumber strips with garlic paste, and other cold dishes. Naturally, there was no lack of red braised pork, steamed fish, and a few other hot dishes. Some people could eat hot dishes and fatty meat, stuffing them into their mouths. There was egg sauce and minced meat at the noodles. Li Chengqi didn't want to comment. Zhuangzi was providing free meals to the villagers. He even changed the dishes according to the season. What is this? Empress Wang saw something. Someone was guarding it. If the farmer wanted to eat, the man would use a bamboo chip with many small holes to scrape. With each scrape, a lot of noodle-like things would come out. The person in charge of shaving the cold jelly knew that they were the nobles of Dongzhou, so he hurriedly replied, "Cold jelly made from beans, mixed with vinegar, soy sauce, garlic sauce, and sesame paste. It's cool and delicious. I want a little. I want to eat other dishes." Empress Wang wanted to try. She had eaten beans before. In the past, she used to fry them with meat or boil them with some salt. Now she fried them with soybean oil and added some salt. But she didn't know that they could be made into noodles. She recalled carefully and seemed to have eaten something similar. It was said that they were made from buckwheat. She waited for a while and went to get other dishes. When she came back, she sat down and asked Li Yi, "Uncle, I seem to have seen cold jelly somewhere." "Yes, it's made from buckwheat. After boiling it will come out cold." "Sister-in-law, have you eaten it when taking medicine?" "I have a record of the invaluable prescription." Li Yi spoke very fluently. He didn't need to check the information and had already memorized it. At that time he studied Western medicine, so he would read books on traditional Chinese medicine. Every time there were epidemics, traditional Chinese medicine would jump out first to help resist. And it was effective, so he couldn't help but admire it. Then, traditional Chinese medicine and traditional Chinese medicine would work together. They were unified instead of opposing each other. Li Yi also memorized all kinds of compendium, various herbs, various prescriptions, and all kinds of preparations. Is it medicine? Empress Wang tried to recall and shook her head. She couldn't remember. Yes, medicine. The one I'm eating now is made from buckwheat beans. In fact, it can be made from many kinds of crops. Li Yi didn't hide. Good. In your uncle's Zhuangzi you can always find new food. It's something you can't ask for outside. You can take whatever you want. Empress Wang praised and stretched out her hand. Li Yi didn't move, and then he tied his hair again. Li Longji ate a cucumber that didn't have much water and chewed. "Brother Yi, why is this cucumber so dry?" "Marinate it with salt, and then press it with a big stone to squeeze out the water. The texture is different. It's fun to make another dish." Li Yi explained the process. "When will Tubo attack?" Li Longji asked casually. "At the end of August. It's going to snow this year. Tubo will attack." Li Yi also answered casually. Li Longji and the other two looked at Li Yi together. "Is the time so specific? At the end of August, Tubo will snow this year and then attack?" "Third brother, don't worry. They will be defeated as soon as they attack. They don't even need the main forces of the Tang dynasty. If the main forces want to be deployed, they can attack. I have good things." Li Yi decided to change history. Why was it okay to just defend? Why couldn't they attack? Even if it was snowing. He put down his chopsticks and ran away. When he returned to his courtyard, he opened the system and exchanged binoculars 8 times 1 for 10 hours. The price was the same as the chili noodles. He hung it around his neck and ran to the canteen. This thing is called binoculars. I only have these now. Take 8 and leave 2 for me. 1 for me, and the other for the captain on duty. Li Yi said to the 3 of them. The binoculars were placed on the table. He didn't explain how he got them and just said that he had them now. While the 3 of them were puzzled, he began to explain how to use it. He opened the cover, and then put the small end to the eyes and the big end to another place. Oh my God! Li Chengqi leaned back and hit the wall. He took the binoculars and was shocked. Seeing his reaction, Li Longji and Empress Wang prepared themselves mentally, and then picked up the binoculars according to the instructions. Why is it so close? Empress Wang was shocked. She obviously didn't prepare well. Li Longji's shoulders also trembled, but he soon returned to normal. Li Yi was very puzzled. When he was a child, his first binoculars were a toy. They didn't have any reaction when he used them. Moreover, he liked to use them when he used them. Things that were close would be far away. Li Longji stood up and walked out with the binoculars. He found a relatively high place and stood on it to look around. After a while he came back. Brother Yi, this thing. There are only 10 of them now. I want to keep 2. You guys find a way to send them to the generals at the front. Once you find that they are going to be captured, destroy them first. Li Yi said to Li Longji and Li Chengqi. Li Longji sat down and put the binoculars back into the box. He didn't ask how he got them, nor did he ask for more. This was because Li Yi said last time that he couldn't talk about natural or man-made disasters. It was the wrath of the heavens. Thinking of the wrath of the heavens, he asked, Brother Yi, will this thing and tubo reduce one's lifespan? Li Yi nodded honestly. It was the price of one's lifespan. Li Longji stared at Li Yi. After a few breaths he exhaled. Brother Yi, you said that if a woman doesn't have her period, how long will she know? Do you need to check her pulse? Li Yi, he was stunned. Third brother, you changed the topic so fast that I was caught off guard. Thinking of this, he glanced at Empress Wang. Empress Wang was calm and nodded vigorously, meaning, yes, it's me. Now is fine. Wait for me. Li Yi said and ran away again. Chapter 64. Li Yi returned to the courtyard and used his lifespan to exchange for a box of 30 sets of test papers. He felt that this was cheap. A set of 2 test papers just happened to match the light color, and he could test again the next day. He found a pen, ink and paper, wrote down the instructions and brought 2 sets back. In case sister-in-law didn't finish the 2 sets, he still had spare ones. Back in the cafeteria, Li Yi gave the things to Li Longji. Third brother, take a look. It's too short, I can't feel the pulse. Li Yi knew the principle of pregnancy pulse. The fetus had a heartbeat, but it was different from the adults. Of course, sometimes there were special parasites that would do the same. There were also special cases where there was a twin in the human body but it was incomplete but it had a heartbeat. The latter 2 cases required surgery. Li Longji put it away. His hands were trembling when he put it away. Empress Wang's face changed. She didn't want to eat anymore. Third brother, are you feeling unwell? Why don't you eat with sister-in-law in my courtyard? I'll talk to big brother about making a fortune. Li Yi understood the patient's thoughts. Find an excuse and go for the checkup. Therefore, Li Longji and Empress Wang left without touching their plates. Li Chengqi was in a daze. He knew that Empress Wang was childless and her position as empress was unstable. But now, brother Yi, this, that. If a man has several women, and the other women have children, and the other woman has no children, I have medicine, but it may not be effective. Li Yi explained the situation. Li Chengqi was enlightened. Third brother and the empress took the medicine. Brother Yi was so powerful. Many imperial physicians couldn't do anything but comfort and say that fate was unpredictable. In fact, they couldn't find any way to solve it. Brother Yi, on the other hand, had medicine. Brother Yi, do you have medicine that can last for a long time? Li Chengqi asked. Big brother, you're still young. You need to exercise more. I have a set of exercise methods. I'll write it down for you later. Li Yi didn't want to change the medicine. He just needed to exercise, adjust his diet and rest schedule. Soon he would find a new life. Okay, sorry to trouble you, Brother Yi. Li Chengqi thanked him without any embarrassment. Fourth mother of the Wu family. Bring the sea cabbage, salted vegetables and mixed oysters over. Li Yi saw a woman wiping the table and said to her, "Ah." The woman put down the rag and walked away quickly. In less than 2 minutes, she returned with 2 plates of food. Fourth mother. Which one of Zhuangzi do you like? Tell me, I'll help you pull some strings. There's also a new gift that's worth at least 100 taels. Li Yi smiled as he spoke to the woman. She was 17 this year. It turned out that life at home was not good. His hair was dry and he was emaciated. After entering Zhuangzi, she became more and more beautiful. Li Yi felt that other suitable men in Zhuangzi would be tempted, because there would always be people who would use all kinds of excuses to come to Fourth Mother's class. He was afraid that Fourth Mother would feel pressured, so he told her, "I'll make the decision for you. You can choose, don't be afraid. I'll tell Dongzhu in a few days." Fourth mother of the Wu family blushed, but she did not refuse. After saying that, she went back to work. Li Yi pushed the 2 plates forward. "Brother, try it. I'll ask Songda to tell them later that they'll be given a house and a new gift of 100 taels. Brother Yi, you still care about this kind of thing?" Li Chengqi was not in a hurry to eat. "I'm cultivating myself and helping my family. They're counting on me to live a good life, so I have to lead them to live a good life." Li Yi was calm. There was nothing that he could not say. Li Chengqi stopped laughing and picked up the sea cabbage to taste. It had a moist and smooth texture, and was very crispy when chewing. It was not salty but refreshing. "The sea cabbage is not eaten by the people at the seaside?" Li Chengqi asked. "Why didn't the people at the seaside eat it?" "It's the texture. It looks like a mucous membrane, especially when it's washed up by the sea. There's also a strange smell, and it's uncomfortable to touch. So it's best to rub it with salt first when making cold dishes." Li Yi explained. It was similar to the processing of aloe vera and yam. However, yam could be used as a staple food, but sea cabbage obviously could not. Li Chengqi ate the oyster again and chewed it a few times. There's an indescribable feeling, unlike malatang. It's delicious. Oysters have a fishy smell, so it needs to be processed. The oysters you eat are either raw oysters from the cold water sea or mixed with the juice from other sea areas. Li Yi introduced the processing of oysters. If it was not done well, it would indeed taste bad. That was why it was eaten by the poor. What's the cold water sea? Li Chengqi was eager to learn. There's a limit to the temperature, and it's cold all year round. Intuitively speaking, it's a sea that freezes in winter. Li Yi continued to explain. Brother Yi, you're still Brother Yi. You always answer my questions. Li Chengqi shook his head. He had always been like this, but he was not used to it. How can there be such a person? There's no knowledge that he doesn't know? His questions and answers are so casual. What kind of knowledge does he need to know to support his casual answers? Li Yi shrugged his shoulders. It can't be helped. You people from the Tang dynasty have never experienced the era of information explosion. If you want to eat a bowl of noodles, you have to search for the most authentic way online. How can you not know? Who would want to trace the origin of the soup pancake? The people of that era liked to do so. She wanted to know which chicken had laid the egg and why it had laid the egg. Then there was a question. Was the egg meat or vegetarian? Later on, everyone did some research and found that fertilized eggs with a rooster were meat, while those without a rooster were vegetarian. Did the monk buy eggs or raise chickens himself? Did he want a rooster? Especially in ancient times. I've eaten kombu before. It's not much different from this. Li Chengqi compared. Kombu tastes better than sea cabbage. Kombu is dried and it's delicious after soaking for a long time. Sea cabbage is not. Li Yi compared the differences between the two again. During his time, kelp had always been more expensive than sea cabbage, even if it was artificially farmed and harvested with cranes. In the beginning, when it was artificially farmed, the kelp roots were thrown away. When the seawater washed over, a large pile of kelp roots the size of radishes would be brought to the shore. They could be taken home and made into side dishes. Later on, the kelp roots became valuable, and the farmers could no longer pick them up at the beach. Uncle, Sanlang and I are done resting. Empress Wang appeared and her voice was heard first. Li Yi looked over and saw his sister-in-law's excited face. Obviously, the medicine was working. Li Longji's temperament changed. He looked around with a sharp gaze. Brother Yi, I've used one. I've used both. Brother Yi, you're a divine doctor. Li Longji cupped his fist and bowed to Li Yi. Third brother and sister-in-law, please have a seat. We're family. Don't be so polite. Li Yi did not return the greeting and directly asked the two to sit down and continue eating. Uncle is right. We're family. Empress Wang firmly supported. If they had a child, even if it was a girl, they could have another one. Li Yi got up again and ran back to the courtyard. When he came back, he directly wrote on the table how to protect and nourish the fetus, mainly about food and daily routine. Li Longji carefully put away the paper and said, "Why don't I send someone to pick up 3 meals a day? And Brother Yi will personally prepare them? But the rest of the family." Li Yi said a few words and stopped. Sigh. Li Longji sighed. Li Yi frowned. There's only a thief for 1,000 days. How can there be a thief for 1,000 days? If I want to kill someone, I can easily come up with at least 10 methods without anyone noticing. Brother Yi, can you kill me now? Li Chengqi trembled and asked. If I wanted to, you would already be dead. Li Yi continued to tell the truth. It was simply too easy for him to kill someone, especially in this era. Chapter 65. Brother Yi, I'll have to trouble you to cook 3 meals a day. Li Longji thought for a while and still requested. It doesn't matter if it's troublesome or not. Third brother will send someone to get it. Li Yi didn't hate cooking. He was also very willing to show his knife skills. Sister-in-law, don't eat the spicy sauce. Li Yi stopped Empress Wang from eating the spicy sauce. Is it sour and spicy? Empress Wang suddenly thought of this. No, it has nothing to do with the gender of the woman. It's a man's problem. It's just that the spiciness of this chili sauce is destructive. It will affect the gastrointestinal tract and… Li Yi didn't say anymore. He couldn't say it. Now that she ate too much spicy food, her uterus was also affected. Explaining it was a systematic medical problem, but it was too difficult to translate it into something that everyone could understand. Empress Wang pushed the small jar of chili sauce in front of Li Longji. She didn't eat it. She carried chili sauce with her everywhere. Shuangzi's canteen didn't have it, let alone other places. Congratulations, third brother. Congratulations, sister-in-law. Li Qingqi was also happy. The empress had a child in her belly. Li Longji narrowed his eyes and enjoyed this moment of happiness. As long as the empress had a child, the pressure left behind could be withstood. The child of the Wei clan and the Wu clan. Even if it was a princess, it would at least prove that the empress could bear children. Divine Doctor, Brother Yi's medical skills are amazing. Back then, Brother Yi said that it might not be possible to only take medicine, but now it's possible to take medicine. That is to say, even if medicine doesn't work, Brother Yi still has a way. The Shangyao Bureau, the Imperial Physician Bureau, you people, including the doctors, do you know what medicine is? Li Longji almost asked Li Yi. Who do you dislike? I'll help you kill them. Uncle Sanlang and I will stay here tonight. Can I eat the black fish? Empress Wang was now on tenterhooks. She was afraid that she would eat something bad. Sister-in-law, don't worry. You can eat it. I will cook different dishes in the future. Li Yi promised. He was going to cook according to the recipe. There was no need to say how many dishes there were in the recipe. In order to protect a new life, all efforts were worth it. Then he added, the weather is hot, sister-in-law should eat more fruits. Third brother and eldest brother, there are many fruits in the south such as bananas. You can ask the locals to make them dry and slice them. You can eat them now, but you must cut them down and transport them quickly. Li Yi knew that the current logistics were not very good. Even when the bananas were green, they still needed to be fast. Brother Yi, can cold melon be made into dried fruit? Li Chengqi thought of watermelon. I can grow cold melons in winter just like cucumbers. I can grow cold melons that can't be grown in hot springs. Li Yi said. Li Longji and the other two believed that if Brother Yi said it was possible, then it would definitely be possible. After dinner, the four of them strolled outside. Only then did Li Longji remember the important matter. Brother Yi, how can we settle the matter of Tubo? He asked. He didn't even want to ask the Prime Minister this question. He had already asked too many times, but it was useless. In fact, Li Longji's guess was not wrong. Tubo followed the Tang dynasty all the way, and the Tang dynasty could not do anything to Tubo. Even if they won a few battles, it was useless. Third brother, do you want to share the burden of the imperial court? Li Yi's first consideration was the performance of the imperial family. Yes, Li Longji was very honest. Not only for the imperial court but also for himself. We need a real army that can fight. If you can get in touch with it, persuade His Majesty to form the winged cavalry as soon as possible, especially the winged knights. Li Yi had told Li Longji. Li Longji did not forget and asked, do we choose from the aristocratic families or from the House of Subjugation? House of Subjugation. There are many soldiers in the House of Subjugation. They wear armor in wartime and farm when there is no war. Their weakness is that they are illiterate. We have to choose people who don't only have one child in the family. Li Yi proposed to pick soldiers from the local area. The aristocratic families would not do. In the end, the army would be controlled by the aristocratic families. Now that the country was under the heavens, the aristocratic families only cared about their families. And then, Li Longji decided to ask clearly once and for all, then we will give them money. Give them a lot of money. If they die in battle, we will give them a pension. Their family will be exempted from at least 10 years of rent. As for that transfer, we should still do as I said. Remove it and then hire them using business tax. Li Yi emphasized his words. Li Longji signaled for him to continue. When the soldiers are injured, we will arrange jobs for them. We will also not collect rent. The food of the new soldiers must be good. All the weapons and horses will be paid for by His Majesty. Li Yi gestured. The current emperor, Li Longji, needed the strongest army that belonged to him. When he heard that he would have to use his own private savings, Li Longji became depressed. He still preferred to use the imperial court's money. Brother Yi, how many people do you need? How much? Li Longji asked carefully. 50,000. Remove the useless soldiers from the other prefectural troops, and let them farm and pay rent to raise the new soldiers. If Li Yi did not make any changes, a large number of soldiers would escape in the future, and there would be more hidden families appearing. Is 50,000 enough? Li Chengqi frowned. Li Yi knew that there were 120,000 cavalrymen in history. However, they were not raised well and became useless. Since he was asked to come up with an idea, he naturally had to consider the matter of money. Therefore, he said, we can't afford too many cavalrymen. Each cavalryman needs 3 cavalrymen. That's 150,000 horses. Let's give it a try with 10,000 cavalrymen first. Otherwise, His Majesty will have no money. Li Longji was angry. 10,000 cavalrymen, 3 cavalrymen per person, plus bows and crossbows. What would he use to raise them? No, there were crossbows and horses ready. What he needed was to feed the cavalrymen and horses. Thinking of this, he said to Li Yi, Brother Yi, why do you want His Majesty to pay for it? Because this army is to deal with the existence of the Tang dynasty. His Majesty must have the most loyal troops. After the soldiers are formed, throw them to the Tubo border and let them attack and harass Tubo. After some casualties, they will become stronger and recruit new soldiers. The veteran soldiers will lead the new soldiers. When the number is large, they will take turns to fight. Li Yi was in a bad mood when he said this. People would die in a war. It was not a cold data but a life. He worked so hard to survive. He put himself in other people's shoes. Li Longji, Li Chengqi, and Empress Wang had experienced a lot and were numb to it. Therefore, Li Longji did not care about the death of soldiers. He did not know who to ask to train, so he asked casually, Brother Yi, do you know how to train soldiers? Yes. Li Yi instantly thought of countless training methods, the most important of which was political and ideological education. The method of the People's Liberation Army was good. He had not seen the People's Liberation Army in a war, but he had seen the figures of the People's Liberation Army during disaster relief. The method of making banana slices is good. Brother Yi, write down how to do it. Li Longji changed the topic in an instant again. Okay, I will write it down. It is easier to make dried fruit than candied fruit and the cost is lower. Li Yi changed the topic. Li Longji took Empress Wang to rest. Nothing was more important than the child in Empress Wang's stomach now. Li Yi of course began to write something. After that, he would write about the banana slices. Li Chengqi wandered around the construction sites in Zhuangzi. A cement and brick building was almost finished. There were 4 units and each unit had 8 households. The people in Zhuangzi were waiting. The building was big. According to the craftsman, there was an outside corridor on the side facing the sun. They could go upstairs through the outside stairs. The holes were left when the building was built. The iron pipes were brushed with tung oil and connected. It was said that there was no heating in winter. Chapter 66. After eating the snakefish that night, they settled down. The next morning he had breakfast before leaving. Before noon, 10 fast horses came to Zhuangzi to ask Li Yi for lunch. Li Yi personally made 4 dishes and a soup, packed them, and left with the horses. They came again before dinner, but this time Li Yi didn't cook. They went to the canteen to choose their own dishes. When the dishes were sent back, Li Longji ate with them. There was also a telescope on the table. There were 8 telescopes. He kept one and sent the other 7 to the Tubo border. He asked the border generals to use them at their own discretion. If there was a chance they should fight. Why should the Tang dynasty only defend? Your Majesty, we don't have enough money to feed the winged knights. Empress Wang calculated the money given to each household. Each household had to pay 20 liang, and all the things that should be paid were waived. Otherwise, how could they be loyal? Plus the food for the people and horses, they had to pay 5,000 liang a day. The recruits couldn't lack meat. Let's train 2,000 liang first. Li Longji was also worried about the money. Through the imperial court, if there was a shortage of food, the soldiers would be crippled. 2,000 liang? Yes. After training, let them lead the recruits. Empress Wang said comforting words. Brother Yi should have a way to make money. Ask big brother to do it. Li Longji was ready to make money, so he went to Li Yi. In the middle of June, Li Yi entered Chang'an. There was a 3-story shop in the East Market next to Huanqing South Road. Brother Yi, this is the place. What kind of business do you think we should do? We have to make money quickly. Li Chengqi asked, blushing as he said. Li Yi was amazed by the skills of his big brother, third brother, and 4 brothers that he had never seen before. The building in front of him was the one next to the East Market. Did you rob it? Take it by force? Aren't you afraid of being punished? He walked in, but he couldn't see what was originally sold inside. He measured it with his feet. The 3 floors were the same size, each about 130 square meters. A 400 square meter shop in the East Market of Chang'an. Good. After reading it, he muttered, sell what to make money? Faster? It was the fastest way to sell drugs, but it wasn't. Opening a hospital and performing surgeries can earn money quickly, but I don't have the time. Li Chengqi stood aside, not daring to disturb him. Li Yi continued to mutter to himself. Perfume and soap are considered luxury goods. It's too troublesome. There are a lot of rich people in this area. Why do you want to be a middleman? Merchants need it. Li Yi walked out. Why was he looking at other people's houses? Clothing stores, restaurants, brothels, jewelry stores, and temples. There were many temples and almost every square had one. Buddhist affairs were flourishing, so it was no wonder that they had to be tidied up. There were always people who bought the right to avoid paying taxes. If I engage in multi-level marketing, will the system reduce my lifespan? Li Yi thought of an idea when he saw that the temple was filled with incense. Big brother, we're selling food. Li Yi gave an answer. Eat? The various dishes in your Zhuangzi? Is it quick to make money? Li Chengqi didn't feel that eating wasn't good enough. What he wanted now was to earn money for his third brother to raise his army. Quick! Let's empty the first floor as a restroom, set up a buffet on the second floor, and order dishes from my Zhuangzi on the third floor. Add an attic at the top, which is a pavilion. Look down from the pavilion. There are requirements for the pavilion. If the water wheel can turn, the pavilion must also turn slowly. Even the pillars are in the middle of the third floor, separating the surroundings. It's like pushing a mill with more than a dozen people pushing it together. It's a little tiring, but if you're tired, you can change people and pay them more. Li Yi gave a solution to make food and beverage. Quick to make money? Li Chengqi was still concerned about this matter. Quick! I'm afraid that others will copy it. Li Yi was worried that the revolving restaurant would be copied. Who dares? Renovating houses is against the law. It's a crime. Li Chengqi was not afraid that others would install things on the roof. What about ours? Li Yi was afraid when he heard that. Ours is not against the law. Give me the blueprint and I'll find someone to do it. Li Chengqi patted his chest and promised. Li Yi found a place to write and draw. He needed to draw the blueprint and come up with a plan for how to run the business. He also needed to transfer people from Zhuangzi to cook. As promised, there would be dividends. Li Yi would take 10% and be responsible for everything. His brothers would take 90% to ensure that the business was stable. When Li Chengqi said that, he even hinted that the palace would get a lot. Li Yi guessed that Li Longji wanted the white gloves. Big brother and third brother should have contacted the current emperor, and the emperor also agreed to get private soldiers. Li Yi wrote in the room. At noon he bought a bowl of soup pancake to eat, but it was not delicious at all. Li Chengqi complained while eating. The sky was getting dark. Li Yi finally thought through all the arrangements and gave a stack of paper to Li Chengqi. Big brother, do as I say. I'll go back. Li Yi stood up and stretched his limbs. His neck cracked when he moved. Li Chengqi did not stay. He let Li Yi ride back to Zhuangzi by himself. He was not going to sleep at night. After Li Yi left, Li Chengqi went to the Ministry of Imperial Studies, threw down a few blueprints, ordered them to work overtime and gave extra rewards. After coming out of the Ministry of Imperial Studies, he ran to Pyongkong Square and went to Beitou to find beautiful women who were not good at performing. Then he went to Nankou to find two amazing women who could host poetry gatherings. Just like female hosts, they could mobilize people's emotions and arrange things for everyone. The women in Beitou were easy to handle. Money was enough. But the women in Nankou could not be handled with just money, unless they had a lot of money. Li Chengqi directly showed his identity and gave him money. He went there to help run the business and lead the team. Then he started to renovate. He urged him every day. There were only 3 days left until the end of June. Li Chengqi found Li Yi and checked him one last time. 20 women from Beitou and 2 from Nankou, wearing colorful and gorgeous clothes, saluted Li Yi together. Greetings, Dongzhu. They did not address Li Chengqi as Li Chengqi had instructed them to. Li Yi looked at them one by one. Not bad. They are beautiful and have a good disposition. Especially these two, their eyes seemed to be able to speak. Although he praised them verbally, there was no other meaning in his eyes. These women from Pyongkong Square immediately understood that this young man was different from ordinary people. As expected, someone who could make King Song conceal his identity and come into contact with him was capable. I'll leave the future matters to you. Have you learned the new bookkeeping method? Li Yi asked the 2 women from Nankou. He knew their names. He had a list. One of them was called Lu Wan and the other was called Xiaoyun. The former was taken from the Book of Songs. Reeds and reeds. The reeds and reeds were green, and the white dew was frost, wandered in the center of the water. The latter was also taken from the Book of Songs. The wind and rain in the wind and rain. Yunhu did not like it. Li Yi also knew that if he did not look through the system to look for information about the 2 women from Nankou, he would not be able to beat them in the 4 books and 5 classics. Many outstanding students and tributaries from various provinces and prefectures came to Chang, and, thinking that they were awesome, then they went to Pyongkong Square to find women to talk about poetry in present day, and they were defeated in a few rounds. Some of them even spent money to find women to learn from. Li Yi looked around again and took out the plaque he had personally carved and the poem he had found a craftsman to write. The plaque was placed above the main entrance, and the poem was placed in the lounge on the first floor. Our restaurant will be called Heavenly World in the future. I also copied a poem. Li Yi said. The poem was naturally copied. There were poems in the Tang dynasty, but they were rarely used. He copied one. Lu Wan and Xiaoyun opened the book together. They read in unison. Outside the curtain the rain gurgles, the waning of spring. Luo Qin cannot bear the coldness of the 5 suns. In the dream she does not know she is a guest, indulging in pleasure for a while. Alone without relying on the railing, the infinite mountains and rivers, easy to leave but difficult to see, the flowing waterfalls and the spring leaves, heavenly world. Chapter 67. July 1st morning. It was a sunny day. The mysterious restaurant in Chang and was finally open for business. A group of beautiful women stood outside. Two hosts were talking about the opening of the restaurant. This restaurant is called Heavenly World. The lounge is on the first floor, the buffet on the second floor, and the stir-fry on the third floor. Luan's voice was pleasant and her posture was elegant. Many men's hearts were lost when she blinked her eyes with her long eyelashes. Xiaoyun was not to be outdone. If you are a member of Heavenly World, you can go up to the second floor if you deposit 100 coins. You can go up to the third floor if you deposit 1,000 coins. There is a menu on the third floor. The other women gave out brochures and printed brochures. The brochures introduced the restaurant. The name of the restaurant was derived from a poem. Those who could read rushed to read it, while those who could not read asked others to read it for them. 3 coins in 3 hours? I've never heard that the cost of a meal is calculated according to the time. I have to pay before I can go? 100 coins for 33 meals. What if I don't like the first meal? Will they give me a refund? What's the stir-fry on the third floor? If you give them the money, what if they lose money and quit? Isn't there a pavilion at the top? It doesn't say how much it costs to go up. I can't afford it. 10 coins is enough for me to eat for a year. 3 hours? Humph. The crowd was discussing. At this moment people came. A row of ceremonial guards came in. Everyone hurried to make way. Someone recognized them quickly. King Song, King Shun, King Qi, King Shui, King Yong and the 5th prince are all here. There are other nobles. Are they coming here to eat? While talking, 50 or 60 people went in. They stood in the lounge and read the calligraphy. They had never seen thin gold bodies, Lang Tao Sha, because the current version was a 7-character quatrain. Flowing water, falling flowers, spring leaves. Heavenly world. Good sentence, King Shinli Qingyi said. King Qi Li Longfan also said, I've never seen this word before. It feels like plum blossoms, proud and unyielding. The others praised him one after another, and then paid the money. There were 55 people in total. Each person paid 1,000 coins, all of which were gold. After paying, they did not drink tea on the first floor but went up to the second floor. The second floor was a hot pot and barbecue. This was very fresh, but what surprised everyone even more was that the self-service items were broken up with thick bamboo and put together. In the middle there was flowing water. Food was placed on the boat and floated in the water. The water flowed with the boat. Half of the bamboo tube was connected from head to tail, and finally it went into the kitchen. There were flower petals floating in the water, and it really looked like flowing water. To be able to enjoy such benefits with just 10 taels, we've really profited, someone said. This is indeed a good place. I don't want to go up to the third floor anymore. I just want to eat here. Cook? Roast? Someone else asked. The tube on top is used to release smoke and charcoal poison. It's wide at the bottom. Good idea. For a time, everyone observed and analyzed. Even the other 4 kings who came with Li Chengqi clicked their tongues in wonder. After looking at them for half an hour, Li Chengqi saw that they weren't leaving, so he said with a smile, Let's go to the third floor and have a look. Everyone went up, but Li Chengqi didn't. There was a chef up there. He was afraid that if the chef saw him, he would be exposed if others called him that. On the third floor, there were 12 cubicles covered by screens. There were also flowers and plants. There are 12 places and many of them are empty. 12 tables aren't enough. What if there are more people? Someone asked. Lu Wan, who came with them, immediately answered with a smile, We have to send someone to inform us in advance. It'll be crowded and uncomfortable if there are more people. Xiaoyun said, There are 49 dishes in the restaurant now. In the future we'll add a new dish every 10 days. Since you're a member today, all expenses are not included. What about upstairs? Prince Shen asked. 18 people can sit up there. No matter how many people there will be 20 taels per minute, or at least 8 quarters, which is 2 hours. You don't have to order the dishes individually. You'll eat whatever is arranged in the restaurant. The wine will be counted separately. Xiaoyun continued to answer. 18 people, 20 taels per minute, 20 taels per person. Someone asked. Lu Wan pursed her lips and winked, meaning that he was right. Can we go up and have a look? The person just now made a request. So some people were led up and sat down. They felt that it was high enough to see outside. Then they suddenly panicked. Why was it moving? The whole pavilion was moving. Was it spinning? Lu Wan said in a crisp voice, "This is the revolving restaurant of earthly paradise. Sitting here you can look in all directions. It's actually here. Who came up with this idea? Amazing. What a great earthly paradise. Alone without relying on the railing. The world is limitless. Are you talking about now?" The 18 people in the first batch left reluctantly and were replaced by another batch. After everyone checked, they liked the third floor. They asked again. Sure enough, they had to book in advance, and it was divided into morning, afternoon, and night. They asked what was going on at night. Lu Wan and Xiaoyun told them that the restaurant would only close at 3 in the morning. The next day, it would open at 5 in the afternoon. At night, all the other restaurants would be closed. If they ate here, they could give a voucher and take it to Pyongkong Square. Of course, they could also come over from Pyongkong Square. This time, those who didn't know what was going on inside were shocked. Curfew, this earthly paradise was open? Then behind it, it's worth it. This money is well spent. After knowing that it was open at night, some people understood why it was expensive. Looking at the menu, the cheapest dish cost 1 tael, which was 1,000 taels. The most expensive wine elsewhere was only 10,000 taels. The other dishes were not as expensive. They tasted it as the dishes were served one by one. When the dishes were served, they felt it was worth it again. They had never seen such a cooking method, and it couldn't be found anywhere else. Some people went back after eating and asked others to come here in the evening. They booked the table first. The revolving restaurant above was a good fight. As a result, the news of earthly paradise spread out before the evening. Most people had one thought after hearing it. It was expensive and they couldn't afford it. A few people were tempted. They knew that earthly paradise was not a normal place to eat at all. It was a good place to show their identity. Those who were rich enough went to apply for membership. They could deliver food if they didn't have a seat. As long as they were in Chang'an when earthly paradise was open, they would deliver food to all the restaurants even if there was a curfew. Those who knew the inside story knew that Her Majesty was crazy and poor. In order to make money, she lifted the curfew alone. When it was dark, earthly paradise was really brightly lit. All the seats, including the buffet, were full. Someone ordered food in advance. The eunuch in charge of delivery rode a horse to deliver the food. He didn't charge extra and even gave a 20% discount. He gave a red square and a green square as compensation for not having a seat. If the takeaway ordered was more than 20 taels, he would also get a small pot of soy sauce. At dawn the next day, earthly paradise was in the headlines in Chang'an. Almost everyone on the road was talking about it. Li Yi heard the people who came to buy soy sauce early in the morning. He sighed, "I can't help it. I took their money and applied for membership. I still have to make an appointment. Alas." Li Longji in the palace didn't sigh. He was happy. He was looking at the accounts. One was the account of the membership, and the other was the specific account of the seats and dishes sold yesterday. The account of the membership was false, and the account of the latter was real. There must be expenses. Otherwise, the membership would only make money once. The key was that if someone asked for a refund, it would be refunded. However much money was left on the membership card, it would be refunded. There are so many rich people. Li Longji saw that yesterday's real income was 3,420 taels. He really didn't know what to say. In one day, he got 3,420 taels. Brother Yi, my good brother Yi. Li Longji first thought of Li Yi. He was shocked by the number. Of course, he didn't know that it was impossible for the restaurant to be full in the future, especially the revolving restaurant above. Excluding the wine, it was 160 taels in 2 hours, not including the dishes ordered separately. No matter how good the seats were, he felt a little distressed. He thought that after deducting the cost, there would still be a lot left. The cost was not high, but the production method was valuable. Chapter 68. That's great. Brother E. Let your brothers bring the rich and powerful along. Others will naturally feel that there is a chance to meet them and get a membership card. Li Longji thought of the reason why business was so good. The first day was to see the novelty, and later on it would depend on the status of those people. Brother Yi's ability is heaven-defying. Yes, the money and 10% of the profits will go to Brother E. Li Longji smiled. Now Brother E is sitting at home and making money. No, I can't let him be idle. Li Longji muttered again and thought of a good idea. Your Majesty, Prime Minister Yao, Prime Minister Lu and Prime Minister Zhang are here. A eunuch ran in to report. All right. Li Longji had no choice but to agree. The three prime ministers came in with complicated expressions. Your Majesty, have you heard of the Spring Festival? Yao Chong was the first to speak. Yes, earthly paradise, revolving restaurant, no curfew. Li Longji admitted. Yes, this is my business. And I will let you know that I am very good at business. In the entire Tang dynasty, other than me, who has the ability to make more than 3 million a day with a 3-story restaurant? Your Majesty, we are not trying to persuade you. It's just that the three of us are embarrassingly short of money. We can't go even if we want to. Zhang Shua explained. Lu Huaishan nodded. Yes, we also want to take a look, but it's too expensive. Li Longji was relieved. It's good that they are not here to cause trouble. Pick a day. I will ask someone to book a table for you. Put the money on me. Li Longji agreed. Your Majesty, why do you need to pay for the reservation? Yao Chong was puzzled. Shouldn't his restaurant be free? It's not all mine. There are dividends and capital. The bill will be calculated separately. It's better to just pay and save the trouble. Li Longji gave a reason. Does Li Yi have a part in this? Zhang Shua asked. He did not believe that His Majesty could suddenly think of such a way to make money. Yes, Li Yi has made a lot of good things. I will reward him with 10% of the profits. Li Longji gave another reason. The three of them understood. Such an amazing method in exchange for 10% of the profits. His Majesty is indeed His Majesty. The whole first half of July in Chang'an belonged to Chang'an. But all the limelight was stolen by a restaurant called Heavenly World. Its novel design, high price, and special power had become a hot topic for the people. The prosperity of Chang, and did not belong to Li Yi, even if he had 10% of the profits. The autopsy room was his territory. Eunuch Wang Xing still helped him steal the cadaver. The two of them cooperated well. Just as Li Yi was preparing to spend some time like this, a 2,000-man cavalry appeared on the banks of the Ba River. Each cavalryman had 3 horses. They crossed the Ba Shui Bridge, passed by Li Yi's Zhuangzi, and entered the imperial plantation. The chickens and ducks in the imperial plantation immediately jumped up and down. Li Yi and Zhuangzi's men were also puzzled. There were so many cavalrymen and horses. The retired soldier's eyes lit up. The army is here. I used to be a soldier too. Li Yi was about to ask Wang Xing about it to see what kind of team it was. In the end, someone came to find him. Li Dongzhu, I'm here to see you. Gao Lishur smiled. He was loyal to Li Longji. He was in a good mood when he learned that Li Yi's design had made a lot of money for His Majesty. So it's General Gao. Please take a seat. I'll make tea for you. Li Yi was not in a hurry to ask why he came again after he had just been here the day before yesterday. Okay, Owner Li, I'll be able to see you every day for the next few days. Gao Lishur did not stand on ceremony as he sat down and casually said, Do you want to stay? I'll ask someone to make a small courtyard for you. Li Yi did not mind the trouble. I live in the imperial plantation. Aren't there 2,000 cavalrymen? If they want to practice, I'll keep an eye on them for a few days. Gao Lishur spoke of his purpose. Are you talking about the winged knights? Li Yi immediately thought of the cavalrymen he had urged to appear quickly. That's right. Her Majesty has selected 2,000 talents from the various subjugation residences. I don't know much about training soldiers. I heard that Li Dongzhu has a lot of strategies. Can you help me to analyze them? Gao Lishur explained his purpose. Li Yi was slightly stunned and nodded. Let's discuss them together. That's good. Gao Lishur smiled with satisfaction. After completing the task, Her Majesty asked him to find Li Yi. The two chatted for a while more before Gao Lishur went to the imperial plantation. Li Yi opened the system. He did not need to worry about what the winged cavalry would practice. They had their own system, and the Tang dynasty would know where they stood. Moreover, they were very orderly, and their troops could advance like a forest. He wanted to be in charge of the logistics and train the soldiers. The soldiers in the logistics department were obviously not as strong as the main force. Furthermore, they were still infantry. They were carrying bags and driving carts to deliver things. Fortunately, the imperial plantation was big. Otherwise, it would not be able to accommodate so many people. Smoke rose from the kitchen as the people in the logistics department cooked. The chickens and ducks in the imperial plantation were chased to Li Yi's zhuangzi by Wang Xing. He was afraid that they would be eaten by the soldiers. The fungus and monkey's head mushrooms were still young, so he was not worried. Li Yi went to the imperial plantation and looked at the food. It was all millet, which was boiled directly. Then there was a big pot of lamb. There was no other seasoning except for a little salt. Even so, the main force and the people in the logistics department swallowed their saliva while waiting. It was obvious that they did not have many opportunities to eat meat. Li Yi went back to his zhuangzi and continued to organize the training plan. Li Dongzhu, do you have any good ideas after looking at it yesterday? Gao Lishur came over early the next morning. I didn't look at the others in detail. Baggage's team is not good enough. I have some blueprints here. General Gao, find someone to make them. Li Yi had already prepared and handed Gao Lishur a stack of papers. There was a foldable military shovel. One side of the shovel could be used as a knife and the other side as a saw. In addition to the military shovel, there was also a three-legged pot holder to hold the pot. Otherwise, they could only use the pot with its own legs. Or they could have a separate pot, then dig out a pit and put it on to cook. That was what it meant to bury the pot to cook. The multi-purpose military kettle set was made of copper. The threads at the mouth did not need to be controlled by craftsmen. They took it back to Zhuangzi and tapped it. It's not much copper, but it's not a problem. I believe that His Majesty has money. Li Yi knew that the restaurant was a high-end club with a royal background. If the local officials wanted to come back to pursue progress, they would have to get a membership card. There were also businessmen who did large transactions. Where would they go to eat? Where would they meet the nobles? As expected, Gao Lishur did not mention that it would cost too much money. He continued to look at the blueprints. Li Yi explained, the cloth used by the logistics department is not good enough. The Tang dynasty's sailing ships use tung oilcloth, which is strong and waterproof. His Majesty's winged knights will use canvas where they bear the force. Gao Lishur nodded to show that he understood. In addition, I see that many horses have not been nailed with horseshoes. Quickly install them. Too much training, serious wear and tear. There's a drawing of a knife inside, a small knife. I call it a military dagger. The back can be opened. Put strong silk thread, iron needle and copper needle inside. If there's water but no meat to eat, use it to fish. If there's a wound, suture it. I'll teach you how to suture it. The number of horses is not enough. I require all logistics to have horses and carriages, instead of driving donkey carts and ox carts yesterday. Speed is the most important thing in war. The logistics department must keep up. Otherwise, will the money earned in Heavenly World be kept for future generations? Li Yi said one by one, and Gao Lishur sweated. He was happy to hear that Heavenly World was so profitable before. Listening to Li Yi's request, it seemed that Heavenly World was falling from the sky back to the earth. Don't worry about the money. His Majesty's private army is the enemy. Pull it out, rush forward, destroy it and come back. There's no time this year. The craftsmen are busy. Next year I'll look at new weapons. Yes, I remember something. The opening on the top of the riding boots should not be so big. If you want to carry things, you can use a backpack. Also use canvas. Li Yi complained. The opening on the top of the riding boots was big. Sometimes things could be put in it. The inside of the sleeves of the robe could be put in the pockets. Boots could also be put in. Couldn't a backpack be carried? Chapter 69. Gao Lishur ran away. Ignoring the soldiers, he ran straight back to the palace and reported to Li Longji. When it was almost noon, Li Yi asked the butler to call Wang Xing, and bring the main force and logistics troops over for lunch. I'll take it as the 10% profit back to you. I don't dare to take it, Li Yi muttered. He was worried that Li Longji would not have enough money one day. Suddenly he remembered that there was still a 10% profit outside. 10% profit in heavenly earth was not a small amount. He had many ways to make money. Why should he leave a hidden danger? Wang Xing told the soldiers that they knew some things and had to listen to Li Dongzhu in the future. 2,000 main force and 1,000 logistics troops all arrived. There was no official leader among them. Some people took the lead based on their relationships in the past few days. When they arrived, they saw a big iron pot with mutton bones cooked in it. There was a thick layer of white oil floating on it. Beside each pot was a big pottery bowl and chopsticks. There were no spoons. Obviously, they knew that they did not drink soup with spoons. In addition to the empty bowls, there were big bowls filled with chopped coriander and chopped green onions. There were also bowls of aged vinegar, salt, and pepper. Treating us to mutton soup? The salt on zhuangzi is fine and white. There are pancakes next to it. It's the legendary red and green side. There's soy sauce in the pot. I can read. Who's the girl who fetched the meat for the bowl? She's beautiful. Hey. That man is missing 2 fingers on his left hand. He looked over. What a scary look. Shut up. That's an injured veteran. The soldiers were curious about everything and talked about it. Li Yi took out a loudspeaker at this time. It was electric. 5 loudspeakers could be recharged with electricity in the hospital. I'm Li Yi. This is Zhuangzi's Dongzhu. His Majesty asked me to take you to play, so wash your hands first. There's soap. After you wash your hands, line up to get mutton soup and pancakes. Li Yi shouted. When the soldiers heard this, they laughed. Take us to play? Okay. Go ahead, I know you're hungry. Li Yi put down the loudspeaker. The soldiers lined up to wash their hands with soap. After a few washes, the basin of water turned black. After washing, she would wipe her hands on a towel and collect the soup. In fact, she was collecting a bowl filled with mutton giblets, coriander, and chopped green onions. Then he sat down at the table and waited. There was a stack of pancakes on a tray in the middle of the table. After sitting down, they looked at each other. No one touched the pancake, and no one picked up the mutton giblets in the bowl to eat first. At the side, Zhuangzi's men scooped soup for the soldiers. There was lamb fat in the soup. Put in your own seasoning bit by bit. Don't be salty. Soy sauce is salty. In a while, someone will bring some sweet garlic to everyone. Mutton soup is the best. Li Yi shouted again. Soon the sweet and sour garlic was served. The soldier's eyes lit up. How could there be such good-looking garlic to eat? After peeling off the skin, he realized that the skin was edible. So he threw it into his mouth and chewed. Sure enough, it was delicious. She carefully added seasonings into the soup, took a bite of the biscuit and drank the soup. There was no discomfort in her entire body. Why didn't the mutton soup she drank yesterday taste like this? How many sheep did Li Dongzhu kill today? Looking at the oil floating on the bowl, it was too delicious. A 3-inch deep-fried pancake was eaten, and the soup in the bowl was dry. No one touched the mutton giblets or giblets. Zhuangzi's men would add more soup for whoever ran out. Li Yi also found a place to sit down and drink without making a sound. The soldiers at his table wanted to speak but were afraid. Someone whispered, I've never drunk such good soup in my life. Seeing that Li Yi did not respond, everyone followed. There's a lot of seasoning. Look, there's soy sauce, vinegar, and I even brought vinegar cloth. I smell a moldy smell in the vinegar cloth. It's all like that. It's good enough to have something to eat outside. Li Yi listened and knew what vinegar cloth was. When the cloth was boiled in salt water and vinegar, there would be salt and vinegar inside when it dried. When marching outside, there would be salt and vinegar when the cloth was boiled during mealtime. It was equivalent to a seasoning bag. In theory, it was more powerful than a seasoning bag, because the cloth could be wrapped around the body, and could be folded. Using vinegar cloth meant that the logistics could not keep up and could not send the baggage to the front in time. Li Dongzhu, a soldier who looked about the same age as Li Yi, mustered up his courage and spoke to Li Yi. Yes. Li Yi looked at him with a gentle expression. I heard that you'll be in charge of us in the future? The soldier asked. Yes, I'll be in charge of making sure you eat well, and let you know who you're fighting for. Li Yi's voice was calm. Can we eat today's meat in 10 days? The soldiers' eyes were full of hope. You're His Majesty's soldiers. Will His Majesty lack food for you? As for eating meat, you'll know soon. Li Yi's voice became louder, and the people nearby heard it. They were all very happy. Yes, they were His Majesty's soldiers. In the entire Tang dynasty, no one was more powerful than His Majesty. Therefore, while they were happy, the 3,000 people ate their fill and drank a lot of soup. Li Yi took the loudspeaker again and said, "Everyone gather." The 3,000 people quickly formed into groups and stood there motionless. I'm Li Yi Dongzhu of the Li family Zhuangzi. I'm now under His Majesty's command to lead you to play. Li Yi repeated what he said before. Laughter came from the group. Then how do you play? First you have to know what you've received. Did your family receive any money? Did they? Li Yi's voice rose. Yes. Many people shouted. Did your family waive rent and transfer? Did you? Li Yi continued to ask. Yes. Almost everyone shouted. How about the weapons and horses I gave you? Yes. Do you still want to eat the same meal today? Yes. Who gave you these? Let me tell you, it's His Majesty, the current His Majesty. Without His Majesty, you won't have enough to eat at home, and your family won't have enough to eat. Why is His Majesty so good to you? Because you are His Majesty's most valued soldiers, and His Majesty needs the strongest army. Only when you are strong enough can His Majesty give more people in the Tang dynasty a better life. You are not only joining the army for your family, but also for the whole Tang dynasty. This is glory. Who are we fighting for? For His Majesty, for the Tang dynasty. Shout with me, fight for His Majesty, fight for the Tang dynasty. Li Yi began to teach politics. Fight for His Majesty, fight for the Tang dynasty, the soldiers shouted. We are the strongest, Li Yi shouted. We are the strongest, the soldiers shouted. We are the sword in His Majesty's hand. We are the sword in His Majesty's hand. We are the glory of the Tang dynasty. We are the glory of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi shouted passionately, and the soldiers shouted with all their strength. Li Yi was happy. He stopped at noon and came again in the evening. He would come twice a day if he had time. Now you choose your own leaders, including squad leaders, and team leaders. Each team has 150 people, and 50 of them are baggage soldiers. There is no battalion commander. Each team will train. The main force will train with your baggage soldiers. In the future, there will be a small competition every day, and a big competition every 10 days. There will be a competition every day. The team that falls behind will not have meat the next day. There will be a competition every 10 days. The team that falls behind will clean the shoes of the other teams for 10 days, and they will shout, I am the worst. Li Yi began to talk about the rewards and punishments, including the reselection and elimination of squad leaders, team leaders, and team leaders. He also increased the competition in terms of the enjoyment of eating and the loss of dignity. The soldiers were excited and nervous. They could eat meat every day. They couldn't lose, especially in the competition every 10 days. It was too embarrassing. Now choose your own team and train, Li Yi shouted again and put down the loudspeaker. Chapter 70. 3,000 people were discussing with each other. The main force was 100, and they had to bring 50 baggage, which was obviously a burden. But every team had the same configuration, so no one complained. Those who wanted to be in the lead had to ensure that they led the good people. If they fell to the last place, they would take the initiative to leave. After the free combination, they began their daily training. Carrying stone weights, running in armor, shooting bows and arrows, moving faster than crossbows, moving on horses. Li Yi didn't care about the specific training content. He couldn't find the information unless the 3,000 people used guns and cannons. But now the 3,000 people were mounted archers. They had been fighting with grassland forces for many years, so they knew what to do. The sky was getting dark, and Li Yi didn't see Gao Lishir. It seemed that the 3,000 people were thrown to him and no one cared. Wang Xing continued to sell steampot chicken. He didn't sell it next to Zhuangzi and sent people to the East Market. Wang Xing became bolder. He kept accounts and took out a portion of the money he earned. He got more for himself and less for other people in the imperial plantation. At the same time, he increased the welfare of the villagers in the imperial plantation. The villagers in the imperial plantation were next to Li Yi's zhuangzi, so they could always see the life of Li Yi's villagers. With the comparison, they didn't want to live a hard life. It's time to eat again. His Majesty asked me to take you out to play. I'll teach you a song first. Li Yi appeared with a loudspeaker when the 3,000 people were ready to eat. A small number of people in the team couldn't help but laugh. Li Yi cleared his throat and sang, "Forward, forward, forward. Our team is facing the sun, stepping on the land of the Tang dynasty. Carrying His Majesty's expectations, we are an invincible force. We are the winged cavalry of the Yulin Royal Guards. We are His Majesty's armed force, fearless, never yielding, fighting bravely until the enemy is wiped out, the flag of the Tang dynasty flying high. Listen. The wind is whistling, the bugle is ringing. Listen. How loud the sound of the cavalry is. The soldiers rush to the hot battlefield in neat steps. The soldiers' horses gallop to the border of the Tang dynasty. Forward, forward, our team is facing the sun, facing all victory. To the invincible Tang dynasty." Li Yi changed the song and copied down the score, including the accompaniment and the orchestration. He was going to translate it himself. No one could understand the score he copied. But first, he had to learn the modern notation of the Tang dynasty, which was not very difficult. If there were no musical instruments, they would naturally use other musical instruments instead. At this moment, he was leading the soldiers to learn the basics and eat. For dinner there was braised chicken, yellow rice, and all kinds of pickled vegetables. The lamb bones that were cooked at noon were made into soup again. Then he added some vegetables into it. It was called soup, but there were a lot of vegetables, so it was considered stewing. 42 students were found. Dear friends, Brother E needs some people to manage the army. This army is called the Winged Knights, and it is the army of His Majesty. Li Yi said to the students. The students understood that His Majesty's army wanted to create the most powerful cavalry archers. Then, working for the army was the same as working for His Majesty. Originally, there was no way to contribute, but now an opportunity had presented itself. Brother Li, we understand. Brother, please give the order. It's a good opportunity to learn about military formations. The students all agreed one after another. I have some things here that I need you to teach every day. Ask them to memorize it. The competition can't just be about riding and archery, but also about who can memorize it better, and who can sing it better. Li Yi took out a stack of papers. Naturally, it was the content of all kinds of political and ideological education. This was what the People's Liberation Army did. Their thinking must be unified. The students took the papers and were not in a hurry to read them. They ate first. For them, the canteen was still better. There were many dishes, and now there was only one dish. For the soldiers, eating this dish made them feel guilty. Eating lamb at noon and chicken at night was already a dream that they did not dare to dream of. After eating, the soldiers were arranged to be laborers at the construction site, and the students went back to transcribe. One person read while the others wrote the information. Half an hour later, the laborers returned and were divided into 20 teams. Under the illumination of the torches, they sat on small stools with their chests puffed out and heads raised. They listened to the 20 students speak and began to learn about politics. We are His Majesty's most trusted army. His Majesty has given our families a good life. We know that only under His Majesty's leadership can our families become richer and richer. A student read. He felt awkward with these words and did not have any literary talent. If he were to write, he would write, I am His Majesty's trust. The top nurtures the people below, and the wealth of the people is increasing. If there is no peace, there will be no survival of the people below. It was more comfortable to write this way, but Li Dongzhu wanted to write according to what he wrote. Instead, the soldiers nodded from time to time to show their approval. Yes, everything we have is given by His Majesty. Our families have a good life and we have to work hard for His Majesty. After learning about politics, they sang. Then, they washed up and went to bed according to the instructions. The next morning they washed up, sang, practiced for a while, washed their hands and ate. Li Yi waited for the meal and came over with a loudspeaker. Today, I will teach you how to clean and suture external wounds. Everyone has to learn. Each team will choose one person to learn from me. After learning, you will teach the others. His Majesty asked me to bring you to play. I will make sure you have fun. Ha ha ha, the soldiers still laughed. Each team discussed and sent one person. There were a total of 20 people. There was a tied live pig next to them. It was squealing. The 20 people gathered in a circle and watched Li Yi make different cuts on the pig. Then, he debrided it and sutured the pig. The pig squealed miserably. Li Yi was expressionless. His movements were smooth. He kept talking about how to clean the wound, apply pressure to stop the bleeding, and suture techniques. The 20 people listened and watched. They were all frightened and could not laugh anymore. His Majesty asked him to bring us to play. Is this how you play? The soldiers were scared. When they looked at Li Yi, they could not help but tremble. How hateful must his heart be to cut and sew a living thing. The pig squealed in an abnormal way. Li Yi made 3 cuts on the same wound. He did it 3 times and repeated it 3 times. He made the same cut again and asked the 20 people, "Who will do it?" The 20 people looked at each other. No one said anything. If you can't even treat the pig, how can I expect you to treat the wounds of your comrades on the battlefield in the future? I know that the pig squeals when it's alive, but when a comrade is injured, does he not make a sound when he's dead? Li Yi's face darkened. He continued, "If you can't do it, I'll write to His Majesty and send you back. Continue to do the work at home. I'll do it." Before Li Yi could finish, a person spoke up. Li Yi stepped aside. The person trembled and began to recall what he had seen before. He handled it bit by bit. "Don't pour so much alcohol. Do you think it's easy for me to distill some alcohol? You even used your life to exchange for an alcohol syringe. Where do you put the needle? If you touch the edge, the thread will cut open the outer skin tissue. I'll let you suture it, not let you continue to hurt it." As the person worked, Li Yi began to scold and even kick him. In his eyes, this was not a pig but a human. If he sutured it like this, he would be beaten by the patient. The first person finally finished suturing. Li Yi looked at the others. "I'll do it." Another person stood up. He looked like he was going to die for a righteous cause. In the morning, the 20 people endured some kind of torture. The pig had stopped squealing. It stayed there and hummed softly, resigned to its fate. "Okay, that's it for today. Tomorrow, I'll find you another live pig and repeat the practice." Li Yi was satisfied with the 20 people's learning attitude. He wiped his sweat and said this. The 20 people seemed to be numb. They washed their hands with dull eyes and then prepared to eat. Li Yi looked at the pig and sighed. "You've suffered. Thank you. I'll give you a quick death later." Chapter 71. Days went by like this. Gao Lisher, who had agreed to stay for a few days, never saw him again except on July 21st when he delivered a lot of things that Li Yi asked him to make and left immediately. He didn't even come to get soy sauce. There were still 4 days until August. 150 people were lining up to clean the boots of others. They shouted as they cleaned, "I'm the worst." Some cried as they shouted. Li Yi came over with a loudspeaker. "Hello everyone. I'm Li Dongzhu from Zhuangzi. His Majesty asked me to take you to play." No one in the whole team was smiling at this time. Instead, they all looked scared. Every morning, noon and night, they would be scared awake in their dreams. The key was his methods. How could such a gentle young man have such a black heart? Some people were puzzled before why His Majesty asked a young man to manage the army. Now they understood. They were enlightened. 3 days after that day, one team didn't get to eat meat every day. Just the day before yesterday, the young Dongzhu said that his body was almost recovered and he should play the game well. Since that day, he had been busy in the middle of the night and in the early morning. It seemed that he only felt better when he was eating and listening to the students. The tents in the temporary barracks were changed, and everyone was given a new big leather quilt as bedding. They had to put it neatly when they got up in the morning. There were requirements for where to put everything and how to put it. Sure enough, after one team finished last in the competition, they started to clean the boots of others today. They had to clean the boots for 10 days. If they lost again, they had to clean the boots again. If they lost again, they would be eliminated and go home. "I know everyone is tired," Li Yi continued. The soldiers were expressionless. Was that a problem of tiredness? But I still want to say that sweat more during training and bleed less during wartime. We are the strongest soldiers of the Tang dynasty. I call us the 24-hour all-weather soldiers. No matter how bad the weather is or what time it is, we can do it if other armies can't. We don't care if other armies complain because it's not a special situation or a difficult situation. It's our daily life. We eat food that other armies don't even dare to dream of. We have to do things that other armies don't dare to do. We are His Majesty's personal guards. We are the pride of the Tang dynasty. We want our enemies to piss their pants when they hear our name and flee when they see us. Li Yi paused for a moment before shouting, "Winged Knights, I'm invincible. Winged Knights, we are invincible." The soldiers puffed out their chests, raised their heads and shouted together, "Very good. Let's eat. From August onwards we will begin the devil training. Remember, for the entire month of August you will know that the most fun day was yesterday." As Li Yi spoke, he felt at ease. Because in the past 10 days or so, he had given all 3,000 people a physical examination. Knowing the situation of each soldier, he divided them into groups according to their situation, and each group underwent different training intensity. For him, he was also tired, but he felt a sense of accomplishment. The soldiers ran to wash their hands and then ate. They were all on tenterhooks. At this moment they were afraid, hateful, and respectful of Li Yi. When someone fell ill, this young man Dongzhu would always treat them as quickly as possible. Not to mention food, but the past 2 days had been too unbearable. It was simply not something a person could endure. The day passed and night fell. Political studies were cut in half, and the other half was spent on night classes for the soldiers, mainly teaching them how to read. The students were all equally tired. They had to study, teach the children, and teach the soldiers. But they found that their days were full. They no longer thought about messy things and could sleep soundly every day. Chong and city had a curfew, and many people slept well. Heaven and earth were still brightly lit. Li Longji, Empress Wang, the 3 prime ministers, and the Minister of Works, Wei Zhigu, were eating at the revolving restaurant at the top. Wei Zhigu's condition had improved a lot recently. Li Longji had always been worried that Wei Zhigu would suddenly die. At first it was to put on an act for Yao Chong. Yao Chong was important, but now there was a brother Yi by the Baishui River. He had asked him to help train the soldiers, and he would see after a few days. So Yao Chong naturally didn't need to be fawned over. Yao Chong and the others felt this change, but they couldn't do anything about it. Li Yi was indeed amazing. His Majesty wanted to train a private army, but lacked money. Everyone lacked money and they all lacked it. But when Li Yi was asked how to make money, he immediately thought of this method. Sitting at the revolving restaurant and looking down, it really wasn't difficult. Wasn't it just a new design and the status of the first batch of members? If he was asked to do it now, he could do it too. But why couldn't he think of it when he hadn't seen it before? "Everyone, this is the second time, right? This is my first time," Li Longji said to the 4 of them as he boiled seaweed in the hot pot. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The 4 of them tacitly thanked him. "How is the situation on Tubo's side?" Li Longji asked Yao Chong. Yao Chong put down the oyster in his chopsticks and replied, "Everything is ready. As soon as the spit attacks the border, after we defend against it, we will definitely send troops to Tubo for revenge." Li Longji nodded and looked at Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua said, "Because Your Majesty didn't use the National Treasury's money to train the troops, there is excess money in the court for the Longyu Road's use." Li Longji smiled at Zhang Shua's words. "Money is not a big issue." Li Longji waved his hand generously. The officials, they didn't want to say anything. His Majesty was arrogant. Returning the money was not a big issue. Without Li Yi, His Majesty was still worried, okay? Wei Zhigu also ate an oyster and complained, "Your Majesty, the dried oysters that King Song transported from the sea to the capital were sold on a plate of 10 oysters. He actually asked for a handful, saying that they ate men's that." He complained that oysters were worthless at the seaside. Li Longji didn't think much of it and said, "Nowadays, there are many merchants who go to the seaside to buy dried cabbage and oysters." "We don't know." The 4 of them said in unison, "Go and investigate. If there are any cases of bullying the people, arrest them," Li Longji ordered. Yes. The four of them replied. Wei Jigu was just cooperating. It had nothing to do with him. Empress Wang was at the side. Her right hand was holding chopsticks and her left hand was touching her stomach. She slowly drank the beef yam soup. There was only one bowl of soup. She didn't want to eat more. She already had a pregnancy reaction. She wanted to vomit, but because she ate according to a set of eating methods, her reaction was very small. She ate many meals a day. Every meal was a little bit, and there were various combinations. At first, she took it from Liyi's Zhuangzi. With earthly paradise, she took it from earthly paradise. It was closer. At this moment, when she heard everyone talking, her eyes curved into crescents. She said softly, "Your Majesty, can Uncle train the troops well?" Of course. Li Longji was certain and looked at the four of them. The four of them continued to cooperate. "We also believe in you." Although they said this, they didn't think so in their hearts. They hoped that the troops wouldn't be trained well. Otherwise, Li Yi would be in the limelight. If he could do anything at that age, wouldn't it make them look incompetent? Chapter 72. When it was not the busy time for farming, there were more idle people. It was said to be idle, but in fact there was less work in the fields, including silkworm rearing. Many men came out to look for work, and some were conscripted to build water conservancy and roads. Li Yi and Li Longji talked about canceling the transfer and levying business taxes. Li Longji knew about it, but he did not dare to do it. Li Longji was waiting. He was waiting for his own army to be trained. Otherwise, Li Longji felt that he could not handle it if it affected the interests of the families and there was a rebellion. Li Yi took the other 20 people who had learned a few suturing operations in the morning to practice their fingers. Then he ran to the river to watch the team fishing for mud. On the surface of the Baishui River, there were people standing on boats with a large wooden frame on the boat. On the wooden frame was a simple hand gourd designed and made by Li Yi, which was the tool for the pulley block. Then, a large iron spoon like an excavator was thrown into the river and tied with an iron chain. When the boat moved, a large spoon of mud was hooked. The people on the boat pulled the chain of the hand gourd, and the iron spoon was slowly lifted up. Without this hand gourd, cleaning up the mud would use a long pole with a spoon at the head, similar to a big dung spoon. Slowly, bit by bit. Li Yi clearly had a good method and money, so how could he operate it like that? He hired people to work and let others earn more money so that they could survive the winter. One was to increase their lifespan and the other was to be in a good mood. As a doctor, he hoped that every patient he handled would be healthy. As a rich person, he also hoped to help others and gain the gratitude of others. In the Tang dynasty, many rich people paid to repair bridges and roads. If someone died and did not have the money to bury them, they also had to take out money to help. Especially people in the same village. If the rich people did not have a good reputation, the villagers would not support them and something would happen. Whether or not Li Yi's farm was rich, it was needless to say. Therefore, for several purposes he found people to pay more and dredge up silt. The mud fertilized the fields, and there was less mud in the river, so it was convenient for boats. He also planned to use the river for convenience. Right now he was too busy and couldn't spare any time. Otherwise, he would have already used the water transport. Li Dongzhu. Li Yi had just arrived when someone dressed as an official greeted him. Li Yi tried to recall. He had an impression of this man. He was Zheng Guang, the minister counselor of the Ministry of Works and Water. Zheng Guang also brought a few people. Although he was only a 7th-rank official, he couldn't compare to the prime ministers. The minister counselor of the Ministry of Water had real power and people under him. "How have you been, Officer Zheng?" Li Yi cupped his hands in greeting. "Thank you for your concern, Li Dongzhu. What is this thing that requires a lot of pulling to make the big ladle rise a little?" Zheng Guang pointed at the gourd in his hand and asked. The ladle was heavy and needed many people to pull it out. If it was a counterweight, using the principle of leverage, the boat would need to be bigger if there was a big rock behind it. Otherwise, the rock in the iron ladle that scooped up the silt would not be able to bear it. The people following Zheng Guang were curious. Why was Minister Counselor Zheng so polite to someone from Zhuangzi? Although this Zhuangzi had some money, Zheng Guang didn't know what his subordinates were thinking, but he knew what Li Yi was capable of. Even the emperor, the prime minister, and Empress Wang could joke around with him. If Li Dongzhu is willing to help this official, oh, I can send a memorial to Li Dongzhu. Officer Zheng is too polite. It's just a hand gourd. I have the blueprint. Officer Zheng, take it and use it. Not only can it clear silt, but it can also be used to load and unload goods at the docks. Li Yi didn't wait for Zheng Guang to finish. He waved his hand and agreed. He didn't need anyone to help him send a memorial. The item he took out would increase his lifespan by quite a bit. It was clearly promoted by the imperial court. How could Li Longji not know? Moreover, he was helping train soldiers. A 7th-rank official's memorial was useless. Qing Song, which craftsman has the blueprint for the hand gourd? Bring me a copy. Li Yi turned his head and said to the eunuch. Qing Song turned and ran off. Zheng Guang's subordinates were stunned. That eunuch in palace maid listened to this person? They thought he was sent by the palace to look after the irrigation works. Greetings, Li Dongzhu. Greetings, Dongzhu. The people on the nearby silt dredging boat saw Li Yi one after another and shouted their greetings. Li Yi waved his hand. At this moment he was filled with a sense of accomplishment. It was as if he had cured a patient and the other party had sent him a banner. So he shouted, when you go back tonight, each of you bring 2 salted duck eggs. You know, there are too many ducks on the Zhuangzi. There's no place to put the eggs, right? Help me eat them. A wave of thanks and laughter came from the river. The villager responsible for moving the silt on the Zhuangzi had a smile on his face. The silt was good. The key was that there were loaches in the silt. The people dredging the silt were only doing their job. Everything they dredged up belonged to the Zhuangzi. The loaches naturally belonged to the Zhuangzi. They could be eaten. When Qing Song brought the blueprint, Li Yi casually handed it to Zheng Guang. Zheng Guang carefully put it into his clothes. His eyes continued to stare at the gourd. The more he looked, the more magical he felt. One person could pull something that weighed more than 10 people without any effort. It was just that it took a long time. After looking for a while, he hurriedly left with his men to report back to the Ministry of Works and tell the minister. What he took away was not only the blueprint but also the real thing. The Minister of Works, Wei Zhigu, didn't know that his fate had changed. He was in a good mood. The emperor even invited him to eat. He was especially motivated to work. Then he saw Zheng Guang, who had skipped his rank to report. At the same time, he knew that Li Yi had invented something new. In the future, if there's anything about Li Yi or Zhuangzi, come find me directly. Wei Zhigu knew the consequences of Zheng Guang skipping his rank to report. He understood. If he didn't skip his rank and Zheng Guang's superior didn't take it seriously, he would lose the time to quickly discover something good. When the time came, he would have to deal with Zheng Guang's superior. Zheng Guang had bought time for himself and protected his superior at the same time. Zheng Guang almost cried. That was what he thought. He also wanted to make a contribution and be promoted. After he left, Wei Zhigu dragged the gourd to Xingqing Palace. In theory, he should go to the Political Affairs Hall to find the Prime Minister. He knew where the Political Affairs Hall was. He could walk there with his eyes closed. However, he didn't go. He held his breath. When he arrived at Xingqing Palace, he asked for an audience. When he entered, he saw the 3 prime ministers. He dragged the gourd in with difficulty. Your Majesty, Minister Counselor Zheng Guang from the Ministry of Works, Li Yi, and Zhuangzi have obtained a divine weapon. Another divine weapon? Yao Chong looked at the thing with iron chains and asked, Your Majesty, with this item, one person can use 10 people. Wei Zhigu ignored Yao Chong and directly said to Li Longji. Li Longji personally went forward and took the blueprint. He read the instructions and ordered people to arrange it. After a while, a large shelf was set up outside the palace and the gourd was hung on it. Below, a few strong men carried over a large stone lock. Wei Zhigu put the stone lock on and hung it on one end of the gourd. He then stood on the other side and pulled on the iron chain with a clattering sound. As he pulled, the 500-kilogram stone lock left the ground and rose into the air. Wei Zhigu continued to pull and the stone lock rose higher and higher. Li Longji saw this and took a deep breath. If it's used together with an orange, it'll be much easier to move heavy objects. His idea wasn't wrong. A crane, or rather a tower crane, was more accurate. The three prime ministers watched Wei Zhigu's frail old body clatter and clatter as he lifted up such a large and heavy stone lock. Naturally, they were shocked beyond words. Yao Chong couldn't say a complete sentence. Zhang Shuo, on the other hand, copied Li Yi's manner and shrugged. He didn't want to say anything. He wasn't afraid of comparing himself to others, but Li Yi wasn't human at all. Chapter 73. Moving to a new home. Li Yi and Zhuangzi were the first batch of tenants, artisans and retired soldiers to move in a happy atmosphere. They didn't live in sheds anymore. Buildings were built. 3 4-story buildings were built. Each building had 4 units, and each unit had 8 households. They had a total of 56 households. Some children would be given a separate house when they grew up, but it was not given now. It was empty. In the future, when they married a wife or son-in-law, they would be allocated. Now 96 households could live in them. Only the first batch had a house. The others had to wait, even if the house was empty. Li Yi did it on purpose. He wanted to increase the time and give more benefits to those who came first. Those who came later had to wait. Only then would they know how to cherish it. Otherwise, how could a company give the same treatment to the old employees and the new employees? Later were 20 artisan families. They were envious but not angry, because they would be given a house after another building was built. They felt that Dongzhu did the right thing. There were 6 buildings that had been built. They could live in them before it snowed. Now that the weather was warm, they didn't have to worry about food and clothing. Their children, regardless of gender, all went to school. The 3,000 soldiers looked and thought of their own homes. The buildings in front of them were too beautiful. They looked sturdy. When the others were moving, Li Yi took the chance to take out the loudspeaker. "My name is Li Yi Dongzhu of this village. His Majesty asked me to bring you out to play." He opened his mouth first. The 3,000 soldiers felt their hearts beat faster. Some of their faces changed. None of them laughed. Many wanted to cry. "Tomorrow is the first day of August. I think you guys are good. Do you want your family to live in the same house? Do you want to?" Li Yi asked. "Yes," the soldiers shouted at the top of their lungs. "As long as you don't quit, in 3 years, no, in 2 years I will build the same house for your family. Those who died in battle will also be given. Those who were seriously injured and retired will also be given." Li Yi promised that 3,000 houses would be repaired with cement when the time came. In 2 years, earthly paradise would continue to make money. The money spent on building houses would not be much. Naturally, the rest would be built when there were more people. That money belonged to a separate account, and he did not withdraw a single cent. In the future, if Li Longji came to ask in person, he would show the account to Li Longji. His own manpower had been wasted, as well as the manpower of the students. The soldiers were tempted. They did not doubt that Li Yi could do it. Recently, after seeing Zhuangzi, she understood what kind of life the villagers lived. This was especially true for soy sauce, which was sold out every morning. Money flowed in like water. The people in Zhuangzi also went to night school. Li Dongzhu personally asked the children what they ate every day. You don't use toilet paper when you go to the toilet. There were also many things that were free for the villagers and outsiders to use. Other than the team he lost to every day, he ate meat for every other meal. The loser didn't eat meat, but there was oil in the vegetables. There was a lot of oil in the vegetables. Not being able to eat meat was no longer important. The most important thing was that it was embarrassing. Why was it that they were all humans while he was ranked behind? The soldiers felt a surge of energy in their hearts that they wanted to unleash, for their honor and for their families. Then the first day of August came. They even felt like dying. There was suddenly an extra training program. They didn't even attend politics classes and just practiced. They could only sleep for 2 to 4 hours a day. Based on each person's physique, the intensity of the training was different. However, each of them felt like they were going to die in the next moment. They couldn't take it anymore. They wanted to leave. "If you want to leave, just say it. I will immediately send you back and remove all your benefits. It is okay. I believe that even if you leave, you will be stronger than before." Li Yi stood beside a medical vehicle that could be manufactured and shouted. The equipment was installed in the vehicle. As long as someone fell, he would immediately save them. The 3,000 soldiers didn't care. They were all fighting for their lives. Leave? What would they say when they returned home? They were all from the house of subjugation. Some of them were even from the same house. If others didn't leave, their families would have a good life. If they left, they wouldn't be able to raise their heads for the rest of their lives. Death okay. They had agreed that if they died in training, they would die in battle. Leave no. If they did, they would rather die. A few of them hugged a large log and did all sorts of things in the mud. They shouted and cried. In the end, they couldn't shout anymore. They didn't even have the strength to cry. The soldiers were suffering. Li Yi accompanied them. Li Yi felt like he had returned to the days when he was a resident doctor. He could sleep and wake up at any time. He also immediately threw himself into work. Fortunately, he didn't have to be as tired as the soldiers. His physical strength was guaranteed. The soldiers finally understood what Li Yi meant when he said, "The most fun day was yesterday." Now they didn't even have time to have nightmares. They were on the verge of collapse. The strength of each group of soldiers was different. What was similar was that there was no difference in the feeling. Those with good physical fitness were stronger. Those with poor physical fitness were weaker. However, the feeling of endurance was the same. "I am Li Yi Dongzhu of the village. His Majesty asked me to take you out to play. If you can't continue playing, I want to tell you to leave." "Why?" "If you die, you will have nothing. If you can't see the future, you may still have a chance to live." Li Yi took the time to shout through the loudspeaker. It was a psychological attack. The soldiers didn't want to hear a single word. No, they didn't want to hear any punctuation. They were thinking about the matter of building a new house. It had to be built within 2 years. If they left, their neighbors would build a house next to them. They would still have to pay rent. Could they survive? Could they? Even if they died, they had to die here. There was no way out. Moreover, the young people had Dongzhu accompanying them. If they couldn't take it anymore, Dongzhu would quickly save them. They rested and immediately began training again. In the past, they would be tormented when they slept at night and complain in their hearts. At this moment, there was no difference between night and day. They just practiced various tasks. Then, if someone shouted for a quarter of an hour, they would lie down and sleep. When someone shouted again, they would have to get up. It was the 15th of August. For half a month, Li couldn't take it anymore. He gave everyone half a day off. He ate a full meal with the soldiers and went to sleep with his clothes on. Half a day passed. Li got up first. He held the loudspeaker. "Hello everyone. I am Li Yi." Before he finished shouting, all the soldiers quickly gathered as if they were conditioned reflexes. Some of them even narrowed their eyes. "Training begins," Li shouted. According to the tasks, the soldiers continued. Wang Xing, who was in charge of taking care of the horses in the imperial plantation, didn't find any new cadavers recently, but he came to see. He saw the soldiers training and saw Li Yi accompanying the treatment. The soldiers and Li Yi had about the same amount of rest. The soldiers were tired from training, but Li Yi was also focused on treating patients. Wang Xing couldn't think of anything other than admiration. Under such tiring circumstances, Li Dongzhu was still so steady at treating patients that it was puzzling. What kind of suffering did he go through to be able to get up at any time and immediately treat patients without making any mistakes? Wang Xing was convinced. He felt that if it were him, he would suddenly die. The students had also lost weight. They took turns to ask the soldiers to do something according to the plan. If it didn't work, they would shout that they wanted to be eliminated. The soldiers would immediately do their best. The children couldn't fall behind in their lessons. Each of them slept at most 6 hours a day. The villagers didn't disturb Dongzhu. They learned and did it themselves. Songda emphasized again and again that if anyone had problems during this period, they would be kicked out of Zhuangzi and the whole family. Chapter 74. In Chang'an City, team after team of 600 Li rushed over to report. They changed into new people and horses and rushed to the east road of Longyu Road. Empress Wang's pregnancy was not obvious yet. Tonight, she accompanied Li Longji to look at the map. "Where did Uncle get this map? It's too detailed. Sanlang, are you leaving tonight?" Empress Wang looked at the map and asked Li Longji. "I'm not going anywhere today," Li Longji said. Empress Wang was pregnant, so he should go to another woman's place. However, he spent half of his time in Empress Wang's palace. This was impossible in the past. But now it was possible because Li Yi wrote that husbands should spend more time with their wives. Li Longji thought of Li Yi's words, "Don't forget the knowledge of poverty, don't leave the bed for your wife." He was afraid that little brother Yi would look down on him if he found out that he spoiled too many women when the empress was pregnant. Yes, Li Longji was afraid of Li Yi. He was afraid that Li Yi would be angry with him. Li Longji did not know why, but he hoped to use his third brother's identity to interact with Li Yi. Then they would be happy together without worries. Sanlang, look, this is the Red River Valley. If it snows there, the Tibetan army will have to take a detour. The Red River Valley has a lot of red mud, which is not good for horses. When the snow falls, the ground will be muddy. Empress Wang looked at the map that Li Yi gave her and analyzed the Tubo army's route. Yes, she had this ability. Li Longji wanted to retreat at that time, but she encouraged him and found people to help him take the throne. Then she did not care about anything else. She played with the palace maids and eunuchs in the harem, trying to help her husband stabilize the harem. Unfortunately, Li Longji retracted his thoughts and looked and listened carefully. This wife was very powerful. She was from a family of generals. If we want to bypass the Red River Valley, we can only pass by the side of Xinyu Hill. There is a border army of the Tang dynasty there, a branch army that always patrols the border. Brother Yi said that this branch army is enough. If this army wins, our main force will have to charge forward and block off the Divine Language Mountain. Part of it will rush through the mountain pass, and Tubo will not be able to defend against it. Empress Wang was sure that Tubo would come to fight and it would snow. According to the information sent by the fast horse, it was not snowing there yet. At this moment, Gao Lisher's voice came from outside the screen. "Your Majesty, Empress, there is an urgent report from Qinzhou. 5 days ago there was a light snowfall. The local villagers looked at the sky and said that there will be heavy snow in a few days." Good. Li Longji slapped his thigh. Brother Yi was right. Uncle, your foresight is unparalleled. Empress Wang was even more surprised. She knew that as a general, it would be amazing if he could know the weather and situation half a day in advance. But Uncle Li Yi, it was more than half a day. Could it be that Zhang Shang was still alive? Li Longji was in a good mood. At night, he slept with Empress Wang in his arms. He did not have any other thoughts. His energy was all focused on Tubo's rebellion. September 2nd. Urgent report from Qinzhou. Tubo suddenly broke the treaty and entered the Divine Mountain with more than 10,000 cavalry. Before they reached Qinzhou, they were defeated by the border army. Tubo fled in panic. Xue Na and Zhang Sili each led a division into Tubo to counterattack and take revenge. The rest of the generals defended the Divine Mountain Pass to stop Tubo from entering the territory. In addition, the prefectural armies gathered and tried to wipe out the Tang dynasty's non-commissioned officer Tubo's division. Li Longji was so excited that his whole body trembled. It was too good. As expected, they attacked, but they did not win. Then, without waiting for them to retreat, the military forces of the Tang dynasty will rush over and intercept them. Good. Brother Li Longji trembled again. This Brother Yi, foreseeing all the affairs of the world, guarding a manor alone, Li Longji suddenly said. The 3 prime ministers and 1 minister in the hall knew who His Majesty was talking about. They were also afraid. Was it Zhuge Liang? Zhou Yu? He sat in the middle of the hall and made decisions thousands of miles away. You ask and I answer. I have what you lack. Is this Li Yi or Li Dongzhu? Li Yi had not received any information about the border war. He had just woken up and did not want to play anymore. The training of the Special Forces Hunter School lasted for a month. He could not endure anymore. Li Yi himself could not take it anymore. The original version of Out of Amazon was this school. It was just that he was not as ruthless and was slightly weaker. He slept for a total of 20 hours in total. Then he said to a large group of women from Pyongkong Square, I asked someone to make some musical instruments. You need to practice quickly. It's very simple. 50 women from Pyongkong Square came over and saluted together. We will follow Li Dongzhu's arrangement. Li Yi waved his hand and the palace maids went to find people to bring the musical instruments over. Small military drums, large drums, trombones, horns, and trumpets. There was no need to play the drums. Li Yi picked up the 3 kinds of horns and played the music. He was still able to play the piano and the violin. However, he had only played the horns a few times and was not proficient at all. He did not need to explain in detail. The women took the instruments and tried them. They knew what was going on. However, they were more interested in the young Dongzhu. When the young man played the horns, a large group of soldiers ran over frantically. Some of them seemed to be in a dream when they stood in formation. Then those people woke up and looked up with calm eyes, as if facing the women from Pyongkong Square. There was nothing but indifference in the eyes of the large group of soldiers. As if there was no sorrow greater than the death of the heart? No, it was not sorrow. It was another kind of feeling. Did they not care about life and death? Their resolute faces revealed their indifference to everything. What had they experienced? Ladies and gentlemen, I Dongzhu called you here to compose music for these non-commissioned officer. I will lead them to sing. I have given you the score. You can compare and adjust it yourselves. Li Yi was able to laugh. Then, he picked up the loudspeaker and said without looking back, I will start first. Listen to my orders. Forward, 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 forward. Sing. Forward, forward, forward. Our troops face the sun and step on the land of the Tang dynasty. Listen. The wind is whistling and the bugle is sounding. Listen. How loud the sound of the armored cavalry is. Forward, forward, forward. Our troops face the sun in all victory. Face the invincible Tang dynasty. The 3,000 soldiers sang in unison. Their voices were not loud and clear. Instead, they were low and deep. The 50 women who had seen a lot of the world were trembling incessantly. They felt a kind of imposing manner of fighting to the death on the battlefield. At the same time, their hearts rippled. Good men. My Tang dynasty actually has such good men. They don't look fat, but they feel so sturdy. What kind of soldiers are these? Which army? Are they from the subjugation prefecture? No, those soldiers are not good. Thousand Bull Guard? Featherwood Guard? No, they are also not good. Those soldiers, when they have money, only know how to run to the left of Pyongkong Square to seek a night of pleasure. Then, when they have no money, they will not come for a long time. But now, the soldiers in front of them did not seem to have any interest in these women from the central and southern roads. Are their hearts made of iron? Or are they not good enough to enter their eyes? The 3,000 soldiers really did not have anything to think about at the moment. In the previous month, every day was like dying. They had just endured and slept, but they were woken up again. What women! It was fine as long as they were alive. Attention! Li Yi shouted. Boom! Just one sound, and the 3,000 people were in unison. At ease! Li Yi shouted again. Boom! It was still the same sound. The 3,000 people put their hands behind their backs, spread their legs, puffed out their chests and looked forward motionless. Li Yi turned to the 50 women who stared with their eyes wide open, or slightly opened mouths and said, Can you give this kind of army a song? Everyone has been wronged. Li Dongzhu, they are from which army? The leading woman stuttered. The other women's faces turned pale, and they were stunned. Even so, their hearts were beating faster, and their eyes were filled with charm. They were incomparably happy. Good men are so upright. Ask them which army you are from, tell them louder, tell them. Li Yi shouted. Winged Knights, I am invincible. Winged Knights, I am invincible. Winged Knights, I am invincible. The 3,000 soldiers shouted 3 times, and went silent again. They are the Winged Knights. Li Yi said to the women. The women glanced at him. You don't need to say it, you already shouted it. Chapter 75. The woman temporarily stayed in Zhuangzi to practice her new instrument. The soldiers helped out and found that living was such a blessing. The past was unbearable to look back. In the past, when they occasionally trained in the House of Subjugation, they felt that it was very hard. After a month, they found that it was just playing. No, it was also playing now. Li Dongzhu was leading them. What was the point of working? It was easy. The farmers were very happy. The laborers of 3,000 people were so obedient. Hurry up and make delicious food. Help them to work and give them food. Li Yi went to find Wang Xing. Brother Wang, I can rest here for the time being. Li Yi brought sausages. The smell of smoked sausages was strong. Although it was not healthy according to scientific theory, Li Yi still wanted to smoke it and liked to eat it. Eunuch Wang Xing was afraid when he saw Li Yi. Not only was he good at training soldiers, he was also suffering. 1 month, an entire month, how strong was his will to support it? Looking at the soldiers again, they seemed to not care about life and death. He had heard it more than once. A group of grown men crying there, crying and falling asleep. Then they would suddenly wake up and cry as they went to train. What was more frightening was that Li Dongzhu would persuade them. He would persuade the soldiers that they would die if they continued. It was better to go home. Life was not a path. Brother Yi, I know. I will go see who is buried. Brother Yi, why do you always tell them to give up? Wang Xing agreed to continue looking for cadavers and expressed his doubts. Li Yi said frankly, because people are the weakest when they are hungry, cold, and in difficult situations. They will choose to compromise and give up. And the soldiers I train must be the strongest in the Tang dynasty. So, I strengthen the soldiers again and again with all the possible scenarios. In this way, when they encounter difficulties in the future, they will tenaciously endure. The most difficult thing for people to defeat is themselves, and the people that others are most afraid of are those with strong will. People with strong will to live can survive the same injury. Until now, there is no accurate saying, but it really exists. I have seen many. Li Yi was teaching Wang Xing. No matter if it was a man or a woman, the stronger they were, the more they would be respected. If a person is always so weak and always willing to kneel, he or she will never have many friends. Even if he was very handsome and beautiful, friends with ulterior motives would get tired of him after a long time. Those who help themselves are helped by others, and those who help themselves are helped by others. Those who abandon themselves will abandon everything else. As for the people that others were willing to help, they were the kind of people who would freeze to death in the wind and starve to death. Wang Xing listened in a daze, then stood up and bowed. Brother Yi, thank you. He understood. In the past, he had thought that there was no hope if he could not return to the palace. But he persevered, and in the end his fate changed. He didn't compromise. He worked hard to get in touch with them, and that was why he was where he was today. If she had been alone in the imperial plantation at that time, she naturally wouldn't have had such a good relationship with Brother Yi. People had to fight for their lives. Brother Wang, you don't have to be like this. In a few days, the fungus and monkey's head mushroom will grow up. How do you plan to sell them? Li Yi quickly changed the topic. Sell? I can only sell things like this to the palace. I won't hide it from Brother Yi, but I learned how to keep accounts for the money from the steam pot chicken. I only took 10% of the profits and gave it to myself and the other people in Zhuangzi. The other 90% will be given to them at the end of the year. Wang Xing explained his current situation. He had made a lot of money, but he didn't dare to take too much. Are you giving it to General Gao? Li Yi asked. Wang Xing shook his head. My superior is Yang Sison. As he spoke, he looked at Li Yi. Because Yang Sison always gave people the feeling that he was so fierce he was afraid. Li Yi sighed in relief and said, the more fragile a person's heart is, the more willing they are to show their fierce side to others. This Yang Sison is fine. If you have any problems, just tell him directly. It's no big deal. We won't feel guilty. Li Yi knew Yang Sison. Everyone said that he was cruel, but in reality, according to psychology, Yang Sison was using this to hide the weakness in his heart. He was a pitiful person. People said that he ate human flesh, but he wanted to use the act of eating human flesh to scare others, not because he liked to eat it. Would he feel uncomfortable after eating it? Just bear with it. But such a person, if you treated him sincerely, he wouldn't specifically eat your flesh. A truly ruthless person would never use such a method to express himself. For example, those who killed without spilling blood. Is that so? Brother Yi, if I'm in trouble, can I mention you? Wang Xing was afraid. Sure, if Yang Sison is making things difficult for you, just tell him to look for me, Li Yi. If he's capable, then come. If not, don't vent your anger on your subordinates. Li Yi took responsibility. Because Wang Xing had helped him find a cadaver, he couldn't be greedy and retreat when he encountered trouble. Wang Xing smiled and said gratefully, Brother Yi, don't worry. There will be new good things sent over soon. There are still many people dying every day. Thank you, Brother Wang. If you have someone close to you who is ill and can't find a doctor, bring him to Zhuangzi. I will definitely do my best. Brother Wang, have you recovered from your illness? Li Yi said as he remembered Wang Xing's hemorrhoids. At that time, he gave him 2 kinds of medicine and didn't perform surgery. Okay, I listened to Brother Yi and took medicine. I also avoided eating food that could cause illnesses. I'm fine now. Wang Xing was very happy when he said this. Li Yi was also happy. Good. Listening to the doctor's advice is good. This is the nature of a doctor. It's much easier to be a doctor like this. Wang Xing smiled and suddenly asked embarrassedly, Brother Yi, you also know that people like me have a heavy smell. Do you have a prescription? As he spoke, his heart was filled with anticipation. Everyone said that Li Yi was owner Li, and that he would definitely answer any questions he had. Li Yi was slightly stunned and immediately understood. When a eunuch lost something, it was not easy to control his urine. Therefore, he would always have a smell. As a doctor, he had to solve the problem and not ridicule and belittle. So, yes, I have 5 methods. One is surgery, but I don't dare to do it because I'm not capable enough. Another is medicine. Taking medicine will reduce urination, but it's not good for the body. The third is massage the prostate. I'll draw pictures for Brother Wang. Brother Wang, you can do more. It's divided into massage and lifting the anus. The fourth is to cover it with fragrance. I have medical alcohol, so naturally it can be used to make fragrant toilet water. It's just distilled. The fifth is to wait for me to collect the cotton in Zhuangzi. I'll make a cushion for Brother Wang and put it in your boxers. Brother Wang, are you wearing boxers now? Li Yi said 5 methods in one breath. But 2 of them were harmful to the body and his surgical skills were not good enough. Yes, I'm wearing it. Brother Yi, you asked the clothing store to make boxers. Now the whole Chang'an knows about it. Wang Xing answered the question first. Then he said, I know about fragrant things. I have a sachet with me and the spices from the western regions are very expensive and good. What's toilet water? It's also very fragrant. I made a cushion, but it's not very useful. Brother Wang, my cushion is different from other places. You can't use a silk handkerchief as a cushion. Mine is better. Li Yi promised. Li Yi wanted to make sanitary napkins. This thing was invented by men, and it was originally for men to use. As a doctor, he had nothing to be embarrassed about. Solving the patient's problem was the first thing. He even bought sanitary napkins and diapers to compare and study so that he could find a manufacturer to make better ones and sell them to the hospital. Really? Wang Xing did not know Li Yi's experience, but he believed him. Of course. Brother Wang, don't worry. The fragrance is different from my toilet water. Li Yi promised again. Chapter 76. Wang Xing happily sent Li Yi back to Zhuangzi, looking forward to the cotton harvest. He had nothing to be embarrassed about. In his heart, Li Yi was a godly doctor. Everything a godly doctor did was normal. Li Yi returned to Zhuangzi and continued to lead the 3,000 soldiers to work. First, they filled the big ditch between Zhuangzi and the imperial plantation. It would be more convenient for the 2 sides to contact each other in the future. Then they dug the ice cellar, the vegetable cellar, leveled the ground and piled up soil. This was a civil engineering project. All the tools were used. The soldiers had to know how to use them and they had to be skilled. You may not know, but let me tell you. There is a unit that can sacrifice 10 times more in exchange for victory. Their civil engineering is the best in the world. They dig tunnels, build forts, and build soil slopes. They have fought classic battles. So I will take you to play with civil engineering. If we can build a trench camp in an hour, we can't use more than a quarter of an hour. Li Yi held a multi-purpose military shovel in his hand and said to the 3,000 soldiers. The soldiers didn't care at first, but when they heard Li Yi say, I will take you to play, their attitude immediately changed. They were already traumatized by the word play from Li Yi's mouth. Father said play, it was play. Li Yi said play, it was terrible. It was just work, no problem. As long as it wasn't like the previous training, nothing else mattered. Li Yi personally taught them how to use various equipment, how to use it the fastest and what the purpose was. He also led the digging. He didn't feel tired working for himself in Zhuangzi. There was less ice this year. It was all used to stabilize the meat. The children had only eaten ice drinks a few times. There had to be more next year. It wasn't that he didn't know how to use saltpeter to make ice, but he didn't have the time. The heat absorption rate of saltpeter ice was 1 to 1.15, depending on the temperature of the water. Then, saltpeter was put under the sun and could be reused. But who would operate it? The entire Zhuangzi was busy building houses, building methane ponds, wine cellars, raising ducks, chickens, pigs, cows, and sheep. There were also maggots that were artificially fed. The Zhang family's village raised them. Lin Hua and Crab needed someone to take care of them. The fields were fertilized and weeded. The grapes were forked, fertilized, and tied with ropes to secure the vines. In addition, Li Yi had been busy leading the team for training last month. Now that there was no need for such devilish training, they quickly led the soldiers to work for Zhuangzi. The 3,000 soldiers listened to whatever Li Yi said. They were most afraid that Li Yi would say something like playing around. That's not funny at all. The amount of contempt he had back then was the same amount of respect he had now. Here, this is your salary. Write down your home address, and I'll get someone to send it to your home. Li Yi used the loudspeaker to shout before dinner that day. When the soldiers worked, he would give them a wage. The higher the wage, the lower the wage would be 700 yuan. Without waiting for others to say anything, Li Yi directly explained the situation. You are soldiers, the strongest soldiers of the Tang dynasty. It's my honor to work for you. If I were a disaster victim, you would work for me. After all, you are His Majesty's private army. If you don't work for the people, who will? But I'm Dongzhu of Zhuangzi. I have money. I don't have to work for you. I can work for others and pay you. I asked you to work for me. You did a good job. I took advantage of you. With the same wage you can do more work. Li Yi said why he gave them the money. He was still as calm as when they first met. Many soldiers cried. They never dared to think about this as soldiers. Shouldn't a superior ask them to work? Li Dongzhu not only gave them money but also a lot. Li Yi calmly held the loudspeaker and said, I'm very sad to see people cry. It means that the Tang dynasty didn't let your families live a good life. We are the strongest soldiers of the Tang dynasty. We never flinched in the face of life and death. Remember my words. No matter what grievances you encounter in the future, don't cry. Come to me, to His Majesty. You are His Majesty's private army. I'll play with you on behalf of His Majesty. Don't be afraid. What are you trembling for? Well, it's His Majesty who asked me to train you. Let's not play. So we only listen to His Majesty's orders. I didn't ask you to work for me without His Majesty's permission. I have to pay you. His Majesty is the most important. If His Majesty doesn't say anything, I won't train with you. Boy, stand up. Can your legs be soft? Now you can write a few words. You can replace them with wrong characters. Write your address and what you want to say to your families. In addition to sending back the money you earned, I'll also give your family some extra pickles. Don't think about soy sauce. Don't think about the green and red side. It's not that I don't have any. I'm just afraid that if I send them back, your families will be in trouble. Li Yi still told the truth. As a result, the soldiers cried even harder. Don't cry. How about this? Let's play a new game. Everyone will be happy and stop crying, Li Yi suggested. In an instant, the crying soldiers hurriedly wiped their tears. That was too scary. They still wanted to play? Don't, Li Dongzhu. We won't cry, okay? I'm serious. What do you want to do? I used 2 hours of my lifespan to exchange for 20 footballs. These things are cheap. I'll teach you the rules. Let's play a game. It'll be very interesting. Li Yi said with a smile. He exchanged 20 footballs. Playing football could develop teamwork and teamwork. At the same time, it could consume excess energy. Actually, it's just kuju. My kuju is better than the one you knew before. 22 people play a game. Everyone cheers. You know what cheers means, right? If the axle is too dry, you have to drip oil in. It's called cheering. Li Yi wanted to bring many people from the surrounding villages to earn money. Whether playing football could earn money or not, there was no need to ask. When the soldiers heard that it was kuju, they were relieved. However, there was no joy on their faces. They were vigilant. They had to be on guard. Li Yi chose a field by the river. He used wood to make a goal. After explaining the rules, he personally went on the field to perform his amateur football skills. The soldiers chose 22 people who were good at Kuju and played according to the rules. Li Yi revealed a smile. He realized that he could exchange 20 footballs in 2 hours. The inner of the football was made of rubber with butyl. The outer was made of polyurethane. If the football was broken, such as a bulge, he would get a rubber inner. If he directly exchanged for a rubber inner the size of a football, he would need 4 hours of lifespan. There was a 40 times difference. There was a loophole in the system. Eunuch Qingsong stood at the side and watched. He held a football in his hands. He pressed on the football. Dongzhu, it's not worth it to exchange your lifespan for a football. If you have a Kuju ball, you can just buy it. Thank you. Li Yi thanked him. Qingsong was concerned about him. However, buying Kuju is not enough to form a monopoly. If I want to organize a game, I have to use my football. My football is better than Kuju. Li Yi explained the reason. He wanted to set the standard. He wanted to increase competition and confrontation. He did not want to show off his skills. He believed that those who were good at Kuju, once they adapted to the new rules, would be able to kick out gorgeous passes and cooperate to score goals. In his mind, there were countless offensive and defensive formations. He could not play football, but he had no problem with playing football. There were 22 counties in the capital. Each county would send out a football team to play in the capital. This was also to promote social development and increase lifespan. Qingsong did not know about Li Yi's plan. He nodded as if he understood. Holding the football, he seemed to have thought of something and laughed foolishly.